Ning Haoqian dumped his girlfriend. Later, a domineering female CEO dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate. He is obviously the impoverished prince of the Ning family, but now he has become the temporary husband of a wealthy goddess. Now, because of the contract marriage, he's got a bank card, a villa, and a luxury car. Life went from dark to bright in an instant. It's just that the marriage in front of me seems full of temptation. But behind the scenes, the mystery hidden was far beyond his imagination. Chapter 1. It was just dawn and the cold wind on the top of the mountain was biting. Ning Haoqian and Lu Siyu stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at the gradually brightening skyline. Ning Haoqian, do you love me? Love. Ning Haoqian nodded, his eyes still staring into the distance. Then are you willing to die for me? What? Ning Haoqian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Siyu in confusion. He didn't understand what she said. How could this gentle and rational girl suddenly say such a thing? I said, are you willing to die for me? Lu Siyu's face and her eyes were as cold as a knife. Ning Haoqian's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt something was wrong. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw Lu Siyu pull out a dagger, flashing with cold light from behind, and pointed at him. Lu Siyu, are you crazy? Ning Haoqian took a step back, a hint of anger and confusion in his eyes. Lu Siyu smiled coldly, and the dagger shook slightly in her hand. Do you really want to know the truth? Her tone was as cold as winter snow. Ning Haoqian raised his eyebrows. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. However, before he could react, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Turning around, I saw two women in kimonos, holding Japanese swords, slowly walking out of the woods. In an instant, Ning Haoqian understood that everything had been carefully planned. This night climb was not accidental at all. You are doing this for me? Lu Siyu sneered. Prince Ning, what do you think? Ning Haoqian's heart was shocked. He never imagined that this usually well-behaved girl in front of him had actually colluded with the Japanese. Do you know who I am? Ning Haoqian frowned and looked at Lu Siyu in disbelief. You are the Ning family's prince, heir, and son of an admiral. Lu Siyu spat out these words coldly. Ning Haoqian's heart was churning. She was using him, and all the feelings were fake. It's just your one-year pure love drama. Ning Haoqian lowered his head and smiled, his voice cold. So that's how it is. It turned out that everything was just a show. He didn't say anything more, just looked at Lu Siyu calmly. It turns out that this love never existed. Do you really think I'll be tricked by you? Ning Haoqian sneered. You are no longer the woman I knew. Lu Siyu had a smug smile on her face. She had never thought that Ning Haoqian would be so calm. Ning Haoqian stopped struggling. She smiled contemptuously and directed the two women behind her. Do it. Kana Morisawa and Mieko Ueno have already leaped forward, swords flashing, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Ning Haoqian remained calm, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You're not qualified yet. In an instant, Ning Haoqian's figure dodged quickly like a ghost, avoiding the attacks of the two women. He looked coldly at Kana Morisawa in front of him and kicked her in the chest. You can't be. Kana Morisawa flew backwards, disbelief written all over her eyes. But before she could react, Ning Haoqian had already snatched her Japanese sword and stabbed it straight into her heart. Blood spurted and flowed all over the ground in an instant. He didn't stop and kicked Kana Morisawa's body off the cliff. In a blink of an eye, he turned his gaze to Ueno Mieko as fast as the wind. Mieko screamed repeatedly, but it was too late. You know, Ueno Mieko let out her last scream, but before she could even swing her knife, Ning Haoqian stabbed her in the heart. Ning Haoqian then easily kicked her body towards the cliff. Ning Haoqian turned around, looked at Lu Siyu, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Are you still going to continue? Lu Siyu was stunned, her eyes empty. She couldn't believe that Ning Haoqian in front of her was such a terrifying existence. Who are you? Lu Siyu clenched the dagger and pointed it at him with trembling hands. Ning Haoqian looked at her coldly and said calmly, Didn't you just say it? The grandson of Marshal Daxia and the son of the late Admiral, Ning Haoqian. He did not rush to answer, but approached Lu Siyu step by step with a cold expression. Now you know why I need protection. Lu Siyu's heart sank. All this was not as simple as she had imagined. Behind her, there is an immeasurable force. Why are you so strong? She asked sharply, unable to understand. Ning Haoqian smiled, with a fierce look in his eyes. Do you think you know me? Ning Haoqian. Lu Siyu's eyes became stronger and stronger. She began to back away, her eyes frantic, Impossible. This is impossible. Since you know who I am, how dare you attack me? Ning Haotian remained calm and said calmly, all of this is destined not to be as simple as you think. Lu Xiyu began to retreat in despair, fell to her knees, and begged for mercy. Ning Haotian, I was wrong. I was wrong. Really? Ning Haotian looked down at her emotionlessly. You know, I never forgive betrayal, he said coldly, stretched out his foot and stepped on her wrist. Lu Xiyu struggled in pain, but she no longer had enough strength, and her palm loosened. Ah! Lu Xiyu screamed. Lu Xiyu's body was already hanging in the air, with her hands clinging tightly to the edge of the cliff. Her entire body was like a building that was about to collapse, hanging by a thread between life and death. As soon as she let go, she would fall directly into the abyss and be shattered to pieces. Ning Haotian, I'm your girlfriend. Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with urgent pleading. I was just bewitched and bewitched by them. She struggled desperately, trying to bring back the love in Ning Haotian's heart. Ning Haotian looked down at her. His cold eyes were like an icy blade, cutting off her last hope. Now you are not. His tone was as cold as ice and showed no mercy. He slowly walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the abyss below. Lu Xiyu, let's break up. Lu Xiyu's face suddenly turned pale, as if she heard thunder. She exclaimed, you said you would marry me. You said that no matter what I did wrong, you would forgive me. Ning Haotian smiled faintly, without any emotion. Okay, I forgive you. Lu Xiyu's eyes, and she asked anxiously, really? Of course, it's authentic. Ning Haotian's voice was contemptuous. He raised his foot and moved closer step by step. Just when Lu Xiyu was full of expectations, Ning Haotian stepped coldly on her hand. Lu Xiyu, feeling the pain, instantly let go of her hands, and her scream of fear pierced the night sky. Ah! She fell straight down like a spinning top without support. Ning Haotian glanced coldly at the falling figure and said lightly, it's boring. He turned around without any reluctance. A year ago, Ning Haotian did not return to the capital when he returned to China, but came to Linen City. Here, he found a bottleneck. His strength could no longer be broken through, and he could never take that final step. A senior told him that if he wanted to make a breakthrough, he needed to understand the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, Ning Haotian chose to enter the world and experience all kinds of things in the world. Without staying too long, he quickly cleaned up the scene and prepared to leave. The first rays of sunlight in the morning shone through the mountains, shining on his body and slightly illuminating his cold face. Ning Haotian's eyes. He casually took out the Hongyun Chi Tiangu from his arms and gently crushed it. In an instant, the gears of fate turned quietly. You are my dream of gain and loss. I am someone you can do without. After all, this arrow can fly through mountains and rivers. Those who are stabbed are those who are sick because of their emotions. 8 o'clock in the morning. Ning Haotian hummed, written to Huang Huai, and walked down the mountain road with brisk steps. Lu Xiyu's betrayal? It was no longer worth mentioning. To him, it was just a small episode in life that did not disrupt his rhythm. Good girls should be cherished, and bad girls should not be wasted. This was said by Ning Haotian's best brother in Linen City, and he has always kept it in mind. So he didn't indulge, nor was he angry. Life is like a play. Ning Haotian came here to experience love, so he should first solve the problem of having or not, and then talk about quality. Pure love? He had already let it go. The text message alert sounded, breaking his thoughts and returning him to reality. Daxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China completed the crediting of 10 million.00 Daxia currency to your account ending with 3710 at 8:06 on September 9th, with a balance of 130 million.00. Ning Haotian looked at the text message and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He knew in his heart that only that woman could send him money on time during the year he returned to China. He had long been accustomed to this helpless yet familiar arrangement. He exited the text message interface and dialed the number directly. As soon as the call was connected, a smiling voice came from the other end. Hey, Master Ning, why are you here so early today? Have you found a new love and forgotten about me? Your old love? Magic City. Lin Mingyao drove the Lamborghini and said in a playful tone, Hey, aren't you tired? You call me so early in the morning. Ning Haotian frowned when he heard this. Lin Mingyao, please be more normal and don't make me uncomfortable like this. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why are you sending me money again? Lin Mingyao didn't care about his words at all and responded easily. You are my brother. It is only natural for me to give you money, isn't it? Ning Haotian sighed, knowing that it was a waste of time to reason with this woman. She was never reasonable and would never listen. I'm not here to live a life of luxury and debauchery. Ning Haotian sighed helplessly. What do you mean by that? Lin Mingyao asked back. Besides, this is my own money. I can do whatever I want with it. What's it to you? Okay, as long as you're happy. Ning Haotian completely gave up resisting and began to sigh. It's really tiring to reason with a woman like this. I know you don't want to. Lin Mingyao chuckled. By the way, I bought you a riverside villa in Yushui Bay. Go take a look when you are free. Ning Haotian's eyes were a little confused. Villa? You bought me a car too? Lin Mingyao said casually. Of course, I will arrange anything you need. I understand. Ning Haotian dragged out his voice. I am reluctant. Don't pretend. I knew you would be like this. Lin Mingyao smiled. How are you and Lu Siyu doing? Dead. Ning Haotian responded calmly. Lin Mingyao's tone was calm. Oh. After a simple oh, she turned to another matter. Go back to Shanghai to see Mom when you have time. She always talks about you. Ning Haotian was a little confused. She is so busy. How can she still think about me? Lin Mingyao smiled and said, Of course. You are her precious son. Who wouldn't talk about you? Lu Siyu is dead. What are you going to do next? Lin Mingyao asked calmly, but Ning Haotian did not answer immediately. He thought about it for a moment and finally said, I plan to go to the pier to eat some French fries. It's up to you. Lin Mingyao agreed readily. I'm at the company now, bye. The phone was hung up, and Ning Haotian's world fell silent again. This woman. Ning Haotian looked at his phone, sighed, and prepared to leave for the dock. 9 o'clock in the morning. Wanyu Coffee Shop next to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ning Haotian pushed the door open and walked to the front desk. Annie, a cup of cappuccino. Sit here. After ordering, he paid with his mobile phone and sat down at an empty table. The store was very quiet. It was a Monday morning, and there were no other customers except him. While Ning Haotian was waiting for his coffee, he planned his next trip. Just then, a young woman in exquisite professional attire and with a cool temperament walked over. She was about 1.76 meters tall, with long legs and black stockings, attracting all attention. Ning Haotian was a little confused, and his eyes unconsciously stayed on her. I didn't expect you to be so punctual and arrive so early. The woman took off her sunglasses and looked directly at him. Ning Haotian looked at her, his heart sank. I don't know you. But the woman didn't care. You should understand my situation. If there is no problem, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. What? Ning Haotian was stunned. He had never expected her to be so direct. What? Any questions? The woman did not let go of his hand. Her tone was flat, but there was a firmness in her voice that could not be refused. Ning Haotian's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. This world is really crazy. However, Ning Haotian suddenly realized that since he came here to experience life, he might as well let it go. He couldn't suffer any loss anyway, and the woman in front of him seemed very interesting. Okay, let's go. He responded softly. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the woman's eyes. Let's go. Ning Haotian followed her into the Civil Affairs Bureau, and everything went unexpectedly smoothly. It only took 15 minutes to get the marriage certificate. Holding the marriage certificate, Ning Haotian looked at the red certificate and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mu Yunshu, what an interesting woman. What happened next was even more surprising to him. Mu Yunshu took out a post-nuptial agreement from her bag and handed it to him. In order to live in harmony in the future, we need to sign an agreement. This is the agreement I asked my lawyer to draft. Can you take a look at it first? Are there any questions or anything you need to add? Ning Haotian took the post-nuptial agreement handed over by Mu Yunshu, quickly glanced through it, and raised his eyebrows. No problem. It's just... He paused, and the words stopped at his lips. This agreement made him feel an indescribable sense of unreality. My time is limited, so let's get to the point. Mu Yunshu pursed her red lips, tapped the table, her eyes sharp. She stared at Ning Haotian, feeling slightly puzzled. She had reviewed the agreement, and after Lawyer Bai drafted it, she personally reviewed it to make sure there were no loopholes. Ms. Mu Yunshu. Ning Haotian put down the agreement in his hand and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Mu Yunshu. Wait, we're already married, so we can call each other more intimately. Mu Yunshu thought for a moment and said seriously, You can call me Yunshu or Shu Shu. Okay, Yunshu. Ning Haotian responded lightly, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Your postnuptial agreement is not what I thought. Ning Haotian frowned and looked down at the agreement in his hand again. What's the difference? Mu Yinshu looked up at him, his eyes gentle and calm, his voice calm. Can you tell me more about it? Ning Haotian pointed to the first clause of the agreement. Except for not sleeping together, this agreement doesn't seem to have any clauses restricting me. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This doesn't look like a post-nuptial agreement in a TV show, does it? Are you sure you didn't take the wrong one? Ning Haotian's tone was still a little picky, and he didn't want to find faults in the agreement, but was shocked by its leniency. Is this what you're wondering about? Mu Yinshu looked at him, her lips slightly raised, as if she was smiling. There was a playful look in her eyes. What do you think a post-nuptial agreement should be like? A little harsher? Ning Haotian did not answer. He was a little hesitant in his heart. This agreement reminded him of the times when he wanted to tease her, but the woman in front of him easily resolved all his criticisms. You are a living person, Ning Haotian. We are equal, Mu Yinshu said softly. This is a post-nuptial agreement, not a contract of sale. She tapped the agreement on the table again, with a hint of warning in her eyes. Also, watch less melodramatic TV shows. Ning Haotian curled his lips, coughed lightly, and said guiltily, I know. Looking at Mu Yinshu's look that could not be ignored, Ning Haotian suddenly thought of his sister Lin Mengyao. Her strong yet gentle attitude made him stunned. Okay, if there are no problems, just sign it. Mu Yinshu took out a black pen from her bag and quickly signed her name on the agreement. Ning Haotian took the pen without hesitation and signed his name. Okay, it's a pleasure working with you. Mu Yinshu nodded with satisfaction, and a stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Oh yeah, almost forgot. Mu Yinshu looked at Ning Haotian. This is a living expense card for you. I will save 100,000 every month. 100,000? Ning Haotian widened his eyes and looked at the bank card with surprise in his eyes. He originally thought that Mu Yinshu would not be so generous to him. Looking at her clothes and temperament, he knew that she was not an ordinary person, but he did not expect her to be so generous. Mu Yinshu smiled and said easily, If you spend sparingly, it should be enough. She added casually, Prices are rising, so I'll add 5,000 every 6 months. These words caused waves in Ning Haotian's heart. Lin Mengyao sent him in order to experience the life of ordinary people. His monthly expenses are controlled at around 8,000 yuan, and the woman in front of him was so generous in providing him with living expenses. Ning Haotian took the bank card and said with a smile, Am I being kept by someone? Keeping a sponsor? Mu Yinshu was stunned for a moment, then immediately frowned. We are an equal husband and wife relationship. Remember that? Ning Haotian nodded. Remember. At this point, he had begun to realize that all this seemed unreal, yet it was happening so realistically. He seemed to have picked up a rich woman. No, he was picked up by a rich woman. Mu Yinshu smiled slightly and continued to take out a bank card from her bag. This is the family expense card. I am usually busy with work, so you can handle everything at home. No need to ask me. She shook the bank card, as if urging him. Take it. Ning Haotian hesitated for a moment and finally took the card. Then, Mu Yinshu took out 2 sets of keys from her bag. These are the keys to your house and your car. The car is in the basement garage. Okay. Ning Haotian took over everything mechanically. Let's add each other on WeChat so that we can keep in touch in the future. Mu Yinshu began to arrange things in an orderly manner, his tone gentle but with a hint of power that could not be refused. If I'm slow to reply to your WeChat messages, call me. I'll send you our home address later. I have a meeting today and can't take you home. As she spoke, she took out a mobile phone from her bag and opened WeChat. I'll reimburse the moving expenses. If it's convenient, let's move today. Okay. Ning Haotian was a little stunned, completely unaware that he had been arranged so well by her. Okay. See if there is anything else you want to add. Mu Yinshu asked softly. Ning Haotian was about to speak. His cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the incoming call on his phone, and his expression froze. It was Cheng Shiwan calling. Sorry, I have to take a call. Mu Yinshu answered the phone calmly without any displeasure. Hello. Shu, have you arrived yet? Cheng Shiwan's voice came lazily. The man just said there was a traffic jam on the road, so he might be late. Traffic jam? Mu Yinshu was slightly stunned, and then reacted instantly. Her eyes turned slightly cold, but her tone was as calm as water. He hasn't come yet? Yes. The road is blocked during the morning rush hour. Are you really going to let him fly over there? Cheng Shiwan continued to joke. Mu Yinshu glanced at Ning Haotian, who was sitting opposite him, his eyes flickering slightly. Got it. Tell him not to come. Chung Shuan on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. Aren't you going to get a marriage certificate? Mu Yunshu sighed helplessly and glanced at the marriage certificate on the table. I've already received it. Let's talk about it when I get back. Bye. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yunshu, still not understanding what she meant, but at this moment, Mu Yunshu seemed to have everything under control. Ning Haotian. Mu Yunshu looked at him with a calm and composed look. Are you ready to tell me who you are? Who I am? Your new husband. Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yunshu's tense expression and couldn't help laughing. He raised an eyebrow, took out the marriage certificate, and pointed to the photo with a red background on it. Isn't this the marriage certificate we just got? Why, did you forget it? His eyes did not leave Mu Yunshu, but instead he focused more on capturing every fluctuation of her emotions. This farce is a rare good show. How can you miss such a bloody plot that can't even be written in a romance novel? At this moment, Ning Haoyan was already looking forward to Mu Yunshu's reaction. Will she explode, furious and swearing? Or will she calm down and write a short essay and post it online, attracting countless netizens to discuss it? What I mean is, I recognized the wrong person just now. Why didn't you remind me? Mu Yunshu looked at the smile on Ning Haoyan's face, frowned, and said calmly, You should remind me. I wanted to remind you. Ning Haoyan spread his hands, but it was you who dragged me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate, right? Ning Haoyan was telling the truth, without any fabrication. His innocent expression and playful tone seemed to challenge Mu Yunshu's patience. However, Mu Yunshu's reaction was completely beyond Ning Haoyan's expectations. I was too busy. Mu Yunshu sighed lightly, but did not explode. Instead, he realized that he was indeed responsible. This unexpected rationality made Ning Haoyan a little stunned. Her calmness made Ning Haoyan start to re-examine the woman in front of him, and his original intention to tease her gradually disappeared. Mu Yunshu quickly took out his cell phone and called the general assistant. Hello, the meeting will be postponed for an hour. After hanging up the phone, she looked up at Ning Haoyan. The current situation needs to be resolved. After we are done with all this, we could talk about it. If you want a divorce, I can accompany you again. Ning Haoyan smiled, leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and deliberately teased. It's too late. Mu Yunshu glanced in the direction of the Civil Affairs Bureau and shook his head. There is a cool-off period for divorces now. We have to wait a month. 1 month. Ning Haoyan was stunned. He never expected her to be so frank. Yes, Mu Yunshu said calmly. A month is a long time, and I don't have that much time. Otherwise, why would I ask Qing Xiuan to find me a temporary husband and solve the family problem? After she finished speaking, Ning Haoyan finally put away his playful expression. Mu Yunshu's calmness and rationality really surprised him. She seemed strong, but she was not irrational. She was completely different from the women he had met before. Ning Haoyan began to stare at Mu Yunshu's delicate face and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Seeing him staring at her, Mu Yunshu asked softly, Is there something dirty on my face? Ning Haoyan shook his head. No, I just didn't expect you to be so calm. Norai, no acquiescence. Scolding you and blaming you will not help, but will only waste time. Mu Yunshu analyzed rationally, and the responsibility is not entirely yours. I am also at fault. She paused, a trace of self-blame flashing in her eyes. If I had checked it clearly beforehand, I wouldn't have made such a blunder. You are a little different. Ning Haoyan took a deep breath and finally spoke. From the bottom of his heart, Ning Haoyan admitted that Mu Yunshu, this rational woman, aroused an interest in him that he had never had before. He had seen many beautiful women, but this was the first time he had met a woman as calm and rational as her. Mu Yunshu didn't have time to pay attention to his praise. She suddenly grabbed Ning Haoyan's hand and looked at him sincerely. Ning Haoyan, I have no way out. Are you willing to help me? It only takes 1 month to cooperate with me in a play. She held up a finger to indicate that things wouldn't take too long. Her expression became sincere, with a pleading look in her eyes. A hint of hesitation suddenly flashed through Ning Haoyan's mind. Wasn't this exactly the kind of fragility and helplessness he had seen in Luciu? But he realized that he was trapped in an emotional memory. But Mu Yunshu in front of him showed a unique perseverance. Ning Haoyan looked down at her, grasping his hand, and asked softly, Family marriage? This question gave him some insight. The background of family marriage forced Mu Yunshu to seek help from him, her legal husband. A man you don't want to marry? Ning Haoyan smiled, holding her wrist, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Can I refuse?" He did not agree directly, nor did he refuse immediately. Instead, he deliberately threw the topic back to her, wanting to see how Mu Yunshu would respond. Mu Yunshu paused, and their eyes met. Ning Haoyan could see that she was going through a fierce struggle in her heart. After a moment, Mu Yunshu finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Okay. There was a hint of resignation in her voice. It's your right. Although she desperately hoped that Ning Haoyan would agree, she still did not force him. Ning Haoyan watched her let go of her hand and stood up to leave. Just as Mu Yunshu turned around, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and said with a smile, "You will be charged a different price for your help." Mu Yunshu was stunned, obviously not expecting Ning Haoyan to respond like this. But she immediately smiled and said, "Okay, 1 month." She had originally planned to work with a temporary husband arranged by Chang Xuan for 5 years to solve family problems. But now the situation has changed. Ning Haoyan, her legal husband, was just able to help her through the difficult times in a short period of time. "Tell me, what do you need me to do next?" Ning Haoyan sat back in his chair, looking relaxed. "Let's go meet my mom tomorrow." Mu Yunshu began to make arrangements. "And meet my dad and the marriage partner in a few days. What do you think?" Ning Haoyan nodded. "Sure, no problem. But why do you want to meet your parents separately?" He felt a little confused. Why did parents have to separate when they met? "My parents are divorced," Mu Yunshu said calmly. "I'm sorry." Ning Haoyan paused, coughed lightly, and said sorry. "They separated a long time ago." Mu Yunshu smiled lightly. "I have a regular meeting to attend, so I won't send you back today." Mu Yunshu looked at the time and stood up. "You go and get busy first. I'll go buy some clothes with you after get off work." Ning Haoyan nodded. "Okay. Let's contact each other in the evening. I'm going to work first." Mu Yunshu waved goodbye and turned to leave. Watching her leaving, Ning Haoyan chuckled and shook his head. "I never thought that Ning Haoyan, would get married so quickly and be kept by a rich woman." However, Mu Yunshu, a woman with a unique personality, is really interesting. After all, once the news that the Ning family's prince was being kept spread, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Mu Yunshu walked out of the coffee shop and headed straight for the Bentley parked on the side of the road. While starting the car, she opened her cell phone and dialed Cheng Xiwan's number. Cheng Xiwan had been waiting for Mu Yunshu's call, and she answered the phone soon after it rang. "Hey, Xiwan." As soon as Mu Yunshu opened his mouth, Cheng Xiwan immediately asked anxiously, "Shu, what's wrong with you? How come he got the certificate when he hasn't arrived yet? Did you recognize the wrong person?" Mu Yunshu replied expressionlessly, "Yeah." Her voice was calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. "Huh, aren't you anxious?" Chang Xiwan was dumbfounded for a moment. "How can you be so calm? This is a wrong marriage. It's not my fault, Cheng Xiwan, but your own fault." Mu Yunshu smiled and said calmly, "Why should I be in such a hurry? It doesn't matter who I marry, as long as I can handle it." She looked at the road ahead fearlessly and analyzed calmly. "After all, marrying Ning Haoyan wouldn't be any worse than the marriage arranged by my father." This answer left Cheng Xiwan completely speechless. She had originally thought that Mu Yunshu would show some emotion because of the unexpected marriage problem, but who knew she would be so calm? "I really should have let you see the photos first." Cheng Xiwan blamed herself. From her tone, it was obvious that she felt very guilty about all this. "Don't blame you. I'm really too busy." Mu Yunshu responded simply. There was no blame in her words. Instead, it seemed more like she was making excuses for Cheng Xiwan. Cheng Xiwan was anxious and couldn't help asking, "What about the person you're marrying? Are you sure there's no problem? How come he showed up at the Civil Affairs Bureau by such a coincidence?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Could this really be a coincidence? "It should be fine," Mu Yunshu said calmly. "Ning Haoyan is not only handsome, but also very kind. He didn't drag his feet when signing the agreement." Ning Haoyan lightly, and it was obvious that she still had no doubts about him. After all, Ning Haoyan's stunning appearance had already made her a conclusion. "Why are you so careless?" Cheng Xiwan was almost mad. "Do you know whether he came for your company or for you?" She was so anxious that she almost wanted to smash the phone, feeling that Mu Yunshu did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. "Ha!" Mu Yunshu smiled indifferently. "I'm a strong woman in the business world. I'm not that easy to be fooled." She was a little proud. If Ning Haoyan is really a spy arranged by my competitor, then that's perfect. He can help me deal with the marriage and attract some firepower. Cheng Xiwan's face was full of disbelief. "You've been tricked into marriage, and you can still laugh? If I'm not laughing, would I still be crying? Mu Yunshu answered easily. If I can use this to break through the family's predicament, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little loss. Cheng Shuan couldn't help curling her lips after hearing her answer. You are optimistic. She was obviously not satisfied with Mu Yunshu's nonchalant attitude and was determined to do something to save the situation. What are you going to do? Mu Yunshu asked with a hint of smile in his tone. Send me his information and I'll check his background. Cheng Shuan said decisively. I won't let you suffer any loss. Okay, I'll give you the marriage certificate when I get to the company. Mu Yunshu agreed, secretly relieved. Cheng Shuan was willing to investigate Ning Haoyan, just in time to help her figure this out. Okay, remember to be careful. Cheng Shuan reminded again. If he dares to do anything bad, I will beat him up for you. Mu Yunshu chuckled. Don't worry, if he dares to make any moves, I can crush him with one hand. She hung up the phone and suddenly felt excited about what might happen next. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ning Haoyan stood in front of the door of number 1058 Yushuan, pushing his suitcase. When he was about to open the door, his cell phone suddenly rang. Wanxing? He looked at the incoming call on the screen, stunned for a moment, and then answered it. Brother Yin, I'm in trouble. Wanxing's voice was full of panic, followed by a whimper. What's wrong? Ning Haoyan frowned and asked, what happened? When I was working part-time, I accidentally broke a bottle of wine that a customer ordered. They asked me to pay the full amount, or... Wanxing's voice trembled. They said they wanted me to pay it back by sleeping with them. Ning Haoyan's heart sank, and he quickly asked, Where are you? Don't be afraid. I'll be right over. Wanxing replied hesitantly, Golden and magnificent. Private room, 8888. Got it. I'll be there right away. Ning Haoyan hung up the phone, put down his suitcase, and walked out quickly. Wanxing was facing tremendous pressure at this time. She had no relatives in Linen City, and the only one she could rely on was him. Ning Haoyan quickened his pace. He did not think this matter was simple, but rather complicated. The magnificent and 8888 private room was not something that ordinary people could afford to mess with. He thought of Wanxing's helpless voice and couldn't help but feel angry. These people actually dared to threaten her. They were so bold. Magnificent. Private room, 8888. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open, and Ning Haoyan rushed in like a wild beast, with steady steps and cold eyes. In the corner, Wanxing was trembling, her dress wrinkled, and her eyes were blurred with tears. When she saw that familiar figure, all her fear and pressure suddenly collapsed, and tears poured out like a broken dam. Brother Yin, you're here. Her voice trembled, filled with endless grievance and fear. Ning Haoyan looked at this girl who was tortured to the point where she could hardly stand up on her own, and anger burned at his heart. He had always regarded Wanxing as his sister, and seeing her like this, the anger in his heart almost swallowed him up. Taking a deep breath and forcibly suppressing the violence in his heart, Ning Haoyan walked up to her, helped her up, and whispered to comfort her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. He looked down at her torn sleeves and the lingering blood, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Did they do this? Ning Haoyan's voice was cold, and his eyes were as sharp as knives, sweeping sharply across the provocative men in the private room. Wanxing shook her head desperately, trying to hide her inner fear. She didn't want to make Ning Haoyan worry, but her tears kept flowing. Don't cry. Ning Haoyan gently wiped away the tears on her face and smiled gently. It doesn't look good if your face is covered with tears. He turned his gaze to the big men on the sofa and changed the subject. Leave them to me. Among the several big men, Dong Xintong was the first to react. He blew a whistle, stood up, and showed a mocking smile on his face. Hey kid, you are so brave even though you are young. He had been in this area for more than 10 years and had never seen such a provocative young man. Ning Haoyan in front of him looked weak, but he was quite arrogant. Shun Yangjun echoed. Hey, are there still people playing the hero saving the beauty role these days? He laughed wantonly. Don't say I didn't remind you, brother. You need to have some self-awareness, otherwise you will make a fool of yourself. Ning Haoyan listened to their ridicule, and a sneer appeared on his lips. I'm here to compensate, right? He smiled faintly, his eyes sweeping over the bottle of French Saint-Mont dry red wine worth 17,000, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Then I'll start compensating you from your heads. Before he finished speaking, Ning Haoyan grabbed the wine bottle with one hand and, with a bang, smashed the bottle of wine onto Ma Zhongquan's head. The wine bottle shattered and bright red liquid sprayed out. Ma Zhongquan screamed in pain, completely unaware of what was happening. He pointed at Ning Haotian, his face twisted. You dare to hit me? Ma Zhongquan had never expected that this seemingly weak young man would dare to do this, and there was a gleam of fear in his eyes. Sixth brother. Dong Xintong and Shun Yangjun hurried over and saw that Ma Zhongquan was hit on the head and was dazed. Then they realized that this was not a trivial matter, and they all showed sinister expressions. You dare to start a fight first? Dong Xintong laughed angrily. Who do you think you are? He sneered and had already made up his mind. This kid will definitely not survive the night if he attacks him on his turf. Really, Ning Haotian chuckled. Then you might as well try it together. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Haotian suddenly kicked Dong Xintong in the lower body. Crack! Two crisp sounds were heard, and Dong Xintong instantly bent over and groaned in pain, covering the part of his body that hurt the most. It's my turn. Ning Haotian looked at Shun Yangjun coldly, with chill in his eyes. He waved his hand gently again, and several wine bottles fell into his hands quickly. Bang! 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 The sound of several wine bottles breaking was heard one after another, and Dong Xintong and Shin Yangjun were hit on the head and bleeding, and their screams of pain echoed in the private room. The two men fell in a pool of blood, and there was no movement. Ma Zhongquan witnessed all this and was completely devastated. He had never seen such a cold-blooded person before, and Ning Haotian's eyes, like ice knives, made him feel a fear he had never felt before. Ning Haotian turned around, showing a gentle smile, walked towards Ruan Xingzi, who was still covering his head in the corner, and said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay." He stood up straight and looked at Ma Zhongquan in front of him, his tone relaxed but cold. They have all been dealt with. Ruan Xingzi hadn't recovered from the shock yet. He suddenly grabbed Ning Haotian's arm and said anxiously, "Brother Yin, you killed someone? Run, run." She was so scared that she almost collapsed and didn't want to see Ning Haotian being implicated because of her. "Don't be silly." Ning Haotian rubbed her head and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? Run." Ruan Xingzi was so anxious that tears were streaming down her face. She pushed Ning Haotian desperately. "If the police come, you will go to jail." Ning Haotian was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "Silly girl, how is it possible?" He originally thought that Ruan Xingzi would praise him for being handsome, but he didn't expect that her first reaction was to tell him to run away. He couldn't help but feel a little amused and turn around to speak, but at this moment he heard a threatening voice coming from outside the door. "Run. Fuck it. You smashed my place, beat up my customers on my turf, and you still want to run away? I want to see who is that blind bastard." Magnificent. Private room 8888. Ning Haotian pushed open the door of the private room, and the whole scene instantly became tense. A group of men in black, armed with machetes and iron bars, quickly surrounded the door of the private room. Leading the way was the magnificent general manager, Lu Jingrong, with a gloomy expression on his face. This time, Lu Jingrong personally took action, not because he usually liked to participate in these things, but because it was the first time that someone dared to openly smash the place and step on his face in his territory. He had to come and see for himself what was going on. Ruan Xingzi was trembling in the corner, his heart almost jumping out of his throat as he looked at the weapons in the hands of the men in black. "Brother Yin, they have knives." Her voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Even though she was afraid inside, she stood in front of Ning Haotian without hesitation. Ning Haotian's eyes were gentle and firm. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he smiled slightly and patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you." He gently pulled Ruan Xingzi behind him, with a hint of coldness in his eyes, as if everything was already under his control. Ruan Xingzi just nodded lightly, her heart beating like a drum, as if she would fall into deep fear in the next second. Ning Haotian did not look back at her, but stared directly at the group of men in black with a scornful smile on his face and said softly, "I am the blind person you are talking about. I smashed your place and beat up your customers." This sentence directly aroused the anger of the men in black, and the air instantly froze. "Damn boy, how dare you be so arrogant? Are you looking for death?" One of the black-clad thugs, Meng Ziru, immediately became furious. He pointed his machete at Ning Haotian and said viciously, "Come on, let's see what you can do." He had never seen such a fool who was so ignorant of his own life. He actually dared to be so arrogant in their territory. He was simply asking for death. Come on, I'll be waiting. Ning Hao-Yen raised his eyebrows slightly, speaking casually, almost without even looking at them. He didn't take these people seriously at all. At this moment, Lu Jingrong suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop it!" Lu Jingrong's actions stunned everyone present. He suddenly jumped up and kicked the nearest black-clad thug away, his face full of fear and regret. Seeing Ning Hao-Tian's eyes, Lu Jingrong felt flustered. He quickly walked towards Ning Hao-Tian with a bit of awe and respect and whispered, "Master Ning, why didn't you say hello in advance?" He trembled slightly, bent his body slightly, lowered his head, and looked respectful. "If Big Sister knew that I didn't treat you well, I'm afraid she would skin me alive." Seeing Lu Jingrong's move, the black-clad thugs in the private room were stunned, their eyes full of confusion. They totally couldn't understand why this guy who looked like just an ordinary young man could make Lu Jingrong so afraid. "What sister?" "President." Meng Ziru's eyes suddenly widened. He turned to Lu Jingrong and asked in confusion, "Shut up. Stand up straight. This is Master Ning." Lu Jingrong gritted his teeth and spoke in a low but intimidating voice, signaling his men in black to put away their weapons. These words exploded in the field like a bomb, and the atmosphere that was originally on the verge of breaking out froze in an instant. Ning Hao-Tian shook the wine glass gently, as if nothing serious had happened, and looked at Lu Jingrong with a smile. "Old Lu, calculate the loss of these wines. I will pay for it." Lu Jingrong understood what he meant and immediately responded, "Master Ning, how can I ask you to pay for this? How is this a loss? It's just a few bottles of wine." Despite saying this, cold sweat had already appeared on Lu Jingrong's forehead. He knew Ning Hao-Tian's true identity and the relationship between him and his big sister. This bottle of wine was no longer as simple as he imagined. "Really?" Ning Hao-Tian raised his eyebrows with a playful smile on his lips. Lu Jingrong looked at Ning Hao-Tian and showed a forced smile on his face. "Of course, Master Ning, whatever you say is what it is." Ning Hao-Tian nodded with satisfaction, then suddenly turned around and pulled Ruan Xingzi in front of him. "Old Lu, look at my sister. The injury on her hand is not light. She has been frightened quite a bit here with you. What do you think we should do if this future pillar of our country is affected in her studies?" Lu Jingrong answered almost subconsciously, "Compensation, compensation. We will pay." He readily agreed without hesitation. Medical expenses, mental damage compensation, lost wages, all covered. Ning Hao-Tian smiled slightly. "How can I ask you to pay this much money?" He patted Lu Jingrong on the shoulder and said, "Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. Lao Lu, don't you agree?" Lu Jingrong nodded his head. I understand. That's good." Ning Hao-Tian turned to Ruan Xingzi and said, "Don't do these part-time jobs anymore. Study hard." Although Ruan Xingzi was still somewhat frightened, he gradually relaxed when he saw Ning Hao-Tian's calm demeanor. "Okay. Thank you, Brother Yan." Lu Jingrong said respectfully again. "The compensation will be received before 8 o'clock at the latest." Ning Hao-Tian nervously and secretly decided in his heart that he would never do anything to displease Ning Hao-Tian again. "Okay, let's go. I'll take you back." Ning Hao-Tian took Ruan Xingzi's hand and walked towards the door of the private room. Lu Jingrong and his men behind him shouted in unison, "Farewell, Master Ning." As the two gradually walked away, Meng Ziru approached Lu Jingrong and asked curiously, "Boss, what is the relationship between this Mr. Ning and the president?" Lu Jingrong glared at him and lowered his voice. "Shut up. What do you know?" He knew very well that Ning Hao-Tian had an unusual relationship with Big Sister, and he did not dare to say anything easily. Meng Ziru's curiosity was completely aroused, and he couldn't wait to find out the identity of the Master Ning in front of him. After all, a person who can make General Manager Lu Jingrong submit so servilely and also have such a close relationship with the chairman cannot be an ordinary person. "Oh, what's the relationship?" Lu Jingrong snorted lightly, with a strange smile in his tone. Meng Ziru was a good observer, and seeing the look on Lu Jingrong's face, he whispered, "Boss, this can't be revealed, right?" Lu Jingrong waved his hand fiercely. "You guys go away first." He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the remaining black-clad thugs, and ordered, "Yes." After a while, only Lu Jingrong and Meng Ziru were left in the private room. Lu Jingrong patted Meng Ziru's shoulder gently and said in a playful tone, What do you think is the relationship between him and the president? Meng Ziru understood instantly, and a storm surged in his heart. No way. He whispered in disbelief. Could he be the president's man? Lu Jingrong smiled unceremoniously. Do you think that our president's temper would allow Master Ning to be surrounded by beautiful women? Meng Ziru thought about it and felt that it was impossible, but he couldn't help asking. Then what kind of relationship does he have? Lu Jingrong looked around and whispered, Mr. Ning is the man that my elder sister has been thinking about day and night, but cannot get. Meng Ziru was completely stunned and could hardly believe his ears. Ah, it was the first time he heard such shocking news. Master Ning was actually the person the president had been thinking about. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Lu Jingrong patted Meng Ziru's head fiercely. If you leak this out, I will not just skin you alive. Meng Ziru immediately understood Lu Jingrong's deep meaning and nodded quickly. I understand. Who on earth is Mr. Ning? Why can't he even catch up with the president? Meng Ziru couldn't hide his inner doubts. This is too unbelievable. Don't ask anymore. Lu Jingrong turned to look at Shen Yangjun on the ground and sneered. If Master Ning starts a massacre, all of us in Jinbi Hoing will be buried with him. Meng Ziru's eyes widened. His heartbeat accelerated when he heard this. Is he really that scary? Lu Jingrong smiled slightly. Terrible if he wants to kill us. Even if the entire golden splendor is destroyed, not even a trace of it will be left. Meng Ziru's throat was dry, and he suddenly felt a chill in his heart when he recalled the situation a year ago. That time, their gunfight with the Qinglong gang almost killed Lu Jingrong, but in the end it was Ning Haotian who defeated all the enemies on his own. That day, Meng Ziru witnessed with his own eyes how Ning Haotian killed his enemies, which almost made him think that Ning Haotian was a devil crawling out of hell. We live in a society ruled by law now. Meng Ziru was still in shock and couldn't help but exclaimed. Lu Jingrong looked down at Shen Yangjun lying on the ground and said coldly, This kid is not smart. I must teach him a lesson today. As he spoke, he stepped on Shen Yangjun's chest. Transfer their money to the girl's card. Lu Jingrong's voice was emotionless. As for the person, I don't need to say more. Meng Ziru's heart sank suddenly, and then he nodded. I understand. Lu Jingrong raised his hand and said, Go ahead and do it. It must be completed before 8 o'clock. The time limit is not much, but it is more than enough for them. Yes, Meng Ziru responded and quickly left the private room. Linen University. The taxi stopped at the school gate. Ning Haotian paid the fare and got out with Ruan Xingxi. After they came out of the magnificent building, because of the injury on Ruan Xingxi's hand, Ning Haotian first took her to the hospital to treat the wound, and then took her back to school. Ning Haotian didn't drive because the Mercedes-Benz Mu Yunshu gave him was too ostentatious. In order to avoid Ruan Xingxi's misunderstanding, Ning Haotian chose to take a taxi. Standing at the school gate, Ning Haotian looked at the bustling crowd of college students and said with a smile, We're at school. Ruan Xingxi stood opposite, looking a little reserved, pursing his lips slightly, and finally said, Brother Yin, today is all thanks to you, otherwise I would. Okay, you call me brother, so how can I, as your brother, not help you? Ning Haotian said with a smile and gently rubbed Ruan Xingxi's head. Ruan Xingxi nodded with emotion, as if he had something to say but didn't know how to start. You're welcome. Ning Haotian looked at her hesitant look and smiled. Just say whatever you want to say. I'll help you with whatever I can. Ruan Xingxi hesitated for a moment and whispered, Brother Yin, can you accompany me to sketch at Westlake in a few days? She lowered her head, as if she suddenly remembered something, and added hastily, If Sister Lu Siyu disagrees, it doesn't matter. I don't want to embarrass you. Ning Haotian smiled calmly. Lu Siyu and I broke up. Ruan Xingxi was stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ah, she had never expected this answer. She was stunned for a moment, and then she felt a surge of joy in her heart. I should be able to find time in a few days. Ning Haotian continued. Contact me on WeChat then. Okay. Ruan Xingxi nodded. Goodbye, Brother Yin. She smiled and waved, then turned and walked towards the dormitory. Her steps were light, but the joy in her eyes could not be concealed. Brother Yin broke up? So do I have a chance? Ning Haotian stood there, watching her figure disappear into the night, with mixed feelings. Bye. He waved goodbye gently, and turned around to go back to Shui Bei to continue packing his luggage. The cell phone rang. Ning Haotian picked up the phone and saw the note, the rich little lady who spits out gold coins. It was Mu Yunshu. He answered the phone. Hello, Ms. Mu? Mu Yunshu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ning Hao Yin. I remember correcting your address this morning. Ning Hao Qian smiled slightly, with a hint of mischief in his tone. Then my dear wife, what do you want me to do? Ning Hao Yin was just in a whim and wanted to tease his newlywed cheap wife to see how she would respond to his greasy name, secretly looking forward to her reaction. However, Mu Yunshu's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. There's no need to be so cheesy. Tone down a little. Mu Yunshu said with a hint of disdain. It's nothing special. Didn't I say I'd go shopping for new clothes with you this morning? Ning Hao Qian was stunned and suddenly remembered that Mu Yunshu had mentioned this matter in the morning. He checked the time on his phone and asked, Are you off work? Yeah, I got off work early. Mu Yunshu opened the car door, his voice still gentle. Come to Longheng Plaza, we'll meet. Ahead of time? Early shift. Ning Hao Yin immediately had a question in his mind. How could this rich woman Mu Yunshu be so hardworking? He originally thought that Mu Yunshu might be very busy, but he didn't expect that she would be so busy and even get off work early. Okay, got it. Ning Hao Yin frowned and responded sullenly. After hanging up the phone, he called a taxi again and went to the place specified by Mu Yunshu. Longheng Plaza, the largest commercial shopping center in Linen, is a place where every inch of land is valuable and high-end luxury brands gather. Half an hour later, Ning Hao Yin and Mu Yunshu met in this gorgeous shopping mall. This is a nice shirt, wrap it up. This suit is also good, 3 sets, pack them up. This coat is quite suitable. Wrap it up. These materials are very comfortable and wrap around. Mu Yunshu is like a rational shopaholic. Every time she enters a store, Ning Hao Qian becomes her living fitting rack. No matter what kind of clothes, as long as they look suitable, she will ask the clerk to pack them up immediately. Ning Hao Yin was almost overwhelmed by these packages. Every store seemed like a consumer disaster. He couldn't laugh and secretly laughed at himself in his heart. This is what it means to be kept. But Mu Yunshu had no intention of stopping. She still dragged Ning Hao Yin and rushed between one luxury brand after another. Ning Hao Yin looked at the increasing number of bags in his hands and finally couldn't help it. Big sister, that's enough. I really can't hold it anymore. He smiled at himself, and for the first time he clearly felt what it meant to be kept. What did you call me, sister? Mu Yunshu stopped and frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. Ning Hao Yin, I'm only 1 year older than you. At this moment, Ning Hao Yin finally understood that women are most sensitive to age, especially in this kind of relationship. He smiled and corrected himself. Slip of the tongue, Yunshu. Seeing Mu Yunshu get angry instantly, Ning Hao Yin felt helpless and thought, it seems that women care a lot about their age. That's enough. Mu Yunshu seemed a little tolerant, and his expression softened. If you can't take it, the staff will send it back later. Seeing her attitude improve, Ning Hao Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they were just a couple by agreement, and Mu Yunshu didn't take the matter too seriously. But Ning Hao Yin was still a little uneasy. After all, this kind of life of being kept by a rich woman was incompatible with his previous life. Do you really think you can finish wearing them? Mu Yunshu looked at the clothes in her hands that were almost full and asked, You have entered my house. Of course I can't let you suffer any grievances. Ning Hao Yin was stunned. It's not easy for you to make money. There's no need to be so extravagant, right? Since we're here, let's buy everything. Mu Yunshu adjusted his hair, turned around, and continued walking toward another store. Ning Hao Qian's mouth twitched slightly, and he was a little speechless. Why do you say? It makes sense, but why do I feel like something is wrong? He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into Mu Yunshu's rhythm and became her shopping assistant. But she didn't think it was a waste at all. 2 hours later, Mu Yunshu finally walked to the checkout counter with satisfaction and handed over his membership card, swiped the card to pay. Teller took the card and started to operate it with a smile on her face. She glanced at Ning Hao Qian with envy in her eyes. Sir, you are so lucky. Your wife is not only rich, but also willing to spend money on you. Tellerby was not to be outdone and echoed, Yes, sir, you are really lucky. Ning Hao Yin felt his scalp tingling. He instinctively wanted to refute, but found that there was no reason to refute. This soft rice is not something that everyone can eat. While he was thinking, Mu Yunshu took out a note, quickly wrote down an address, and handed it to Teller. Here is the address. Send it to my home. Teller, no. Oh. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Hao Yin and said with a smile, Let's go home. In the underground parking lot of Longheng Plaza, Mu Yunshu walked beside Ning Hao Yin and suddenly asked, Why are you staring at me? I'm wearing light makeup, so it shouldn't be caked, right? She touched her face to confirm. Ning Haoyan smiled and said, we've only been engaged for a month. There's no need to do this, right? As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Mu Yunshu's kindness to him exceeded his expectations, especially the series of spending. Ning Haoyan felt that being kept by a rich woman was unreal. Mu Yunshu looked puzzled and asked, didn't you say that was a different price? She looked Ning Haoyan up and down, obviously wanting to confirm whether he remembered what she had said before. Ning Haoyan explained with a smile, I just said it casually, but you took it seriously. Mu Yunshu said calmly, you have entered my house, so I will not treat you unfairly. If you perform well, I can renew your contract. Ning Haoyan was stunned by these words and felt that they were tiger words. Mu Yunshu continued, look, it didn't cost much, don't mind it. And you're representing my face when you go out. Suddenly, several drunks staggered over and headed straight for Mu Yunshu. Pretty girl, will you drink with us? They put their hands on me and try to take advantage of me. Ning Haoyan's eyes, and he was ready to take action, but unexpectedly, Mu Yunshu took action first. She turned around suddenly and quickly stopped the drunken men with swift and precise movements. It all happened so fast that before Ning Haoyan could react, Mu Yunshu had easily subdued the drunkards. Let's go home, Mu Yunshu said coldly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Ning Haoyan looked at the scene in front of him and was a little stunned. The drunks who had stretched out their hands screamed, as if their bones were broken. Mu Yunshu twisted his hand back and easily subdued one of the drunks, and then threw him heavily to the ground with a beautiful shoulder throw. My hand! Pain! The drunk fell to the ground, hugging his arm and groaning in pain. Seeing this, the other drunks suddenly became emotional and rushed towards Mu Yunshu. But Mu Yunshu was obviously not afraid. She fought against several drunkards alone. Not only did she not lose, but she suppressed them to the point where they had no power to fight back. Dayu uproots a weeping willow tree. Ning Haoyan crossed his arms, watching this one-sided battle, and couldn't help but make a comment. He originally thought that Mu Yunshu was just a strong person, but he didn't expect that her skills were so sharp, comparable to those of a professional warrior. She is worthy of being a heroine. Ning Haoyan looked at her with some admiration. In less than a minute, Mu Yunshu easily knocked all the drunks to the ground. She looked at Ning Haoyan next to her and smiled slightly. Yes, this is a real good show. Seeing these drunks begging for mercy on the ground in pain, Mu Yunshu didn't care at all. Wrong, wrong, we were wrong. Run! A drunkard shouted, and several people immediately fled in panic like dogs that had lost their homes. Ning Haoyan stood aside, watching all this with a playful smile. The clown's appearance is always strange, but the clown's exit is always the same. However, Mu Yunshu did not continue to pay attention to the drunks who were running away. He turned and walked straight to Ning Haoyan and asked, Ning Haoyan, can you drive? Ning Haoyan nodded, of course. Mu Yunshu's eyes lit up, and he handed the car keys to Ning Haoyan. I've been in meetings all day, and I'm tired. You could drive. Ning Haoyan took the car key, looked at the Bentley logo on it, and couldn't help but smile. Such an expensive car. You were willing to let me drive it? Mu Yunshu didn't take it seriously. What are you afraid of? If it's damaged, just fix it. I've already crashed it several times, so it won't hurt if you crash it again. Ning Haoyan smiled and shook his head, walked to the passenger seat, and opened the door for Mu Yunshu. Princess, please get in the car. Thank you. Mu Yunshu sat down. After the car drove out of the underground parking lot of Longheng Plaza, Ning Haoyan joked, I can't believe it. Our comrade Yunshu is not only beautiful, but also very good at kung fu. On the surface, these words were praising Mu Yunshu, but in fact, they contained some suggestive meanings. Mu Yunshu chuckled, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples to relieve the fatigue of the day. It's okay. Ning Haoyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm not worried about domestic violence. Mu Yunshu replied casually, Don't worry, I won't abuse you. Ning Haoyan was stunned. How could you bring up the topic of domestic violence? Mu Yunshu took it for granted. What else? You don't dislike my domestic violence, do you? Ning Haoyan was speechless, and suddenly he had a strange feeling towards Mu Yunshu. Her humor and straightforwardness left him at a loss as to how to react. But Ning Haoyan did not stop. Instead, he said directly, instead of spending this money in vain, why not transfer it directly to me? He was too lazy to beat around the bush and just got straight to the point. Mu Yunshu was slightly stunned. then turned to look at Ning Haoyan, slightly surprised. Did you figure it out? Ning Haoyan smiled calmly. You guys went to so much trouble to put on this show. Isn't it just to establish my authority? He was not afraid that Mu Yunshu would notice. Instead, he felt that her performance was too exaggerated and did not require any deep thought. Do I look stupid? Ning Haoyan continued. How could you happen to run into a few drunks in a place like Longheng Plaza, and they just happened to tease you? Mu Yunshu was a little embarrassed. She pursed her red lips and apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. Ning Haoyan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ah. Ning Haoyan was stunned when he didn't expect Mu Yunshu to admit his mistake so directly. I'm sorry. Mu Yunshu pouted again and spoke. Ning Haoyan sighed inwardly. This woman actually took the initiative to apologize. Just as Ning Haoyan was surprised, his cell phone rang. He took a look and saw a transfer notification from Mu Yunshu on the screen. The rich woman who exploded with gold coins transferred 8,888 yuan to you. Why did you suddenly transfer money to me? Ning Haoyan was a little confused. I'm apologizing to you, Mu Yunshu said with a smile. I'm afraid you think my verbal apology is insincere. Ning Haoyan looked at his phone and was stunned. Why are you so arrogant? Mu Yunshu disagreed. I don't do whatever I want, I just do it for convenience. There was a sense of ease and confidence in her tone. I'm busy with work and don't have time to coax people. Well, it's quite direct. Ning Haoyan smiled helplessly. This method is really effective. Ning Haoyan, are you still angry now? Mu Yunshu asked softly. Ning Haoyan smiled softly. You shouldn't be angry now, right? Mu Yunshu nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you're not angry. Her approach has always worked, as if it were a panacea. Ning Haoyan sighed slightly. Now I finally understand what was said in the comment section of TikTok. Mu Yunshu was a little confused. What? Ning Haoyan looked at her with a smile. If I can marry a wife like you, I would be willing to drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house. Ning Haoyan, who was driving the Bentley, and asked, Didn't you already do it? Ning Haoyan listened to the slight silence in the car and suddenly felt an invisible tension. He didn't know why, but his heartbeat seemed to quicken. The drunk screams were still ringing in his ears, but Mu Yunshu in front of him was completely unaware of the disturbance and dealt with the group of troublemakers with ease, as if everything was under her control. Hey, not bad, Ning Haoyan said softly, and couldn't help but give a compliment to Mu Yunshu's skills. She is indeed extraordinary, a real hidden master. He originally just thought that Mu Yunshu was a little careless, but now seeing this side of her, he realized that she was not only a wealthy woman, but also a woman who could withstand pressure. This made Ning Haoyan look at him with new eyes. Mu Yunshu smiled easily, as if he was already accustomed to this kind of scene. Can you cooperate a little and give me some face? Ning Haoyan said seriously, but he couldn't help smiling in his heart. Face? It seems that not many people give me face. But you, I like you more and more. Mu Yunshu teased slightly and glanced at him. But, speaking of which, what happened today really opened your eyes, right? Ning Haoyan shrugged. It is said that rich women are scheming, but this is the first time I have seen someone as direct as you. Looking at Mu Yunshu's disapproving expression, he couldn't help but think that the wife he chose this time would not be boring. As the two chatted, Ning Haoyan found that he was looking forward to this marriage by agreement even more. He knew nothing before, but today he gradually pieced together a future full of challenges and adventures. What's more interesting is that in this future, Mu Yunshu doesn't seem as simple as he seems. When they got in the car, Mu Yunshu pulled him back from his thoughts. You're right. This engagement is only for a month, but I really hope you could stay with me. Otherwise, I'd be a little bored if I were alone. She said it lightly, her tone light, but with a hint of sincerity. Bored? Ning Haoyan smiled slightly. You are on the list of Daxia's richest people. How could you be bored? Maybe, but those people are too hypocritical. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly. I'm different from you. Maybe I don't even like getting married. On the contrary, I'm not as comfortable as letting things take their own course. Ning Haoyan looked at her and suddenly felt a sense of ease and comfort he had never felt before, as if at this moment he was no longer the man who was struggling. Hearing what you said, I think maybe we can get along well. Ning Haoyan said softly, and the atmosphere in the car began to become less heavy. Well, who knows? Mu Yunshu smiled slightly, his eyes softened a little. But you have to promise me that no matter what happens, don't give up. What? Are you afraid that I will run away? Ning Haoyan asked jokingly. It's not that I'm afraid you'll run away, but don't think I'm acting like I don't care. But there are some things I can't handle on my own. Mu Yunshu's tone suddenly became a little low, as if there was something secret hidden behind her words. Ning Haoyan looked at her and was slightly shocked. Mu Yunshu's words seemed to imply something, but this what was not so easy to answer. But Ning Haoyan didn't rush to ask, but changed the subject. What preparation should I make to meet the parents tomorrow? You have to remember, don't be too nervous when you meet my mother. Mu Yunshu said calmly. She is very direct in looking at people. You can ask any questions you have, but don't be pretentious. Then I'm a little curious. Ning Haoyan chuckled. The difference between your mother and your father should be huge, right? Yeah. Mu Yunshu said bitterly. My mother is a very practical person. She doesn't like fancy things. And my father always takes me to these formal things. She paused, then spoke softly. However, you'd better be careful when facing my mother. She's a little too partial to my half-sister. Half-sister? Ning Haoyan was a little curious. What's going on? Go ahead and ask. There are only two of us here. Mu Yunshu's voice was cold, but her eyes were filled with anticipation. She had obviously realized that Ning Haoyan was someone worth exploring. Your family is already so rich. Why does your father insist on you getting married? Ning Haoyan asked softly, with a confused tone and a heart full of questions. He knew from the beginning that Mu Yunshu was unusual. She drives a Bentley, lives in a mansion, and at the age of 24, she has already established herself in Linen City. It is obvious that her family background is not simple. Even if the family moves up a level, it's not as important as the happiness of your own daughter, right? Ning Haoyan continued. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly when she heard this, and suddenly smiled softly, because I have a half-sister of the same age. Her voice was low, like a mystery whose ending was about to be revealed. At that moment, Ning Haoyan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he quickly captured the key information in the sentence. Same age. Ning Haoyan's voice rose slightly. He had begun to feel the deeper meaning behind these words. Mu Yunshu knocked lightly on the car window and looked up at the gradually darkening night sky outside, as if seeking some kind of relief. Then she continued in a low voice. If she doesn't marry me off, how could she inherit the family business? As she spoke, Ning Haoyan understood the complexity of the matter. Although Mu Yunshu appeared strong on the surface, she was obviously placed in an unfair position in the family dispute. She's the apple of my father's eye, and Mu Yunshu's eyes suddenly turned cold. I have never been welcomed. Ning Haoyan finally understood that she was not without choice, but was held hostage by her father and stepmother's calculations of interests. All her efforts, even her emotional exile, were just to meet the expectations of the family. Behind all this, it was actually for a person of the same bloodline, her half-sister. After my parents divorced, my father remarried, and the existence of that sister became a time bomb in my life. Mu Yunshu's tone was full of resentment. He wanted me to marry for his own benefit, not for my happiness. Ning Haoyan was shocked and deeply felt the heaviness and helplessness in Mu Yunshu's words. You're right. Ning Haoyan turned his head and looked into her indifferent eyes. A wealthy family may look glamorous, but all the unknown things hidden behind it are far beyond what ordinary people like us can understand. Yeah. Mu Yunshu nodded gently, as if she had found some outlet for her years of depression. Then, she suddenly turned to Ning Haoyan with an uncertain light in her eyes. Ning Haoyan, will you still stay by my side? Knowing this, aren't you afraid? Ning Haoyan smiled with a hint of amusement. It's probably too late to regret now, right? Besides, how could I bear to leave a wife as rich and beautiful as you? He did not rush to give an answer, but teased in a relaxed tone. Mu Yunshu looked at him, her eyes softened a little. You are really greasy-mouthed. You dare to say anything. Although she pretended to be angry, there was no trace of anger in her eyes, but instead a sense of joy. Do you think I'm afraid of this? Ning Haoyan's tone became firm, his eyes looking straight ahead. Since I've already entered this game, I won't quit easily. What's more, it's really fun to be with a rich woman like you. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly, seeming a little surprised. Are you really going to cooperate with me? Or even be my husband? Her voice revealed a hint of doubt and exploration. Ning Haoyan smiled calmly. Of course, after all, I have signed the agreement, and there are generous rewards behind it. He said half-jokingly, but in fact he had already made the decision in his heart. The car slowly drove into Mu Yunshu's underground garage, and Ning Haoyan was thinking about what to do next. The woman in front of him had never been in a relationship, which made Ning Hao-Ian feel confused. Although he already had some understanding of Mu Yunshu's family background, he wanted to know more about why. As such an independent and strong woman, she had not yet fallen into the whirlpool of love. However, your background is really complicated. Ning Hao-Ian broke the silence. Your father is willing to use you as a bargaining chip for the benefit of the family. But what can your mother do? Mu Yunshu sighed and shook his head. This is the truth of my life. All I can do is persist in this game. Ning Hao-Ian looked at her profile and felt that this woman's fragility and strength coexisted, which made him both admired and distressed. He didn't know what he would face in the future, but at this moment, he decided to continue this journey with an unknown ending. Are you going to stay with me forever? Mu Yunshu suddenly asked, his voice low but with a hint of anticipation. Ning Hao-Ian turned around and looked at her. If you don't mind, I will accompany you. Ning Hao-Ian knew very well that the moment he and Mu Yunshu got their marriage certificate, he could no longer remain insulated. His name was most likely on the Mu family's kill list. There's no point in running away anymore. Besides, Ning Hao-Ian never thought of running away. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such an interesting thing? Now that you're in the game, why not have some fun? What's more, there is Mu Yunshu, a wealthy and beautiful woman, to accompany him. So why not do it? Listening to Ning Hao-Ian's teasing words, Mu Yunshu didn't get angry. She just rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "You're so smooth talking. I didn't realize you were quite good at making girls happy." For some reason, Mu Yunshu was not angry, but felt somewhat pleased. I don't know if it's because Ning Hao-Ian is handsome or because she is touched, but this is the first time someone has chosen her so firmly. Ning Hao-Ian stroked the car logo on the steering wheel with his fingers and said with a smile, "After all, I always remember the flower language of steel wool." What is the flower language of steel wool? Steel wool has flower language. Mu Yunshu blinked, obviously confused. Ning Hao-Ian smiled, with a playful look in his eyes, and snapped his fingers lightly. Of course. Mu Yunshu raised his eyebrows slightly, obviously curious, and then said, "Okay, then tell me." Ning Hao-Ian smiled slightly, raised his hand, and made an exaggerated motion, as if holding something important and shaking it. Forbearance and wealth. He lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious. Mu Yunshu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said softly, "What are you doing, Ning Hao-Ian?" Her smile blossomed, and her seriousness instantly disappeared. Ning Hao-Ian looked at her smile, his heart moved, and he couldn't help but praise her. "Sure enough, your smile is more beautiful than anything else." Mu Yunshu smiled lightly, with a hint of shyness in the corners of her eyes. Men's mouths are deceitful. She turned her head slightly to avoid looking at Ning Hao-Ian, appearing a little shy. Seeing her appearance, Ning Hao-Ian couldn't help but feel moved and teased. "Sister Shu, I don't want to work hard anymore." He was going to take the opportunity to lift her chin, but seeing how nervous she was, he decided to give up. After all, this was their first meeting, so he had to be more cautious. Mu Yunshu's face flushed, and she bit her lower lip lightly. "Then you should behave well. Perform well, and I can give you a long-term contract." Ning Hao-Ian raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Are there 5 insurances and 1 fund?" Mu Yunshu couldn't help but smile. "That's a lot of requests." She paused, her eyes flickering slightly. "But first I'll let you pass my dad's test." There was a hint of playfulness in her tone, and it was clear that she had something in mind. "What about the assessment system, sister?" Ning Hao-Ian did not miss this opportunity and teased. "Of course." Mu Yunshu's eyes were filled with arrogance. "I'm a businessman. I'm only interested in profit, and I have no loyalty or loyalty." She smiled slightly and said contemptuously, "If you can't do it, I will replace you." Ning Hao-Ian couldn't help but laugh. "Then I will try not to let you change your husband." Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes, with a barely perceptible embarrassment on his face. The atmosphere between the two became tense for a moment, but soon, Mu Yunshu adjusted his mood and regained his composure. "Have a good rest tonight, and meet my mother at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." "Okowo." Ning Hao-Ian nodded, retracted his teasing tone, and stood up to open the car door for her. Looking at this humorous man who did not play by the rules, Mu Yunshu could not help but sigh and thought to himself, "Ning Hao-Ian, it would be strange if he could live to see tomorrow." She knew that her father and stepmother would not be too harsh on her, but they would probably show no mercy to a man like Ning Hao-Ian who ruined their plans. However, she didn't mind giving Ning Hao-Ian a chance. If he could survive successfully, perhaps he could bring her some different life experiences. The next morning, Ning Hao-yen was sleeping soundly when suddenly the phone rang, breaking the morning tranquility. He couldn't open his eyes, didn't want to move, but the ringing continued. Fuck you. He sat up angrily, cursing as he fumbled for his phone. Lin Mingyao. His brain was still in a daze, and Ning Hao-yen had no idea why this woman would call him at 7 o'clock. Hey, Lin Mingyao, you should get up early and don't disturb my sweet dream. He spoke with anger. Oh, young Master Ning can sleep? On the other end of the phone, Lin Mingyao's tone was slightly teasing, and she was obviously not angry. Ning Hao-yen rubbed his eyes and replied lazily. I'm not working. Why can't I sleep? Lin Mingyao snorted and glanced at the traffic outside the car window. Then explain to me why you are married now. Ning Hao-yen woke up instantly when he heard the word married and asked in confusion. How did you know? Oh, shouldn't I know? Lin Mingyao snorted coldly. The two old men called me. How could I not know? Ning Hao-yen suddenly realized, rubbed his brows, and said with a smile, No wonder you were so angry so early. I thought you had early menopause. He could imagine Lin Mingyao's embarrassment when she received the call last night. You little brat. I think you're just itching for trouble. Lin Mingyao said angrily. You got married without telling me in advance. Ning Hao-yen couldn't help but smile. Sister, how did you deal with Grandpa and Grandpa? Ning Hao-yen smiled softly and began to feel a little curious. How would the two old men in his family react after knowing this? To him, things at home are not worth mentioning. After all, he is a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. But if Mu Yunshu was affected, it would be completely different. Although she was rich and powerful, she was no match for the two elders in his family. As long as the old man is unhappy, he doesn't need to do anything. Just a look can make everyone rush to serve him or even flock to him. Oh, you finally know that I'm your good sister? Lin Mingyao said jokingly on the other end of the phone, as if teasing him. Who called me Lin Mingyao just now? Ning Hao-yen didn't feel guilty at all. Instead, he looked indifferent. Sister, my dear sister, please forgive me for this time. This trick works well on women, whether they're girlfriends or sisters. It doesn't matter if you save face, the effect is important. Especially when he needs to ask for help, it is always right to be soft. Listening to his humble plea for mercy, Lin Mingyao seemed a little proud. That's better. She sneered. It's easy to talk to your grandfather. He only has you as his grandson. Ning Hao-yen felt relieved, knowing that his grandfather would definitely not dare to do anything to Mu Yunshu. After all, he had been spoiled since he was a child. While feeling relieved, Ning Hao-yen was more concerned about his grandfather's attitude. Your grandfather. As you know, he arranged a marriage for you. Lin Mingyao's tone became serious. Ning Hao-yen immediately understood that the problem was the marriage that had been arranged long ago. This was also one of the reasons why he chose to go to Linen City instead of returning to the capital. Even if I don't get married, I won't marry that domineering woman. Ning Hao-yen saitekisibedi. He didn't like that rude and unreasonable woman and would rather stay with Mu Yunshu. At least she wouldn't be so depressed and she wouldn't be scheming. I hope you can still be so tough when you see the old man. Lin Mingyao said with a chuckle. What? Ning Hao-yen was a little surprised. You don't mean that the old man is coming here in person? Lin Mingyao smiled and said, Yes, Master Ning is scared. Ning Hao-yen smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid, but I just have to listen to your nagging again. He knew that although Mr. Ning had a stubborn temper, he also had many things that he could not change, especially when it came to marriage. You're lucky. The old man has been busy lately and doesn't have time to come see you. Lin Mingyao's voice was a little relaxed. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have flown here as soon as he knew you were getting married yesterday. Ning Hao-yen breathed a sigh of relief. Since the old man couldn't come for the time being, he could still live a peaceful life for a while. Anyway, his marriage to Mu Yunshu only lasted a month. By the time the old man remembered him, they were probably divorced. You should have told me earlier. You scare me. He yawned and prepared to hang up the phone. Wait, Lin Mingyao suddenly called him. What's wrong again? Ning Hao-yen asked unhappily. Lin Mingyao said calmly, I will fly to Linen on Saturday. I will send you the flight information. Remember to pick me up at the airport. Ning Hao-yen closed his eyes and asked impatiently, Lin Mingyao, why did you come to Linen? Meet my sister-in-law and see how beautiful she is. Lin Mingyao didn't think much and replied directly, See how you were so obsessed with her that you got married without even telling me. Ning Hao-yen was amused by this answer. and his mood suddenly became relaxed. She is a rich and beautiful young lady. Now I am being kept by someone, driving someone else's car, living in someone else's mansion, and spending someone else's money. There was a hint of pride in his tone, and he obviously enjoyed this kind of life. Lin Mingyao was stunned. What? You're being kept? This shocked her, and she couldn't believe it at all. The Ning family's prince was actually being kept by someone? This was simply unbelievable. I'm not wrong either. The main thing is that she is quite interesting, Ning Haoyan said easily, as if all this was natural. Lin Mingyao still couldn't believe it. Are you serious? Is our family short of this money? She couldn't understand it for a moment. You could spend money freely, have luxury cars and houses, and everything, but you end up eating gigolos? Ning Haoyan was stunned for a moment. No, it's mainly because she is very interesting. He originally thought that the purpose of getting married was to tease Mu Yunshu, but he didn't expect her to be so generous and even gave him her bank card and car keys. She's also very emotionally stable. The key is that she could transfer money even when there is a disagreement. She is really generous. Lin Mingyao was speechless for a moment. You are just attracted by your beauty, Ning Haoyan said dissatisfiedly. Why are you so superficial? I think you're the one who thinks too much. Lin Mingyao was helpless. All men are the same. Not all are scumbags. Ning Haoyan's face was full of question marks. I didn't do anything bad. How come I became a scumbag? You are. Lin Mingyao replied with a hint of impatience in her tone. Men are like this, fooling around. Why did you start making personal attacks? Ning Haoyan asked depressedly. What's wrong with me attacking you? Lin Mingyao counterattacked. I want to see how beautiful the daughter of the Mu family is. I'm dead. The call was hung up, and Ning Haoyan sighed helplessly. This woman hangs up the phone when she doesn't agree with you. Looking at the message displayed on the screen, the message has been sent, but it has been rejected by the other party. 6. You asked me to pick you up at the airport and blocked me. He shook his head, not caring at all. Forget it. Never mind, just go back to sleep. Ning Haoyan slept until noon without any disturbance from the outside world that day, enjoying his bad life. It was not until Mu Yunshu returned home that she woke him up from his dream and cooked a meal for him personally. Ning Haoyan was shocked. It turned out that Mu Yunshu was not only rich but also a good cook. No wonder she didn't have a nanny at home. It seemed that her abilities were not only reflected in her work. After the two of them finished lunch, Ning Haoyan took the initiative to wash the dishes, and he was already wondering in his mind whether he had picked up a treasure. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, and the car stopped at Wutong Manor in the suburbs of Linen City. Ning Haoyan, park over there. Mu Yunshu pointed to an open space and motioned Ning Haoyan to park the car. Ning Haoyan looked at the quiet manor around him and asked, there are no cars on such a spacious road. This area is not yours, right? He had been in Linen for a year, and he had heard about Wutong Manor, which was almost a representative of a wealthy family's private residence. Seeing that there were no other vehicles around, he couldn't help but ask. No. Mu Yunshu shook his head and got out of the car. It's the entire manor. It belongs to me and my mother. Her tone was calm, but Ning Haoyan could hear the heroism in it. He's rich and powerful, quite arrogant. Ning Haoyan said jokingly, this fits my stereotype of rich people. Mu Yunshu smiled calmly. If you have time to chat with me, you might as well think about how to deal with my mother. Her tone suddenly turned serious, and she looked towards the gate of the manor, clearly nervous about the upcoming meeting. My mother-in-law probably wouldn't, Ning Haoyan asked tentatively. Wouldn't it be too difficult for me, her son-in-law? He knew that there would inevitably be some challenges when meeting the girl's parents for the first time, but looking at Mu Yunshu's appearance, it seemed that it would be even more troublesome. It's hard to say, Mu Yunshu frowned. My mother has been particularly disgusted with men since her divorce. Her mother, Lu Shiwen, developed a deep aversion to men after experiencing her ex-husband's infidelity and betrayal. Hate men. Ning Haoyan was stunned. Then wouldn't I be walking into a trap? He didn't care in his heart. After all, it was just a formality, and he was not Mu Yunshu's relative. Don't be too nervous. Mu Yunshu seemed relieved. If you can't handle it, I will help you. Although she spoke calmly, there was a hint of worry in her eyes, and she was obviously feeling uneasy. Ning Haoyan noticed her nervousness and said with a smile, but Ms. Mu Yunshu, you seem to be more nervous. You have so little confidence in me. He deliberately provoked her emotions. Mu Yunshu shook his head. I'm afraid my mother will say something excessive, and I'm afraid that you will get angry. Her tone suddenly paused. and Ning Haoyan immediately understood her concerns. She was afraid that her mother's words would be too extreme, causing Ning Haoyan to be angry and leave. Don't worry, your Lady Mu has spent so much money on me, but I still have my professional qualities. Ning Haoyan responded with a smile, appearing relaxed and confident. Naturally, he didn't want Mu Yunshu to be caught in the middle. If his mother-in-law was really unreasonable, he could fight back. Go away, you're just a chatterbox. Mu Yunshu smiled coquettishly, obviously relaxed a little. Sometime with Ning Haoyan, she felt that he was quite reliable. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was that he always called her rich woman. This made her feel that the two of them seemed to be in a kept relationship. Since your mother was able to raise such a perfect Mu Yunshu, she will definitely not make things difficult for me. Ning Haoyan continued jokingly. Mu Yunshu smiled and said, I hope you can say that when you go in. Then she added, after you go in, don't keep calling us rich woman or rich woman. It makes it seem like we're in an illicit relationship. Ning Haoyan's eyes widened. Then what should I call you? Mu Yunshu took his arm and said, call me wife. She smiled and looked at him, seeming to admire her newlywed husband. Okay, my dear wife. Ning Haoyan responded happily, with a hint of ease and playfulness in his voice. Mu Yunshu ignored him and lowered her head to adjust his collar. Ning Haoyan put on these high-end clothes. His temperament and aura unconsciously improved a lot, and the noble feeling on his body made her look at him a few more times. The two walked into the manor side by side. Under the phoenix tree, in the quiet courtyard, a middle-aged woman with extraordinary temperament was sitting at the tea table, leisurely making tea. Her temperament is graceful and elegant, as if time has never left any trace on her. This person is Mu Yunshu's mother, Lu Xiwen. Mu Yunshu brought Ning Haoyan to Lu Xiwen and introduced him gently. Mom, this is your son-in-law, Ning Haoyan. Ning Haoyan, this is my mother, Lu Xiwen. Different from Mu Yunshu's casualness and generosity, Lu Xiwen seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Especially when Lu Xiwen raised her head and looked at Ning Haoyan after hearing Mu Yunshu's introduction. Ning Haoyan clearly felt a chill and a strong sense of disgust. But when Lu Xiwen's eyes fell on Ning Haoyan and saw his appearance clearly, her pupils couldn't help but tremble. Ning Haoyan, his last name, is also Ning, and he looks so similar to the person in the old photo. Lu Xiwen said in his heart. Lu Xiwen never imagined that the man her daughter brought back would be 70% similar to the man in the old photo in her father's study. The guy in the old photo was named Ning, and the boy in front of me also has the surname Ning? Is this a coincidence? Could this be a coincidence? For a moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Lu Xiwen's mind, and Lu Xiwen's gaze also began to soften. It was like a freezing winter just a second ago, and in the blink of an eye it was spring with warm weather and blooming flowers. Ning Haoyan, who had seen many storms, couldn't understand why this happened. But Ning Haoyan still greeted politely, Hello, Ms. Lu. Ning Haoyan thought about it again and chose this title. He and Mu Yunshu were married, but it was his first time meeting his parents, so it was a bit unreasonable to call them mom directly. Calling her auntie is too unfamiliar. So Ning Haoyan chose Ms. Lu, a fair and impartial title. Lu Su looked at Ning Haoyan, and for some reason she laughed. She said, You and my shushu have even got the marriage certificate, and you still call me Ms. Lu? Isn't that a bit too formal? Lu Su's sudden kindness caught Ning Haoyan off guard. Ning Haoyan was a little confused about Lu Xiwen's approach. He didn't know if this beautiful woman was setting a trap for him or had other purposes. He asked tentatively, Then I call, Mom, good son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lu Su's smile became even brighter. For a moment, Ning Haoyan was unsure whether his mother-in-law was smiling but had a dagger hidden behind her, or was she really satisfied with him? But that's not right. Didn't Mu Yunshu say that she hates men? Ning Haoyan was puzzled and cast a puzzled look at Mu Yunshu, who was standing next to Lu Xiwen, and asked silently, Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? Why don't you play by the rules? Mu Yunshu remained calm, shook his head, and silently replied, Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on. I really don't understand. Ning Haoyan whispered to himself. Lu Xiwen's attitude was completely beyond his expectations, and it was so gentle that he began to doubt whether he had entered the wrong script. I wonder which Ning you are. Lu Xiwen suddenly spoke, breaking Ning Haoyan's thoughts. Her tone remained calm, but there was a hint of criticism in her words, as if she wanted to see through his true colors through the sentence. Ning Haoyan blinked and said according to the answer he had prepared in advance. Ning, which means peace and tranquility every year. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still tried to stay calm. He had seen this kind of situation many times and had already figured out the parents' tricks. However, Lu Su's question made him a little confused. She asked about Ning instead of Yin, which was very unusual. Could it be that the process of meeting the parents is actually done in reverse? Peace and tranquility every year. Ning Hao Yin, it's a good name. Lu Xuyin nodded with a smile. The rare appreciation in her tone made Ning Hao Yin feel a little uncomfortable. Then she turned to look at Mu Yin Shu. You two are such a perfect match. Her eyes seemed to say, you are a match made in heaven. Ning Hao Yin couldn't help but be shocked. Is she trying to make things difficult for me? Or does she really like me? He had been prepared for all kinds of difficulties, but he never expected this one. At this moment, Lu Xuin's face was filled with obvious satisfaction, which made Ning Hao Yin stunned. Could it be that I have misunderstood all along? Ning Hao Yin felt doubtful, but he quickly covered up his confusion and forced a smile. You are too kind. Being able to marry Yin Shu is really a blessing that I have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. These words made Lu Xuin nod slightly, and she still had that unfathomable smile on her face. You're quite a modest young man. Lu Xuin praised him, and suddenly her eyes turned. Her sharp tone made Ning Hao Yin's heartbeat speed up instantly. Are your parents in good health? You got married in such a hurry that both sets of parents haven't even met each other yet. This sounded like he was probing something. Ning Hao Yin's heart tightened, but he answered truthfully, my father died young, and my mother and sister are both in a magic city. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xuin did not ask any more questions, but just nodded, looking satisfied. Next, Lu Xuin took out a bank card from somewhere and gently pushed it in front of Ning Hao Yin. This scene seemed familiar, and Ning Hao Yin instantly thought of those melodramatic dramas about wealthy families. He could even imagine the following plot. Take the 500,000, leave my daughter, and never appear in front of her again. Seeing the bank card quietly parked in front of him, Ning Hao Yin frowned slightly and asked tentatively, Lu, Mom, what do you mean? Lu Xuin seemed to have noticed his misunderstanding and smiled gently. Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to take the money and leave her. Ning Hao Yin felt relieved. His original desire to experience the drama of a wealthy family firsthand disappeared in an instant, and a feeling of loss surged in his heart. This is a betrothal gift for you. Lu Xuin's words were like a heavy blow, which stunned Ning Hao Yin. Dowry. His eyes widened. You mean this is the dowry? For me. Lu Xuin nodded and said casually, yes, according to the customs of Linen City, the bride price is 8,888,000 yuan. Don't think it's too little. Ning Hao Yin almost didn't react. 8,880,000? This made him doubt whether he had heard wrong. He knew that Lin Mengyao transferred tens of millions to him every month, so this amount of money was nothing. But it was a betrothal gift. It was a betrothal gift prepared for him. Ning Hao Yin quickly waved his hands. It's not too little. It's not too little. How could he dare to complain that it was too little? Others were almost jumping for joy to get 288,000. So how dare he say it was not enough? At this time, Lu Xuin suddenly turned to Wang Ma and said, Wang Ma, go get the property certificate. 5 minutes later, Aunt Wang came in with the property certificate and handed it to Lu Xuin. After Lu Xuin took the property certificate, she handed it to Ning Hao Yin without hesitation. This is a wedding gift for you. Ning Hao Yin's heart suddenly shook. Was she going to give him a house? Impossible. He couldn't believe it. Lu Xuin had never been so generous. Lu Xuin explained calmly. This is a shop with an area of more than 1,000 square meters in the CBD of Linen City. It's a wedding gift for you. You can use it to collect rent from now on. Ning Hao Yin opened his mouth wide. He couldn't believe his ears. This was simply pie in the sky. He actually received such a big gift. This is too expensive. He waved his hand and declined. I can't accept it. Although he didn't know the value of the shop, it was at least worth hundreds of millions. Lu Xuin remained calm. Take it. How can I return something given by my elders? Seeing Mu Yunshu hinting at him to accept, Ning Hao Yin had no choice but to accept it silently. Thank you, Mom. You are such a polite child. Lu Xuin smiled with satisfaction. Since you marry my Shu, we are a family. She paused, then took Mu Yunshu's hand again. But I still have to tell you a few things. Ning Hao Yin's heart tightened, and he quickly said with a smile, You tell me, I am all ears. This precious daughter is busy at work. Please take care of her. Lu Xiwen took Mu Yunshu's hand and said seriously, when she is busy at work, remember to remind her to eat. Don't let her get tired. Ning Haotian nodded. I will take good care of Yunshu and will never let her suffer any grievances. Lu Xiwen nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's what I want you to say. After saying that, she handed Mu Yunshu's hand to Ning Haotian and said, from now on, my precious daughter will be handed over to you. Ning Haotian looked confused, but he still took it and said seriously, don't worry. Okay, we've already met, and I have an appointment, so I can't keep you any longer. After saying that, Lu Xiwen directly ordered them to leave. Mu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Ning Haotian out the door. Suddenly, Lu Xiwen called him again. I have a piece of advice for you before you leave. You go ahead. Listen to your wife, and you will become rich. I will. Ning Haotian's mind was full of questions. He walked out the courtyard with Mu Yunshu, still thinking about everything that had just happened. Aunt Wang walked up to Lu Xiwen and asked in a low voice, Madam, aren't you trying to test his depth? Lu Xiwen chuckled. Who knows, maybe this kid really has some abilities. The he that Wang Ma mentioned was naturally Ning Haotian. About Ning Haotian and Mu Yunshu's marriage, their marriage was fake. Lu Xiwen's plan was to test Ning Haotian to see if he could handle the pressure from the Mu family. After all, Mu Yunshu was her biological daughter, and she didn't want her daughter to become a tool for the Mu family to exchange interests. But Wang Ma obviously couldn't understand Lu Xiwen's plan, especially after meeting Ning Haotian. Lu Xiwen's attitude changed drastically. She was very friendly to Ning Haotian and even gave him cash in a shop, which was totally unlike her usual style. What's going on? How could this happen? Lu Xiwen took a sip of Westlake Longjing tea and smiled. Annie Wang, this is not normal, right? Not only are you so nice to him, you're even giving him money in shops. Wang Ma replied puzzledly. He is just a man who lives off young ladies. Why do you pamper him so much? Wang Ma's words were full of disdain for Ning Haotian. She thought, how could Mu Yunshu, who was so outstanding, have a relationship with a man who did nothing and depended on her for support? Haha. Lu Xiwen laughed out loud after hearing what Wang Ma said, with a meaningful glint in her eyes. You just heard him say, what's his last name? My surname is Ning. Wang Ma blurted out, and then looked at Lu Xiwen in confusion. Madam, what's so special about this surname? Lu Xiwen smiled slightly, as if she was pondering some secret. Of course there is nothing special about the surname Ning, she said slowly. But what if he is from the Ning family in the capital? Wang Ma's eyes suddenly opened. Ning, one of the 4 major families in Beijing? How is this possible? Wang Ma's tone was full of shock. Mother Wang knew very well what the Ning family in the capital represented in the Great Xia Kingdom, especially since the Ning family was the head of the 4 major families, held enormous power, and had the only marshal of the Great Xia Kingdom. Lu Xiwen looked at Wang Ma's shocked expression and said with a smile, Why else do you think I changed my mind? She knew that Wang Ma had never seen the real situation, but her own judgment had never wavered. Ning Haotian is indeed not a simple person. Wang Ma was so shocked that she tried to calm herself down. Why would the Ning family allow someone from our family to marry into the family? Lu Xiwen shook her head and said in a relaxed tone, Who knows? She didn't want to delve into the issue. After all, it didn't matter anymore. Ning Haotian is already married to Mu Yunshu. He is my daughter's husband and Lu Xiwen's son-in-law. Lu Xiwen continued, When I first saw Ning Haotian, I thought he looked a lot like the person in the old photo in my father's study. That old photo is 30 years old. The man in the photo is Ning Haotian's father, and he's taking a photo with Mu Yunshu's grandfather. Lu Su intentionally mentioned Ning Haotian's parents in order to test this man's background. Madam, isn't it a bit hasty to judge based on just an old photo and appearance? Aunt Wang couldn't help but remind her. She believes that Ning Haotian's identity needs more verification and that conclusions cannot be drawn based solely on their similar appearance. Lu Xiwen's eyes darkened. She gently put down the teacup and said with a smile, How can there be such a coincidence in this world? Although Ning Haotian's temperament is restrained from his words and deeds, it is obvious that he has an extraordinary background. Do you think someone from an ordinary family can be so comfortable in front of me? Mother Wang was stunned for a moment and finally understood what Lu Xiwen meant. She was filled with shock. Is he really from the Ning family? More importantly, he has the same name as the Ning family's prince. Lu Xiwen nodded with a meaningful smile on his face. Do you think this is just a coincidence? Wang Ma's pupils shrank sharply, and she was extremely shocked. Ning Haotian is the prince of the Ning family? She could hardly accept this fact, and her whole world seemed to collapse. Lu Xuyin stood up, slowly picked off a sycamore leaf, and said thoughtfully, "This is why I suddenly changed my mind. The original test is no longer important." Wang Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he is really the prince of the Ning family, then wouldn't Mrs. Problem be easily solved? Of course, Lu Xuyin said with a smile. With Ning Haotian here, the problems of the Mu family are nothing but child's play. Her words were filled with unshakable confidence, as if everything was already predetermined. Wang Ma's face was filled with joy. The Mu family is going to hit a wall now. In the car, Ning Haotian fastened his seatbelt and handed the bank card and property certificate in his hand to Mu Yinshu. "This is given to you by your mother. Why are you giving it to me?" Mu Yinshu looked at him puzzled. She knew that her mother had never asked him to hand over anything. "Return the item to its original owner. It's too valuable and I can't accept it." Ning Haotian said. If it was given by a family member, he would naturally not refuse it, but this was a meeting gift from Mu Yinshu's mother, which was too inappropriate. Mu Yinshu pushed it back. "Since Mom gave it to you, you should keep it. It's a betrothal gift for you, not for me." Speaking of the betrothal gift, she almost couldn't help laughing. She didn't expect that her mother was so satisfied with Ning Haotian that she actually gave him the betrothal gift directly. Ning Haotian curled his lips. Not good, right? This betrothal gift really made him feel a little overwhelmed. Mu Yinshu smiled even more brightly. "Isn't this a collect it quickly?" She took out her phone and checked the time. "I have a cocktail party, so I won't have dinner with you tonight." "Okay." Ning Haotian nodded. He didn't mind that Mu Yinshu didn't accompany him for dinner. After all, her status meant that she would have social engagements. However, just as Ning Haotian was about to drive, he received a WeChat message. "The rich woman who made a fortune transferred 18,888 yuan to you. Why are you transferring money to me again?" Ning Haotian asked in surprise. Mu Yinshu held his face in his hands and answered seriously, "You performed well today, so I'll give you a reward. Go eat something good by yourself." At 7 o'clock in the evening, it was getting dark by the river. Ning Haotian was alone, walking aimlessly. Surrounded by elderly people taking a walk and middle-aged people walking their children, his figure seemed somewhat out of place in the crowd. "What should I eat alone?" he whispered to himself, his eyes drifting across the street stalls. "Barbecue? Crayfish? Hidaleo." The balance of Wei Xin increased a lot because of Mu Yunshu's transfer, but it also made him more troubled. There's no point eating these things alone. They're too bland. Let's find a dinner partner. Ning Haotian looked down at his phone's friend list and began searching for potential dinner partners. Yi Young-hun? When he was about to contact Ji Yanchuan, he suddenly remembered that the young master was visiting relatives in Rongqing and was not in Linen City recently. Ning Haotian sighed softly and continued to scroll through his friend list. His eyes stopped on a cute avatar, Ruan Xingzi. He dialed Ruan Xingzi's number without hesitation. The phone rang for a few seconds and then was connected. "Hey Xingzi, Brother Yin, why did you think of calling me?" Ruan Xingzi's voice was gentle, and Ning Haotian vaguely heard the sounds of writing and drawing beside her. "Have you eaten yet?" Ning Haotian asked. "I'm near Linda University. Want to eat together?" Ruan Xingzi hesitated slightly. "Not yet." She looked at the little girl on the table and sighed. "But I'm working as a part-time tutor, so I still have 2 hours." She was secretly conflicted. Although she really wanted to have dinner with Ning Haotian, the part-time tutoring job paid 200 yuan per hour, and she would get a week's living expenses after finishing the work tonight. "It's okay, let's work first," Ning Haotian said. "Be careful when you go home at night." Ning Haotian hung up the phone, feeling somewhat unwilling. Xingzi is not available. Who else should I find? He didn't have many friends in Linen City, and he had been dating Lu Siyu for more than half a year, which delayed his socializing. If I were in the capital, I could just send a WeChat message and call a group of friends over, but now, Rose. A name suddenly popped into Ning Haotian's mind. Xiang Wei, the big sister of Linen City's underground world, the big sister, in Lu Jingrong's mouth, is a charming beauty who has been coveting him for a long time. It's not impossible. She must be free. Ning Haotian smiled self-deprecatingly. In the past, when Lu Siyu was around, Ning Haotian kept his distance from Xiang Wei. But now, he no longer needs to worry about those things. He dialed Xiang Wei's number without hesitation. Xiang Wei had just given a speech in the basement. Several gang leaders stood straight, and no one dared to speak. When the phone rang, Xiang Wei frowned, and her cold face became even angrier. But when she saw the caller ID, the anger on her face disappeared instantly, replaced by a smile that was difficult to conceal. Hey, busy Ning. Why did you think of calling me? Xiang Wei smiled charmingly, with a hint of teasing in her voice. Are you not afraid that your Lu Siyu will be jealous? She turned her eyes and signaled the senior executives to leave first. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief and left the basement. President of the Rose Association, can I call you? Ning Haoyan responded with a smile. Lu Siyu and I have broken up? Why is she jealous? Xiang Wei's tone suddenly paused. You broke up? When did it happen? This message instantly made Xiang Wei's heart beat faster, and an uncontrollable smile appeared on her face. Ning Haoyan broke up, which meant she had a chance. Yesterday morning, Ning Haoyan replied. The smile on Xiang Wei's lips became even more intense. Then why did you call me? Do you want to come back and pursue me? She deliberately showed off, her tone full of joy, but also with a little arrogance. It's not that easy to turn back now. Hey, Xiang Wei, be normal. We're just friends. Don't be so ambiguous. Ning Haoyan said with disgust. Rose smiled even more brightly, her eyes flickering with undisguised desire. It's boring. Don't cooperate. She knew what Ning Haoyan was thinking. Although she said friend, she knew in her heart that the relationship between Ning Haoyan and her was no longer just a simple friend relationship. Ning Haoyan smiled helplessly. Come out for a drink? You think of me when you feel lonely, empty, and cold. Xiang Wei said disdainfully. Ning Haoyan, you are really amazing. What do you mean by empty and lonely? Aren't you just looking for a dinner partner? Ning Haoyan responded disdainfully. Don't talk so much. Xiang Wei snorted coldly and refused decisively. I'm busy. Don't look for me if you're not in love. Her words were unequivocal. Ning Haoyan was anxious, so heartless? No room for negotiation. Xiang Wei said without hesitation. No. Our friendship is so pure. Ning Haoyan forced a smile, trying to get out of the predicament. What do you think? Xiang Wei asked back. Will there be pure friendship between us? She said this with great confidence, not believing that there was anything pure between them at all. Ning Haoyan curled his lips. I don't want to know what you think. I want to know what I think. Xiang Wei was amused by his words. Are these the quotes of a domineering president? She didn't expect Ning Haoyan to suddenly answer like this. I won't tease you anymore. I really don't have time tonight. I have to inspect a few places later. You go eat by yourself, dear. Ning Haoyan was somewhat unwilling and prepared to just have a meal by himself. However, at this moment, he heard a transfer reminder sound. He glanced at the screen of his mobile phone and saw that it was a transfer from Xiang Wei. Xiang Wei transfers 5,200 yuan to you. Why are you transferring money to me? Ning Haoyan asked puzzledly. Xiang Wei smiled and said, I'll reimburse you for dinner. When my sister is done with her work, I'll come and pamper you. There was a dictatorship in her tone that could not be refused. Ning Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Can't you be a little more normal? He suddenly regretted calling Xiang Wei and felt that he had fallen into her trap. No, since you broke up, I won't let you go. Xiang Wei said firmly, I will not tolerate any rejection this time. I'm married. Ning Haoyan wanted to say that he was married, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xiang Wei. Hang up, bye. Xiang Wei hung up the phone directly. Ning Haoyan was left with nothing but helplessness, standing in the wind with mixed feelings. Xiang Wei is such a hot-tempered woman. He muttered to himself, forget it, I'll just eat something by myself and go home. Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that two people were following him. He turned around in confusion, feeling a little uneasy. Chapter 18. Are you guys looking for me? Ning Haoyan had been following him ever since he started strolling along the river. With Ning Haoyan's perception, he had already noticed the presence of these two people. It's just because I was always on the phone and I was too lazy to answer. I just didn't expect that these two people would be so persistent. Ning Haoyan looked back, glanced at her from the corner of his eye, and said with a smile, Interesting, you are all following me. It looks like he's looking for an opportunity to strike back. Ning Haoyan could guess the intentions of this kind of person, even if he used his but to guess. It's just looking for opportunities. Wait for Ning Haoyan to walk to a place where it is easy to attack, and then put on a sack. I just don't know whether these two people want to kill him or teach him a lesson. However, Ning Haoyan didn't care what it was. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so playing with them could be considered an appetizer. Ning Haoyan pretended not to notice, speeded up slightly, and continued walking along the riverside. Don't look at the woman. The boy has finished his phone call. hurry up and catch up. Yang Wei kicked Zhao Xie, who was staring at the girl in the miniskirt, and reminded her in a low voice. The miniskirt and long legs are attractive, and Yang Wei is also greedy. But now the important thing is to deal with a guy named Ning Haoyan. Why are you in such a hurry? We can't lose him. Zhao Xie still didn't look away. He licked his lips and replied nonchalantly. There are too many people here. I can't do anything even if I get close. To him, why not take a look at the girls first? Such long legs and such ups and downs of breasts are so pleasing to the eyes. Although Zhao Xie was envious, he was not yet to the point of losing his ambition due to his pleasure. There are many people and eyes at this place by the river, so even if they follow closely, it will be difficult for them to take action. It would be better to wait until it is completely dark, and when that kid named Ning Haoyan goes to a place with fewer people, it will not be too late to take action then. If we don't use this time to appreciate it, how else can we pass the time? Zhao Xie looked at the dazzling legs, swallowing his saliva continuously, suppressing the desire in his chest. Idiot, after killing that guy, do you still need to watch? Yang Wei slapped Zhao Xie's head and said, take the reward from that guy. Let's hire a dozen of her escorts and have an improv for 10 days and 10 nights. Yang Wei was so disappointed with his friend. He just couldn't understand why this kid, Zhao Xie, couldn't think straight. Do you have to give up the big for the small? Isn't it much better to play it yourself than to just fantasize about it alone? Even happiness shared with others is worse than happiness alone. They can still be in part and feel as happy as gods. Zhao Xie nodded, reluctantly looked away, and said, you are right. Compared to just appreciating the sight, Yang Wei's words completely convinced Zhao Xie. He has never experienced transition in his life, so he is inexplicably looking forward to it. Hurry up, follow me. Ning Haoyan again, keeping a distance from him. Half an hour later, Ning Haoyan went around to the riverside in the direction of the suburbs. Along the way, not only were there fewer and fewer people, but there were also fewer and fewer cameras. After walking for 5 minutes, no one else passed by. Yang Wei and Zhao Xie looked at each other and nodded. The time to take action had come. Ning Haoyan, who was walking in front, gone, disappeared silently before their eyes. Yang Wei was startled and looked around. After searching in vain, he grabbed Zhao Xie's sleeve and asked, where is he? Where's that kid? Yang Wei's face was full of disbelief. The people they had followed all the way seemed to have evaporated into thin air and disappeared before their eyes. Extremely weird. You ask me, who should I ask? Zhao Xie slapped Yang Wei's hand away and said through gritted teeth, he was right in front of me just now, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Is it haunted? Not to mention Yang Wei was confused. Zhao Xie was also confused. The man was clearly right in front of me, walking along normally. And there is no place to hide around here. It can't be really haunted, right? Bullshit, find it quickly. Yang Wei said. Yang Wei simply didn't believe that ghosts existed in this world. Just when the two were in a state of panic, a playful voice came from behind them. You too, are you looking for me? When the voice reached his ears, Yang Wei responded instinctively, yes. But he soon realized something was wrong. Wait, this voice, you... As they spoke, Yang Wei and Zhao Xie turned around to look as if they had seen a ghost. Ning Haoyan was seen standing behind them, looking at them with a smile on his face. It's me, the one you followed all the way. Ning Haoyan folded his hands in front of his chest and said with a smile. Yang Wei saw Ning Haoyan's expression. He grabbed Zhao Xie's hand and took a few steps back. But he soon calmed down and asked, have you discovered us a long time ago? After all, Yang Wei has been in society for so many years and had a lot of blood on his hands, so he still has some composure. Although he didn't know how this guy could get behind them, he was so calm and composed. Yang Wei couldn't think of any other reason except this one. Bingo, you guessed it right. Ning Haoyan snapped his fingers and smiled with satisfaction. Otherwise, why would I bring you here on purpose? This guy with a face full of flesh in front of me is not too stupid. But it's also true that people who are too stupid would have been hacked to death as soon as they first started working in society. Ow, boy, are you planning to eat my two brothers? Was amused by Ning Haoyan's words and attitude. Ning Haoyan said he knew that he was planning to eat them here, and he looks very confident. Is it not possible? I've looked around here, and basically no one will come here. More importantly, there's no camera. Ning Haoyan rubbed his hands and said excitedly. He had carefully selected this place. There was no one around and no cameras. It's a perfect place to kill and rob. Good boy. You actually lured us here on purpose. Zhao Xie said, You're right. This place with no one around is really a good place to take action. But if you want to eat my two brothers, you have to ask the knife in my hand if it agrees. As they spoke, the two men took out switchblades from their pockets without hesitation. Ning Haotian is 183 centimeters tall, which is indeed much taller than the other two of them. But judging from their body shape alone, the other two are stronger than Ning Haotian. Not only did they both have knives in their hands, they were also fighting two against one. Zhao Xie didn't believe that Ning Haotian, this fair-skinned and tender boy, could really cause any waves. This place he carefully selected can be used as his burial place. Get started. Stab him quick and easy. Kill him and sink him into the river so that we can go back and collect the reward. Yang Wei showed that. After the words fell, the two looked at each other without any pause. With a ferocious look on his face, he held the switchblade in his hand and stabbed Ning Haotian from the left and right. As long as they kill Ning Haotian, they will not only get the reward money, but they can also follow him and enjoy a good life. Wealth, glory, and beautiful young models are waving at them. Really, Ning Haotian did not panic, nor did he move. He just smiled indifferently and asked back calmly, Certainly, die for me. In a flash, Yang Wei rushed to Ning Haotian, holding the switchblade in his hand, and stabbed Ning Haotian in the heart. He wanted to give this arrogant boy a fatal blow. Don't give him any chance to struggle or resist. That's as you wish. Ning Haotian blinked. Just when Yang Wei's knife was only 1 millimeter away from Ning Haotian's chest, Ning Haotian finally moved. At a speed that Yang Wei couldn't even see, he grabbed his wrist. At the same time, he used a little force to turn the knife in Yang Wei's hand. Stab his own heart. You. Yang Wei only felt a sharp pain. His eyes were stunned, and his mind went blank. He didn't even see Ning Haotian's movements clearly. He couldn't understand why the knife that was stabbing Ning Haotian ended up stabbing himself. But Yang Wei no longer has any extra time, because his heart stopped beating. Oh, what me? Don't you think about it carefully? If I didn't have any skills, would I have led you two here? Ning Haotian gently pushed Yang Wei, who was staring wide-eyed and unwilling to close, to the ground. Zhao Xie, who witnessed the whole process, was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that such a simple task would actually result in hitting a steel plate. And this steel plate is so strong and terrifying. After just one encounter, he killed Yang Wei. After seeing Ning Haotian looking at him, Zhao Xie's legs trembled. He pointed the switchblade at Ning Haotian and kept backing away, saying, Don't come over here. Zhao Xie panicked. He was extremely panicked. He has been in society for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a person like Ning Haotian. Simple, direct, cold-blooded, cruel, and terrifying. And Ning Haotian was still smiling, and that smile was extremely eerie and terrifying in Zhao Xie's eyes. It feels like a chill to the heart. Ning Haotian walked towards Zhao Xie leisurely and said with a smile, Your hands are shaking, so don't hold the knife. Ning Haotian took a step forward. Zhao Xie took 3 steps back. He really didn't want to face this person. But for some reason, Ning Haotian suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Xie, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up easily as if he was a chick. Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Zhao Xie grabbed Ning Haotian's hand, shook his head frantically, and begged for mercy desperately. His eyes were full of fear of Ning Haotian. Maybe it's because I'm too scared. Zhao Xie peed. So cowardly? Ning Haotian smelled the smell and said with disgust. As he said that, Ning Haotian threw Zhao Xie to the ground and stepped on his head. I cannot kill you, but you have to tell me, who sent you here? Ning Haotian leaned over and asked with a smile. In fact, Ning Haotian had already guessed it in his mind. These two people are too weak and don't look like they are from Japan at all. If you want to avenge your country and seize the Destiny Stone from Ning Haotian, these 2 pieces of trash are not enough. Instead, it looked more like he was sent by the Mu family. Yes. Zhao Xie was extremely hesitant. He wanted to survive, but he was also afraid of that person's revenge. Looking at Zhao Xie's appearance, Ning Haotian increased the strength of his feet and said, I have a short patience, don't hesitate. Listening to Ning Haotian's unhappy tone and intuitively feeling the increasing force on his feet, Zhao Xie could no longer bear it and blurted out. It's the eldest lady of the Mu family. It's her. She spent $500,000 to buy your life. Zhao Xie didn't care about so many things anymore. He had to survive, first before thinking about the future. The eldest lady of the Mu family? Ning Hao Tianasket Mo Yunsu. Ning Hao Ian frowned slightly, somewhat confused. Mu Yinshu shouldn't be that stupid. Even if she wanted to do something to me, she wouldn't choose such a stupid method or hire such a stupid person, right? Moreover, Mu Yinshu didn't seem to have any motive to kill him. Thao Siepanik. No, it's Chapter 19. Do you think it is reasonable to cut the grass without removing the roots? It's Mu Shueji. The eldest lady of the Mu family is Mu Shueji. Zhao Xie was afraid that Ning Haoyan would misunderstand, so he shouted at the top of his lungs. Mu Yinshu's sister? Ning Haoyan asked in confusion. Mu Yinshu mentioned to Ning Haoyan that she had a half-sister. Although he didn't know her specific name, he remembered that this person existed. In fact, Ning Haoyan was not surprised because these two people were sent by Mu Shueji. What puzzled him was why they called Mu Shueji Miss. Isn't Mu Yinshu the elder sister? Or, in the eyes of the Mu family, there's only Mu Shueji, the apple of their eye. He didn't even treat Mu Yinshu as his own daughter. Thinking about it this way, it makes much more sense. Yes, yes. Zhao Xie responded tremblingly. If Mu Shueji hadn't given too much, it would have been a full 500,000, equivalent to 5 years' salary for an ordinary office worker. Why would he and Yang Wei take such a risk? I got married yesterday, and I'm going to have someone do it today. Ning Haoyan smiled playfully and mocked. This is really efficient. Ning Haoyan was born into the Ning family in Beijing. He had seen a lot of grudges and hatreds among wealthy families since he was a child. But to be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone as aggressive and direct as Mu Shueji. I don't know whether she really hated Mu Yunshu or was really so confident. It was terribly stupid to send someone to kill him without even doing an investigation. Listening to Ning Haoyan's mocking words towards Mu Shueji, Zhao Xie thought for a moment and added, not just to you, but also to Mu Yinshu. Since he had already betrayed Mu Shueji, there was no turning back. Zhao Xie decided to sell out completely as a token of his loyalty in exchange for a chance to survive. Oh, Ning Haoyan raised his foot, let go of Zhao Xie on the ground, and said, go on. Ning Haoyan heard the 3 words, Mu Yunshu. A feeling of uneasiness suddenly emerged in his heart. It seems that Mu Shueji is very ambitious and is not willing to just get rid of himself. He also planned to deal with Mu Yinshu as well. Zhao Xie felt the biting chill emanating from Ning Haoyan and shuddered involuntarily. He said, I heard that Miss Mu wanted to drug Mu Yinshu. Good, very good. Ning Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly, raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, and sneered, you are really a loving family. Ning Haoyan knew clearly what Mu Shueji was up to without Zhao Xie saying anything else. Mu Yinshu's biological sister is not only cruel and ruthless, but also extremely bold. He actually dared to drug Mu Yinshu at the party, hoping to ruin his sister's reputation. Without giving it too much thought, Ning Haoyan knew that the media's cameras were probably already waiting downstairs in the hotel. By tomorrow, Linen City and even the entire country of Daxia will be the hot search for Mu Yinshu. Zhao Xie lay on the ground, shrank back, looked at Ning Haoyan timidly, mustered up his courage, and said, I've already told you. You promised me that you would let me go. Zhao Xie didn't want anything now. He just wanted Ning Haoyan to keep his promise. He just wanted to survive. Ning Haoyan clapped his hands, looked at Zhao Xie calmly, and said with a smile, as everyone knows, I never leave any trouble for the future. You. Zhao Xie pointed at Ning Haoyan, his face showing bitterness, and was speechless for a moment. He didn't understand why he would trust Ning Haoyan, a guy who didn't keep his word. He clearly knew it and told everything. Huh. Ning Haoyan laughed out loud, and Zhao Xie's switchblade flew into Ning Haoyan's hands. The next moment, Zhao Xie only heard Ning Haoyan say in his ear, do you think it's reasonable to cut the grass without removing the roots? Immediately afterwards, Zhao Xie felt a sharp pain in his heart and let out a scream. Ning Haoyan stabbed the switchblade into Zhao Xie's heart. Zhao Xie's blood continued to flow out from the wound. Ning Haoyan has always adhered to a principle, to kill all the enemies and eradicate them completely. Even a small ant will not bring trouble to itself. Ning Haoyan didn't want the situation of 30 years in the West and 30 years in the East to happen to him. If you don't remove the roots of the problem, it will most likely grow back again in the spring. So Ning Haoyan could only let Zhao Xie suffer. After dealing with Zhao Xie, Ning Haoyan stood up expressionlessly, took out his mobile phone, unlocked the screen, and dialed the number without any notes. Hey, come out. After saying these 3 words, Ning Haotian hung up the phone without any nonsense. About 5 seconds later, a woman with delicate features and in uniform walked out from a few dozen meters behind him. Ning Haotian glanced at the woman and said, I want Mu Yunshu's exact location within 5 minutes. Suzaku. Hearing Ning Haotian's words, which sounded almost like an order, Zhuke was slightly startled and a little dumbfounded. Zhuke was a professional after all, and he quickly came to his senses and said to Ning Haotian, Master Ning, do you know what you were talking about? I'm here to monitor you, not to obey your orders. As he spoke, Suzaku pointed at himself and then at Ning Haotian. She didn't know whether she was crazy or Ning Haotian was crazy. Young Master Ning actually ordered someone to monitor him? Suzaku, you have to understand one thing. Without my tacit consent, do you think anyone in this world can monitor me? Or do you think that Goen is confident that it has the ability or qualifications to do so? Ning Haotian heard this. His eyes became stern, and he immediately began to exert pressure on Zhuke, who was questioning him. You, Suzaku gritted his teeth. I want to refute, but I don't know where to start. Because Ning Haotian was telling the truth. Their National Security Bureau surveillance of Ning Haotian first had to obtain Ning Haotian's tacit consent, and, at the same time, the top management and the Ning family reached a consensus, so they were qualified to monitor Ning Haotian. Otherwise, regardless of Ning Haotian's strength or his background, let alone her, Suzuko, even if the top leaders came in person, they would not be qualified. The reason is very simple. Because Ning Haotian is really that strong. Ning Haotian checked the time on his phone and said, 3 minutes and 21 seconds left. Seize the opportunity and don't make the situation too ugly. Ning Haotian's tone did not allow for rejection. And the implication of Ning Haotian's words was also very clear. As a human being, you must have the awareness of being a human being and don't be shameless when given a chance. Master Ning, this is against the rules. Zhuke said sternly, trying to struggle. Up until this point, Suzaku still wanted to follow the NSA's rules. 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Ning Haotian looked at the time again and smiled indifferently. Rule? You're talking to me about rules? Can that thing restrict me? Ning Haotian found it funny when he heard what Zhuke said. Rules are made by the strong for the weak to follow. Is he worthy of being asked by Ning Haotian to obey? If Ning Haotian didn't need Mu Yunshu's specific address, he wouldn't want to waste any more time talking to this woman. Suzaku was speechless. Ning Haotian's words were straightforward. They were indeed true. To a man like him, that is vain. Allowing her to monitor him is not giving face to the National Security Bureau, but giving face to Mr. Ning. 1 minute and 57 seconds. Ning Haotian said coldly, if anything happens to Mu Yunshu, I don't mind exposing the National Security Bureau after returning to Beijing. I'll help you with a blood transfusion. You know, this is a piece of cake for me. The meaning of this major reshuffle is nothing more than getting rid of everyone in the National Security Bureau, except the top brass. And even if Ning Haotian did this, the most he would get from his superiors would be a rebuke, because of his identity, and more importantly, because of his strength. After all, Ning Haotian had legitimate reasons to vent his dissatisfaction. Don't. She's at the Imperial Hotel, room 707 on the 28th floor. That medicine only needs to be soaked in ice water for 2 hours to dissolve its medicinal properties. Suzaku couldn't hold it anymore. His defense was broken instantly, and he blurted out. He even revealed everything about the drugs Mu Yunshu was given. Mu Yunshu and Ning Haotian got their marriage certificate. She also became a target of surveillance by the National Security Bureau. That's why he forced Zhuke to tell him the whereabouts of Mu Yunshu. Ning Haotian was also clear about one thing. The people from the National Security Bureau did not dare to let anything happen to Mu Yunshu. Because as long as Mu Yunshu and Ning Haotian are in the same red book, she is the granddaughter-in-law of the Ning family, and their national security cannot bear the wrath of Mr. Ning. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Zhuke, you are very good. Ning Haotian nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, if you have any responsibility, you can push it to me. I will take it all. Ning Haotian doesn't care about Goen's rules, but Zhuke does. Since she has said it, it's okay for her to take the responsibility. Thank you, Master Ning. Zhuke clasped his fists. You should also take care of these 2 bodies. Ning Haotian pointed at the bodies on the ground and ordered, I believe in the ability of your national security, and you will definitely not let me down. Zhuke curled the corner of his mouth, feeling helpless, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only nod silently. In the entire daxia, only young Master Ning dared to order the National Security Bureau around like this, or just treat them like handymen. Zhuke pursed his lips and asked, "How are you going to get there?" Zhuke knew clearly that since Ning Haoyan was only asking about Mu Yunshu's whereabouts, it meant that he was planning to go and rescue him personally and was not going to ask Owen to do it for him. This place is too far from the Emperor Hotel. Even if we fly there, I'm afraid it will be too late. Ning Haotian replied casually. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan raised his hand and gently tore the air in front of him. A crack appeared instantly. Urban high-level martial arts, rule series, no cultivation plot, no map change. I'm leaving. Ning Haoyan waved his hand with his back to Suzaku, then stepped into the crack. The crack disappeared silently after Ning Haoyan entered. Tearing space, breaking laws, has Zero become so powerful? Could the rumors be true? Is Zero really just one step away from entering that realm? He's only 23 years old. Suzaku witnessed the scene with his own eyes and was stunned, only shocked. She knew Ning Haoyan was very strong, but she never thought that the eldest young master of the Ning family, who had killed so many people abroad, would be so strong. No wonder he was able to snatch the Destiny Stone from the hands of foreign gods and claim it as his own. It was unknown how long it took before Zhuke collected his thoughts, let out a long sigh, and called Xuanwu. Call a few people to deal with the body and clean up the traces. Chapter 20 Mu Yunshu. On Mu Yunshu, this is your fate. Imperial Hotel. A room somewhere on the 14th floor. By the window. Miss, everything has been arranged. Wang Yueying stood on one side and reported respectfully to Mu Shueji, who was leaning on the sofa by the window. 10 minutes ago, Wang Yueying followed Mu Shueji's request. First, he put an aphrodisiac imported from abroad into Mu Yunshu's wine. He also used an excuse to send away the people accompanying Mu Yunshu. Then, under the pretext of Mu's father, he made an appointment with Mu Yunshu to meet in room 707 on the 28th floor. Okay, well done. Mu Shueji shook the red wine glass in his hand and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi. This is what I should do. Wang Yueying spoke quickly after hearing the compliment from her boss. Mu Shueji ignored Wang Yueying's modesty, with a playful look on her lips, and smiled as she said, 3 muscular men who have been given aphrodisiacs. Mu Yunshu, enjoy it. Thinking of his perfect plan, Mu Shueji couldn't help but feel a little proud. As long as Mu Yunshu entered the room, even if she realized something was wrong immediately, it would be too late. As Mu Yunshu's biological sister, Mu Shueji naturally knew that her sister was very skilled. Therefore, a special aphrodisiac was chosen for her. While infinitely expanding her desire, it also paralyzed some of Mu Yunshu's nerves, making her unable to resist and struggle. With 3 muscular men who had taken aphrodisiacs by his side, it was like dry wood meeting fire, and Mu Yunshu had no way to escape. Mu Shueji took a sip of the red wine in the glass and said, half an hour later, arrange for reporters and self-media to go up. Now that the arrow has been shot, there is no turning back. It has been this long since we have dealt with this woman, Mu Yunshu, making her infamous and unable to recover. Clear. We've already contacted them, and they're all gathered on the 3rd floor on standby. When the time comes, I can send her to the hot search. Wang Yueying nodded and smiled wickedly. Whether it was entertainment reporters, finance, or self-media, she had already arranged them in the conference room on the 3rd floor. Just wait another half hour. These people can rush into room 707, capture first-hand information, and record the ugliest side of Mu Yunshu, the unattainable goddess of linen business world, who is burning with desire. In a maximum of an hour, this explosive news would top the trending searches and spread throughout Daxia. Mu Shueji stood up, raised the red wine glass in his hand, looked out the window, and said with a smile, Mu Yunshu, this is your fate. The red liquid spilling out of the wine glass seemed like Mu Shueji was paying tribute to Mu Yunshu in advance. In a trance, Mu Shueji seemed to have seen the stock price of looming international plummet and Mu Yunshu's disgrace. Completely fell from the lofty clouds into the dirty mud. I want to see, after tonight, how can you still have the face to stay in Linen City? You are the most beautiful woman in Linen City. Are you worthy of it? Of course, the Mu family will only have one daughter from now on. Mu Shueji's hatred for Mu Yunshu has a long history. It's not just because Mu Yunshu was born excellent and the spotlight has been on her since she was a child, which makes Mu Shueji jealous. It is also because of the family's inheritance rights. After all, everyone in this world is busy seeking profit. Although everyone in the Mu family calls Mu Shueji Miss, the outside world recognizes that Mu Yunshu is the eldest lady of the Mu family. That is, the first heir of the Mu family. The old man of the Mu family said that he wanted Mu Yunshu to marry a young man from the capital in order to gain more benefits for Mu Shueji. But Mu Shueji is not a fool. She knows very well what this marriage will mean once it is completed. When that time really comes, even if her father favors her, it will be difficult for her to defeat Mu Yunshu and her in-laws. So even after finding out that Mu Yunshu had married a strange man, Mu Shueji decided to strike first. Completely solve Mu Yunshu's trouble. No more trouble forever. Upon seeing this, Wang Yueying immediately flattered. Congratulations, Mississippi, congratulations, Mississippi. You will be the only heir of the Mu family from now on. Under your leadership, the Mu family will surely rise steadily. Wang Yueying is a good observer of people's words and expressions. She knew exactly when to say what. For example, now, when Mu Shueji is feeling proud, all you need to do is follow her wishes and keep flattering her. As long as you can make this young lady who claims to be smart happy, you will definitely get some benefits. Well said, you are good at talking. Hearing this, Mu Shueji smiled with satisfaction and said, Reward, double the prize money. Thank you, Mississippi. Wang Yueying looked happy. Ha 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 ha. As long as you work hard for me, I will never treat you unfairly in the future. Mu Shueji patted Wang Yueying's shoulder and said with a smile. Mu Shueji was very satisfied with the subordinate her father arranged for her. After all, he did a good job and could speak. Who wouldn't like it? Yes. Wang Yueying lowered her head. I will never slack off. Mu Shueji withdrew his hand, walked barefoot to the window, and sat down, saying, Okay, wait another half an hour, and then you can ask those people to go up. I'm really looking forward to it. Mu Shueji couldn't wait any longer and wanted time to jump to half an hour later. Also looking forward to it is Wang Yueying standing next to her. The real Wang Yueying has been dealt with. The person standing next to Mu Shueji now is disguised as a national security personnel. Wang Yueying is also looking forward to how Zero will solve this problem. Room 707, 28th floor. The moment he entered the room and saw the three hungry, muscular men, Mu Yunshu knew he had been tricked. Originally, Mu Yunshu planned to take action and take care of those three muscular men. But for some reason, she could no longer exert any strength, and her body became extremely heavy. With no other options, Mu Yunshu hid in the bathroom and locked himself in. Bang, bang, bang. There was a constant banging on the door. Beauty, don't hide inside. Come out and have fun together. Yeah, I'm horny as hell. Come out quickly. Come out quickly. Let's be happy together. I will definitely send you to the sky and make you feel like you are in heaven. Behind the knocks on the door came the sounds of three muscular men making obscene noises. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, they became extremely horny. Bang! There was another knock on the door. Sure, you on. Answer the phone quickly. Why can't I get in touch with you at the critical moment? Answer the phone. Answer the phone. Mu Yunshu's first reaction was to call Chang Shiwan for help. But for some reason, the phone in my hand was not connected and was always busy. Under the urgent external environment, what worries Mu Yunshu the most is her physical condition. I feel weak, uncomfortable, and have no strength. What was even more strange was that a fire suddenly burst out from Mu Yunshu's body for no apparent reason. The more it burns, the more prosperous it becomes. It won't be long before desire takes over and Mu Yunshu's rationality will be washed away. I can't stand it anymore. Knock open this lousy toilet door. If you keep holding it in, I'm going to explode. Me too, knock it out of the way. Not only Mu Yunshu was suffering from extreme physical pain, but also the three muscular men outside the door. As the effect of the aphrodisiac began to take effect, they felt like there were 10,000 ants drilling into their bodies, desperately needing a hole to vent. But after all, Dihao Hotel is one of the best hotels in Linen City. No corners were cut in the selection of materials for doors and windows. So even though the three muscular men banged on it for a long time, the toilet door remained motionless except for some cracks. You stinky woman, I advise you to come out and let me vent my anger. Otherwise, when I get in and catch you, I won't let you go easily. Seeing that it was difficult to break down the door, the helpless and furious muscular man began to try to threaten Mu Yunshu. In their minds, dozens of postures have been thought of. I made up my mind that I would never let this damn bitch go tonight. In the bathroom. Sure you on. Where on earth have you been? Why don't you answer the phone? Listening to the ups and downs of the banging outside the door, the insults and threats, and the constant heat in his body, even Mu Yun-shu began to become anxious. Is there a signal blocker here? A thought suddenly popped up in Mu Yun-shu's mind. Based on Mu Yun-shu's understanding of Chung Xuan, her best friend's phone is on 24 hours a day, so there is no way she would miss the call. Thinking of this, Mu Yun-shu called other people and got the same result. Mu Shueji, you are really well prepared. Until this moment. How could Mu Yun-shu not understand who set up the trap to plot against her? There is only her good half-sister. He really will do anything to achieve his goal. I'm not going to really die here today, am I? Mu Yun-shu leaned against the wall, looking at the ceiling, feeling completely hopeless. Whoa! A feeling of despair surged in his heart, and Mu Yun-shu could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Now she really has no one to turn to. No one knew where she was. It is even more unlikely that anyone will come to rescue her. Despair. Helpless. Bump it open with force. I can't hold it anymore. I'm going to kill that bitch later. That's exactly what I meant. Outside the door, 3 muscular men, burning with desire and anger, were taking turns to hit her. 3 minutes later, with a bang, the door that was guarding Mu Yun-shu completely turned into nothingness as the glass shattered and scattered all over the ground. Open? Ha ha ha. The tattooed, muscular man was overjoyed and laughed out loud. The 3 men's eyes were red and veins were bulging, and they walked towards Mu Yun-shu with greed drooling. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Let me go. I can give you money. As long as you name the price, I can meet your requirements. Mu Yun-shu forced himself to support his weak and restless body and retreated repeatedly with the last bit of rationality he had. Now she can only hope to impress these 3 muscular men with money in exchange for a chance of survival. No matter how much money they asked for, Mu Yun-shu would agree to it. Money is just a thing outside of the body as long as she is safe. What's the use of money? We just want to spend a night with you, the most beautiful woman in Linen City's business community, and make love with you. My little beauty, let me love you well. The 3 muscular men rubbed their hands, their eyes shining, and walked towards Mu Yun-shu. Their rationality had long been washed away by the effects of the drugs. No. Mu Yun-shu screamed in panic. How can I not want that? Do you know how uncomfortable I am? Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the muscular men pounced on Mu Yun-shu and tried to tear off her dress. But just as his hand was about to touch Mu Yun-shu, a crack appeared out of nowhere in the space in front of him. A pair of black shoes instantly hit his face, and he flew backwards and hit the opposite wall. Love. Let me love you 3. A figure mysteriously appeared in this small bathroom. The other 2 muscular men were stunned when they saw this scene and shouted, Who? Who are you? Chapter 21, since you have already made a move, it would be rude not to reciprocate. Disbelief was written all over their faces. They never imagined that a person would suddenly appear in this confined space. Moreover, this person kicked their companion away. It's unbelievable. At a certain moment, they even began to doubt their own eyes. Does a dead person need to know so much? Ning Hao-ian smiled indifferently and said calmly. If it were any other time, with Ning Hao-ian's personality, he would definitely kill these 3 guys. But Mu Yun-shu is in a bad condition now, and Ning Hao-ian is in no mood to talk nonsense. He just wants to end the battle quickly and kill these 3 trash who are trying to get their hands on Mu Yun-shu. Hearing the word dead from Ning Hao-ian's mouth, Su Bing was immediately displeased. But considering that Ning Hao-ian was not weak in punches and kicks, he suppressed his anger and said, Brother, don't be so aggressive when you speak. We are all men. Since you are here, everyone can have a share. Let's line up and take turns. What do you think? As he spoke, Su Bing pointed at Mu Yun-shu, who was curled up in the corner behind Ning Hao-ian. Su Bing's purpose was simple, to use Mu Yun-shu to seduce Ning Hao-ian. Sharing happiness with others is better than enjoying it alone. He didn't believe that Ning Hao-ian could resist this temptation. Nothing. Ning Hao-ian's eyes narrowed, and he sneered. Use his wife in exchange for him? Ning Hao-ian had no idea how this genius in front of him came up with this idea. Ning is not a cuckold. Shame on you. Tie this guy up, and let's play with him together. The 3 of us can have a good vent. Su Bing became angry and shouted. Originally, there was only one Mu Yun-shu, which was not enough for the 3 of them. Now, there's a handsome guy with fair skin. Just the right time to help them relieve their sexual desire. Su Bing has always been popular with both men and women, without any taboos. Good idea. The muscular man who was kicked away by Ning Hao Ian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked forward and echoed. Like Su Bing, he is also popular with both men and women. Moreover, he was going to give Mu Yun Shu to the other two. He wanted to kill the bastard who kicked him in the face first. Use me to vent your sexual desire? Ning Hao Ian's lips curled up with a hint of evil. The next moment, Ning Hao Ian moved. Bang! He kicked the three people out of the bathroom with just one kick. After all, Mu Yun Shu is Ning Hao Ian's nominal wife, so he still has to consider her feelings. Killing someone in front of her is not a good thing after all. The three people who were kicked away were furious. They got up instantly and tried to rush forward and subdue Ning Hao Ian. But Ning Hao Ian did not stop his actions, and his ghostly figure flashed in front of Su Bing. Then, before Su Bing could react, he aimed his palm toward the top of his head. Su Bing's head was like an exploding watermelon, with red and white objects splattering everywhere. The scream did not come from Su Bing, but from two people who witnessed the whole process. They never expected that this handsome, fair-skinned guy in front of them would be so cruel. It's so cruel that it's frightening. Smash the head with bare hands. The muscular man was stunned and muttered to himself, "Is this still a human being? That's a human head, not a watermelon." Even if there is a blunt or sharp weapon, chopping off someone's head is not that easy, right? But the man in front of him did it easily with his bare hands. Even the scariest thing is, there was no trace of blood on him. Yes, the brain and blood splattered everywhere, but not on the person who killed Su Bing. Who are you? The tattooed, muscular man suddenly came to his senses and pointed at Ning Hao Ian and asked. In his eyes, Ning Hao Ian was no different from a monster. I just said it when I got here. The dead don't need to know so much. Ning Hao Ian smiled indifferently and grabbed the necks of the two muscular men with his hands on the left and right. These two sturdy men, each weighing about 200 kilograms, were lifted up by Ning Hao Ian lightly and casually like a feather. Do you really dare to kill someone here? The tattooed muscular man kept slapping Ning Hao Ian's hands, his face flushed, and questioned. If Ning Hao Ian had used a little more force, he would either have broken his neck or suffocated to death. Killing one is killing, and killing you two at the same time is also killing, isn't it? Ning Hao Ian said with a smile. Ning Hao Ian's tone was extremely calm. For him, killing is just a common thing. No, let me go. The two muscular men began to beg for mercy. Do you think it's possible? Ning Hao Ian twisted his hands lightly, and a click sound was heard. The two muscular men who were still gasping for breath suddenly lost all their life. Throwing the two bodies away, Ning Hao Ian turned and walked into the bathroom. Mu Yun Shu curled up on the ground, his head buried between his legs, his whole body shaking. Mu Yun Shu, how are you now? Ning Hao Ian squatted down, patted Mu Yun Shu's back gently, and asked gently. Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yun Shu raised his head and looked at the man beside him. Ning Hao Ian, you're here. As he spoke, Mu Yun Shu suddenly threw himself into Ning Hao Ian's arms, like a baby bird returning to its nest. Woo woo woo. Feeling that broad warmth, Mu Yun Shu could no longer hold back his emotions and burst into tears. At this moment, she is no longer the arrogant and cold female president, but more like a bullied little girl. Ning Hao Ian, who was in her arms, was her greatest support now. Mu Yun Shu, who was already in despair, never thought that someone would come to save her. And you came just in time. And this man is her newlywed husband, whom she just got married to yesterday. In a trance, Mu Yun Shu felt that the goddess of luck was still on her side. I'm here. Ning Hao Ian let Mu Yun Shu hug him tightly, patted her back gently, and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Nothing will happen. For some reason, Ning Hao Ian felt a little distressed. Oh, rubbed against Ning Hao Ian's arms like a kitten, sobbing. I was so scared just now, so scared of being. Woo woo woo. Mu Yun Shu was really scared, and a feeling of despair filled her heart. That feeling of powerlessness is extremely suffocating. It's okay, I've solved it all. Ning Hao Ian didn't know what to say, so he could only continue to comfort her. Maybe it's the ups and downs of emotions. Ning Hao Ian was beside him. Mu Yun Shu let down his guard. The restlessness and desire in the body suddenly got out of control. Ning Hao Ian, kiss me. Mu Yun Shu's eyes were red, and her arms deftly hooked around Ning Hao Ian's neck. Driven by her body's instinct, Mu Yunshu kissed Ning Hao Yian's lips directly. Ning Hao Yian was caught off guard when seeing Mu Yunshu taking such initiative. After kissing for a while, Mu Yunshu let go of Ning Hao Yian's lips and began to pull off Ning Hao Yian's clothes. I want it quick. Ning Hao Yian, hurry up. At this moment, Mu Yunshu was enjoying her charm. Damn it, the drug is taking effect. This damn place is not the place to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Forget it. Yunshu can only let you faint for a while. Ning Hao Yian raised his hand and tapped Mu Yunshu on the neck. The force was neither too strong nor too weak, just enough to knock the irrational Mu Yunshu unconscious. Mu Shueji, right? Since you have already made your move, it would be rude not to reciprocate. As soon as he finished speaking, the three muscular male corpses that were originally lying in the room suddenly floated in the air. The next moment, under the manipulation of some force, they were embedded into the wall side by side. At the same time, his clothes were torn, revealing his naked body. The blood scattered on the ground also flew up and began to form groups. 3 big words were printed on the stomachs of the 3 muscular men. Mu, snow clear. Ning Hao Yian picked up Mu Yunshu horizontally, admired his work, and said with a smile, I hope you like this great gift. The space was torn apart again. Ning Hao Yian turned around and stepped in. No me 58 Yusuiguan. Bathroom. Should I take off her clothes? Ning Hao Yian looked at Mu Yunshu lying in the bathtub and began to feel troubled. He was a little conflicted about whether or not to help Mu Yunshu take off his clothes. After all, they are husband and wife, but they are a couple in name only. Taking off clothes was indeed overstepping the boundaries. It would be difficult for him to explain when Mu Yunshu woke up tomorrow. If you don't take it off now, you'll have to take it off after you finish soaking in the ice water. You can't wear these wet clothes all night, can you? Ning Hao Yian slapped his head suddenly and realized the problem. There's no difference between taking it off now and later. Although Mu Yunshu is in good health and exercises regularly. But if she were to lie there all night in these wet clothes, even an Iron Man would catch a cold and have fever. Just take it off. I'm Mu Yunshu's legal husband. There's no point in being so fussy. Thinking of this, Ning Hao Yian dispelled all his worries and concerns. He didn't even know what he was so entangled about. He is Mu Yunshu's legal husband, and it is reasonable, legal, and compliant for him to take off her clothes. And it was all for the sake of saving her, so it made sense. Ning Hao Yian did what he said and quickly untied Mu Yunshu's dress. After taking off his dress, Ning Hao Yian looked at the spring scenery in front of him. His eyes lit up, and he said with emotion, Is this probably a C+? It's really a turbulent sea, hiding merit and fame. Yeah, it feels good. After deftly removing all restraints from Mu Yunshu, Ning Hao Yian placed her in a bathtub filled with ice water. Looking at Mu Yunshu lying quietly, Ning Hao Yian took a deep breath and exclaimed, Mu Yunshu's figure is amazing, really great. In the past, Ning Hao Yian only knew that Mu Yunshu was great. But only after seeing it with your own eyes can you feel the impact. The capital is strong and terrifying. Her skin is as smooth as cream. Her hands are as soft as silk. Her neck is as smooth as a cicada. Her teeth are as white as gourds. She has a beautiful forehead and eyebrows. She has a charming smile and eyes that are full of longing. Even without makeup, she is already a stunning beauty in the world. It turns out that you can question the character of rich people, but you cannot question their taste. It makes sense that Mu Yunshu is known as the most beautiful woman in Linen's business world. I'd better go out and wait. If I continue to watch this, I'm afraid even I won't be able to control myself. Ning Hao Yian pinched his eyebrows, suppressed the desire burning in his lower abdomen, turned around, and walked out of the bathroom. Ning Hao Yian only had 2 words to describe Mu Yunshu's figure. Perfect. In terms of beauty alone, even among the women Ning Hao Yian has ever seen, Mu Yunshu is enough to rank in the top 3. Coupled with her hot body, Mu Yunshu is the top 1 in Ning Hao Yian's heart. Chapter 22, We are a legal couple. There's no need to be so formal, right? 2 hours later, Ning Hao Yian calculated the time, took a deep breath, and prepared himself mentally. After taking the change of clothes that he had prepared for Mu Yunshu, he walked in the bathroom full of spring light again. An angel's face, a devil's body. Mu Yunshu, you are such a seductive little devil. As Ning Hao Yian started wiping with the towel, he breathed heavily and sighed in his heart. This test was a torment for Ning Hao Yian. It was even more painful than when he had to fight his way out of the headquarters of the Holy See of Light a few years ago, when he had not yet completed his cultivation. Ning Hao Ian held his breath and concentrated, speeding up the wiping speed, muttering, "Hurry up and put on her." After wrapping Mu Yunshu tightly in a bathrobe, Ning Hao Ian picked her up and walked towards Mu Yunshu's room. Damn, I've lived for so long, and this is the first time in my life that I'm in such torment. I can only look at it but not eat it. Think about it, young Master Ning. When has he ever suffered such injustice? Don't even mention that it's only good to look at but not to eat, whether in Beijing or abroad, whether it's a wealthy lady or a royal princess. As long as Ning Hao Ian beckoned, they would strip themselves naked and then lie on Ning Hao Ian's bed. Only Mu Yunshu can enjoy this unprecedented special treatment. Who made Ning Hao Ian dislike taking advantage of others when they are in trouble? Let's just stay here and watch over her tonight. After Ning Hao Ian put Mu Yunshu on the bed and covered her with a quilt, he looked at the woman who was sleeping soundly and murmured. After tossing and turning for so long, he was tired and laid down beside Mu Yunshu's bed, and Ning Hao Ian fell asleep. The next day, a little after 9. "No, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Do not touch me." With a scream, Mu Yunshu woke up from the nightmare. She dreamed of those 3 muscular men who were ravaging her and making her feel dirty. Mu Yunshu, who was still in shock, broke out in a cold sweat and looked around with lingering fear. She found that the environment here seemed extremely familiar, just like her home. But Mu Yunshu had no memory of how he came back. Ning Hao Ian, who was lying beside the bed guarding her. "Yawn, are you awake?" Ning Hao Ian yawned and asked sleepily. His sleep was not deep to begin with when he slept on his stomach, and with Mu Yunshu's scream, it would be strange if he didn't wake up. However, seeing Mu Yunshu's pitiful and helpless appearance, Ning Hao Ian's dissatisfaction at being woken up instantly disappeared. Ning Hao Ian really couldn't get angry at all towards Mu Yunshu like this. Ning Hao Ian's face clearly. Mu Yunshu felt as if she had found support. She threw herself into his arms and hugged him. She didn't remember how she came back. Ning Hao Ian, who saved her when she was in danger last night, as well as Mu Yunshu remembered it very clearly. But I really don't remember anything about what happened afterwards or why she appeared at home. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. We are at home. Ning Hao Ian also hugged Mu Yunshu and said, "Look, this is your room, your bed. There are only 2 of us here. There is no one else." Feeling the softness in my arms, the body fragrance, and the trust and dependence, Ning Hao Ian felt that his efforts last night were not in vain. "Yeah," Mu Yunshu responded softly. After staying in Ning Hao Ian's arms for a long time, perhaps realizing something, she left reluctantly. After all, given the relationship between them, this action was a bit too intimate. "Last night at the Emperor Hotel, it was you who saved me?" Mu Yunshu asked, gently brushing away the black hair hanging from her forehead. Mu Yunshu knew that he was asking a question, even though he already knew the answer. But in order to hide the embarrassment just now, she could only change the subject. "Yes, it's also thanks to your dear husband that he went there in time. Otherwise, my beautiful wife will be ruined." Ning Hao Ian leaned on the bed with his hands on his face, admiring the little embarrassment on Mu Yunshu's beautiful face, and joked seriously. Looking at Mu Yunshu in front of him, Ning Hao Ian felt itchy for some reason. "I always want to tease this beautiful woman. You're not a good person." Mu Yunshu smiled sweetly and said coquettishly. As he said that, he raised his hand and poked Ning Hao Ian in the chest. Then, Mu Yunshu bit her lip, lowered her head, and said, "Ning Hao Ian, thank you." Mu Yunshu was grateful to Ning Hao Ian from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for Ning Hao Ian, Mu Yunshu couldn't imagine what she would have experienced last night. "I dare not even imagine where I will be and what I will experience after waking up today." Fortunately, Ning Hao Ian is here. When she woke up, she was at home, in her own bed, with her husband by her side. "You're welcome. This is the service you deserve," Ning Hao Ian said. "After all, it's our rich Lady Mu who has spent so much money on me." Ning Hao Ian was telling the truth. As soon as they met, Mu Yunshu stuffed 2 bank cards into his hands. In the evening, he was dragged to go shopping and spent no less than $1 million. I even transferred money to him without saying anything. Based on these, Ning Hao Ian felt that doing something for Mu Yunshu was his responsibility. Not to mention, Mu Yunshu's mother, his mother-in-law, stuffed so many things into his hands. As he spoke, Ning Hao Ian yawned again, and it was obvious that he did not sleep well last night. Have you been guarding me all night? Mu Yunshu asked. Looking at Ning Haoyan's appearance, Mu Yunshu was very moved and felt distressed. This man not only rescued her, but also stayed with her all night. Who wouldn't be moved? What's more, women are emotional animals. Well, there must be someone by your side. Ning Haoyan patted his face and said casually, "It doesn't matter where you sleep." Ning Haoyan had slept even on cliffs and among piles of dead bodies. But after returning to China for a year, I have been living a life of luxury for too long, and I'm a little uncomfortable with a slightly harsh sleeping environment. But it's okay, it's nothing serious. Mu Yunshu said, "Thank you." Mu Yunshu listened to Ning Haoyan's calm words. The only emotion on his face was touching. Because Ning Haoyan is the best man to her in this world, except for Mu Yunshu's grandfather. Mu Yunshu felt the warmth from him. Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yunshu, who was overwhelmed with emotion, smacked his lips, and said, "Ms. Mu Yunshu, in just a few minutes, you have already said thank you to me twice. We are a legal couple. There's no need to be so formal, right?" Mu Yunshu lowered her head shyly. "Okay." After responding, Mu Yunshu saw that she was wearing a bathrobe and felt empty on the upper body. She seemed to realize something, blushed on her cheeks, and asked softly, "What is my dress?" In fact, without thinking too much, Mu Yunshu also knew who changed the clothes. But the situation was too embarrassing, so she could only ask this. "Ahem, I changed it." Ning Haoyan coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment. Seeing the shy blush on Mu Yunshu's face, Ning Haoyan quickly explained, "You should remember what happened last night, right? You've been drugged. You need to soak in ice water to neutralize the effects of the drug. I will take it upon myself to help you." As soon as these words came out, the air around them became awkward and ambiguous. Mu Yunshu turned her head away, not daring to look at Ning Haoyan, and said softly, "I remember. Don't say it. It would be fine if it was another experienced woman." But Mu Yunshu is a rare animal who has never even been in love. There was only panic between her pretty brows. Ning Haoyan admired Mu Yunshu's embarrassment and said, "The situation was urgent last night, and I had no choice but to do this." It has to be said that Mu Yunshu, who was in a state of shyness and embarrassment, was uniquely beautiful and refreshing. "I know, I don't blame you." Mu Yunshu gritted his teeth and said, "Why are you so nervous?" Ning Haoyan couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw Mu Yunshu's reaction. This rich lady Mu kept asking why he was nervous, but it seemed as if she was the one who was more nervous. "I'm just afraid that you'll misunderstand me." Ning Haoyan suppressed his smile and continued, following Mu Yunshu's words, "Lest you think I'm taking advantage of someone's misfortune." Hearing this, Mu Yunshu said coquettishly, "I'm not the kind of woman who doesn't understand things." As he spoke, Mu Yunshu turned around and raised his eyebrows at Ning Haoyan. Looking at Ning Haoyan's face, Mu Yunshu was a little distracted. She didn't know where she got the courage from, and she said jokingly, "I didn't expect my husband to be so serious." Ning Haoyan has always been thick-skinned, so he immediately took advantage of the situation and boasted, "That's right, I'm even more calm than Lu Xiaohui. The face is not red and the heart is not beating fast. I don't know who it was last night, but I was so angry that I almost couldn't control myself and took advantage of someone's misfortune." Mu Yunshu blinked and asked, "So, do I have a nice figure?" "It looks good," Ning Haoyan blurted out. Since Mu Yunshu asked this, Ning Haoyan must of course give the most pertinent evaluation. After all, even he didn't know how he managed to endure it last night. "Ro." Mu Yunshu smiled, rolled her eyes at Ning Haoyan, and said coquettishly. For some reason, Mu Yunshu felt a little happy when he heard Ning Haoyan say that. Ning Haoyan was in a playful mood and said, "Of course, it's not just beautiful. Big rascal." As soon as those words came out, Mu Yunshu's face turned red, and she picked up the pillow behind her and threw it at him. Ning Haoyan was quick to catch the flying pillow and said with a smile, "Didn't you ask me that?" After a pause, he added seriously, "I am just telling the truth." Mu Yunshu said coquettishly, "Hateful, you don't even know how to give way to me." Mu Yunshu thinks Ning Haoyan is just a straight man. "Don't you think girls need to be coaxed?" Gurgle. Ning Haoyan could open his mouth. Mu Yunshu's stomach rumbled. She didn't eat anything at the party last night. Adding to my fear, I slept for almost 12 hours. It would be strange if you're not hungry. Mu Yunshu blinked, rubbed his stomach, looked at Ning Haoyan, and said, "I'm hungry." "Look at the eager look in your eyes." Ning Haoyan said, "I don't have as good a craft as you. Please don't despise what I make later." Ning Hao Ian was not making excuses, nor was he being humble, but was simply speaking the truth. He can fly a plane with his eyes closed and drive a nuclear submarine, but the only thing he is not very good at is cooking. Mu Yunshu took his pillow, put it behind him, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely finish what you make." Ning Haoqian nodded. "Okay, that's what you said. Just lie down and rest for a while. I'll bring it up to you when it's done." Ning Haoqian didn't say any more nonsense, turned around, walked out of the room, and went straight to the kitchen. Looking at Ning Haoqian's back, Mu Yunshu smiled faintly. It's good to have him. Feeling satisfied, Mu Yunshu picked up the mobile phone that Ning Haoqian had placed on the bedside table. There are a bunch of missed calls on it. There are also 99 plus WeChat messages. Chapter 23, a major homicide occurred in Dihao last night. Mu Yunshu quickly read through the phone calls, and when he came across the 30 or so missed calls from Assistant Chief MO, he dialed the number. "Hey, Xiao MO." Mu Yunshu is a workaholic, so it was no surprise that the first choice was to contact Chief Assistant MO Lan. Looming International, Office of the President's Assistant. MO Lan, who was organizing and summarizing various documents, was already very busy. In addition, President Mu did not come to the company today, which is rare, and he could not be contacted. As the chief assistant, MO Lan was extremely busy. Hearing the phone ringing, MO Lan answered it without even looking at the name on the screen. But when he heard the voice coming from the other side, MO Lan couldn't help but be shocked. Boss Mu, are you all right?" MO Lan immediately stopped what he was doing and waited for the other party's reply. She was really worried to death. "I'm afraid that something might happen to my CEO, who takes his work so seriously. In particular, a murder occurred at the Dihao Hotel where President Mu attended a cocktail party yesterday." MO Lan was really worried and regretful. After all, Mu Yunshu is not only her boss, but also her breadwinner. At a time when the employment environment is so worrying. If something happened to Mr. Mu, where could she find such a reasonable and good boss and such a well-paid job? "It's okay, I just overslept." Mu Yunshu listened to MO Lan's ups and downs in his voice, frowned slightly, and said, "Don't be so startled. You are already an adult, calm down." Mu Yunshu felt a little strange. Normally, this little girl, MO Lan, is always calm in the face of emergencies. Is there something stimulating today? Didn't I just not go to the company this morning? I was so scared. You haven't arrived at the company yet at this time, and I can't reach you by phone or WeChat. I thought you had an accident. MO Lan explained. Hearing Mu Yunshu's powerful voice, MO Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it was criticism from her leader, she would accept it with pleasure. As long as Mr. Mu is okay, that's all. "The phone is muted, don't worry," Mu Yunshu said truthfully. "This is not a white lie. The phone is indeed muted. It was just that Ning Haoqian banned it. Avoid those calls and messages that disturb arrest." Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After a slight smile, Mu Yunshu continued to ask, "How is the company doing?" She remembered that 2 work meetings were originally scheduled this morning. There's still a few important documents that need to be signed. Seeing that Mu Yunshu was fine, Mo Lan returned to his serious work state and said, "I have postponed your meeting this morning." The reason why Mo Lan was able to hold on to the position of chief assistant was not only because of her impressive academic qualifications, but also because of her ability to handle matters. Even if Mu Yunshu was not around, she could still arrange things in an orderly manner without any mistakes. "Well, good, well done." Mu Yunshu nodded with satisfaction and praised. It is precisely because of Mo Lan, his right-hand man, that Mu Yunshu is not worried that the company will be in chaos. Mo Lan, there are a few documents that are urgent and need your review. While reporting, Mo Lan was also flipping through the documents on the table. "Send it to my mobile phone. After I check it and find no problem with it, I can sign it electronically directly," Mu Yunshu said after a little thought. "Okowo." Mo Lan seemed to have thought of something and asked tentatively, "Boss Mu, will you come to the company this afternoon?" Mu Yunshu didn't come to the company this morning. There must be something urgent. But her CEO didn't tell her the reason, and as a subordinate, she couldn't ask directly. However, the company is busy and cannot be without a backbone for a long time. Of course I went. As the boss, I can't take the lead in skipping a day of work, right? Mu Yunshu chuckled and joked. According to Mu Yunshu's physical condition, he could go to the company now. But considering that I haven't had a vacation for a long time, so I just gave myself half a day off and had a good rest. And Mo Lan, okay. Seeing that he had almost understood the situation, Mu Yunshu said, Okay, you go ahead and get busy. After checking the time, he continued, I'll be at the company around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost 9:30 now, so it's more than enough time to go there after 2 in the afternoon. Okay, goodbye, President Mu. Goodbye. After ending the call with Mo Lan, Mu Yunshu immediately called Chung Shiwan. For some unknown reason, her best friend called her more than 20 times and sent her more than a dozen video messages on WeChat. Looks like something urgent. Is he afraid that she would be abducted by Ning Haoyan? As soon as the call was made, Chung Shiwan answered it almost immediately. Hey, sure, Yuan. Mu Yinshu was about to ask her what happened, but was interrupted as soon as he opened his mouth. Yinshu, my little aunt, you finally called back. I couldn't get in touch with you, so I thought you had an accident. I'm almost dying of anxiety. You know what? If you didn't call me back, I almost went to the police station to report the case. Chung Shuan's words were like a burst of cannon fire, firing out without stopping for a moment. She is worried to death now. She has only had Mu Yunshu as a good friend since she was a child. Although Chung Shuan was very excited, Mu Yunshu was already accustomed to her speaking speed and listened to her words calmly. He also captured the key information in Chung Shuan's words. I also had an accident. What happened? From what Chung Shuan said, Mu Yunshu was sure that something very important had happened. But Mu Yunshu keenly noticed the word, also. It seems that someone else has also encountered problems. Hearing Mu Yunshu's question, Chung Shuan was puzzled and asked, You don't know? Chung Shuan was shocked. This matter caused a huge uproar in Linen City and was almost known to everyone. It even became a hot topic on Weibo. How could Mu Yunshu not know? Chung Shuan found it unbelievable and continued to ask, Where are you now? If you don't know about that, then just don't know. What she is more concerned about now is Mu Yunshu's personal safety. I'm at home. Just woke up. As soon as I opened my phone, I saw a bunch of missed calls and unread messages from you. Mu Yunshu said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Chung Shuan said, I'm glad you're okay. After a pause, she joked, I almost thought your cheap husband had kidnapped you to northern Myanmar to eat kidneys. Knowing that he was worrying too much, Chung Shuan felt relieved. He was in a good mood, so he started joking with Mu Yunshu using Ning Haoyan as an excuse. Hearing Chung Shuan mention Ning Haoyan, Mu Yunshu looked outside the door and smiled gently. He's downstairs making breakfast for me. I don't know why. Mu Yunshu now feels safe when he hears the name Ning Haoyan. I didn't expect you two to get along so well, Chung Shiwan said. Chung Shiwan didn't expect that these two people would get along so well. Just from Mu Yunshu's voice and the meaning of her words, one can tell that she is very satisfied with a man named Ning Haoyan. Mu Yunshu was too lazy to argue with the gossipy Chung Shiwan on this issue, so he changed the subject and said, You were so startled, and Xiao Mo was also startled just now. What happened? Mu Yunshu was extremely curious. What on earth could have happened that made Chung Shiwan and Mo Lan both so shocked in the same way? Mu Yunshu's intuition told him that this matter must be serious. You went to Dihao to attend a cocktail party last night, right? Chung Shiwan said mysteriously. Mu Yunshu, yes, I went. The Chamber of Commerce invited me. How could I not go? In fact, Mu Yunshu doesn't like to show up in public and has never been interested in this kind of cocktail party. If it wasn't for the invitation from the Chamber of Commerce, she wouldn't be able to refuse. Otherwise, she would not go no matter what. Then, Chung Shiwan cleared his throat and said seriously, A major murder case happened in Dihao last night. What? Major homicide? Mu Yunshu was shocked when he heard this. Some bad memories began to gradually emerge in her mind. Gradually, Mu Yunshu's breathing began to become rapid. But she still forced herself to calm down and not let Chung Shiwan notice anything unusual. But some thoughts still came to my mind involuntarily. That major murder case, could it be related to her? Chung Shiwan was very satisfied with Mu Yunshu's reaction and said with a smile, That's right. Why do you think I was so anxious when I couldn't contact you? Mu Yunshu subconsciously clutched the quilt tightly and asked calmly, Who died? In which room? Mu Yunshu knew very well that the most urgent task at the moment was to determine who the deceased was and where he died. Only in this way can we determine whether this matter has anything to do with her. I don't know him. You probably don't know him either. 3 men. It's on the 28th floor, room 707. I heard from my friend who handled the case that they died tragically, Chung Shiwan said. As soon as the 3 men spoke, Mu Yunshu was stunned. When I heard room 707 on the 28th floor, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples, and Mu Yunshu's heart was filled with huge waves. She was very sure that the three men Chung Shiwan mentioned were those three muscular men. But why did they die? Who killed them? For a moment, Mu Yunshu's mind was in a mess, but he still forced himself to calm down and said calmly, "What does this have to do with me?" Chung Shiwan. Of course there is a connection. These words were powerful and seemed to be extremely certain. Mu Yunshu. Ching Shiwan suddenly laughed and seemed very happy and asked, "Shu Shu, do you know who the first suspect is?" Hearing this laughter, Mu Yunshu felt a little cold in his heart. He clutched the quilt tightly and said, I just woke up, how would I know? Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me now. Chapter 24, I think your soul has been seduced away by that stinky man. From what Chung Shiwan said, he just wanted her to guess. But at this moment, Mu Yunshu was in no mood to guess the answer to the riddle. She just wanted to know who the so-called first suspect was, and why is it related to her. She was not interested in anything else and didn't want to know. Okay. You don't cooperate at all. You don't love me anymore. Chung Shiwan pouted. In the past, Mu Yunshu would always coax her, and even if it was childish, he would cooperate with her performance. But even though he was unhappy, Chung Shiwan didn't keep a secret. It's Mu Shueji. Who are you talking about? The moment he heard the name, Mu Yunshu could hardly believe his ears. Chung Shiwan thought Mu Yunshu didn't hear clearly, so he repeated again, Mu Shueji. It's your half-sister, Mu Shueji. Even gave a thoughtful and affectionate explanation. Help Mu Yunshu understand this name. Mu Yunshu was slightly startled. After coming to his senses, he took a deep breath, opened his mouth slightly, and asked, Mu Shueji, why is it her? Thousands of thoughts, like wild horses running free from their reins, were running wild in Mu Yunshu's mind. She had imagined many people. She thought about herself, Ning Hao Hian, and the enemies of those three muscular men. But the only person he never thought of was Mu Shueji. Because Mu Yunshu knew clearly that what happened last night was a setup by Mu Shueji. How'd she get herself in there? No matter how stupid Mu Shueji is, he wouldn't be stupid enough to turn himself in, right? Mu Yunshu was puzzled. This is truly the most incredible answer. You never expected that, did you? I didn't expect that either. Chung Shiwan laughed heartily and mocked. This little bitch actually got what she deserved. She always picked on you. She deserved it. If this matter was not related to Mu Shueji, Chung Shiwan was worried that Mu Yunshu would be implicated. That's why she contacted her frantically early in the morning. However, since Mu Yunshu overslept, this is a good thing that everyone is happy about. That little bitch Mu Shueji actually got into trouble. Mu Yunshu's heart was still hanging, and he asked, Sure Yuan, tell me, why is she the first suspect? This is a very strange question. Mu Yunshu really wanted to know why the police investigating the case chose Mu Shueji as the first suspect. Even if you check the backgrounds of those three muscular men, you will find their financial transactions. It is also impossible to trace it back to Mu Shueji, because it was impossible for her to do such a thing by herself. It must be someone else who is assigned to do it. Hearing Mu Yunshu's question, Chung Shiwan immediately perked up and said with great interest, This is interesting. According to insider information leaked by my friend in the police station, because Mu Shueji's name was written on the stomachs of the three dead people. Mu Yunshu. What? Mu Yunshu was dumbfounded. This is simply unbelievable. The person hired by Mu Shueji died. On their stomachs. The name of the employer, Mu Shueji, is written on it. No matter how you listen to it or think about it, it's unbelievable, right? If it wasn't Chung Shiwan who said this to her, Mu Yunshu really felt that the person on the other end of the phone was making fun of her. Very interesting, isn't it? I had the same reaction as you when I first heard it. But it's true. Chung Shiwan was very satisfied with Mu Yunshu's reaction and said excitedly, Extremely unbelievable. But it's true. It really couldn't be more true. Mu Yunshu took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and said, Isn't this right? If it was really Mu Shueji who did it, she wouldn't be stupid enough to write her own name on it, right? No matter how you look at it. It looks like framed. Mu Yunshu frowned. This is a very simple logical question. Even if she could see that it was a frame-up, there's no reason why the police couldn't see it, right? Unless the police have other evidence. You're right. That's what the police thought at first. But guess what? They collected Mu Shueji's fingerprints from the deceased. Her body remains were also collected indoors. And the funniest thing is that when Mu Shueji was summoned, she also admitted that she was in Dihao at the time. Chung Shiwan became more and more excited as he spoke, and he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. She never thought that Mu Shiueji could be so stupid. Even her name was written on the dead body's belly. In the entire room, there was only trace of her. Does she really think that with the Mu family behind her, she can do whatever she wants in Linen City? Can you challenge the laws of Daxia and the reputation of the public security? Anyway, Chung Shiwan felt that this was both satisfying and funny. But Mu Yinshu, who should have laughed the most, did not laugh. Instead, he was worried and his clenched fists did not loosen. Did the police find any other people's fingerprints or traces in room 707? Mu Yinshu asked after pondering for a moment. Ning Haoyan at the crime scene. After all, she clearly remembered that the three muscular men almost succeeded. Moreover, Ning Haoyan also had some contact with those three people. Mu Yinshu was extremely worried. No, if there were other suspects, they would have arrested them long ago. Although Ching Shiwan didn't know why Mu Yinshu asked this, he still told the truth. Then, he continued with a smile, and I don't know why there were so many media at Dihao last night. Otherwise, Mu Shiueji wouldn't still be in the police station now. It's so funny, sisters. All the fun today was contributed by Mu Shiueji. Chung Shuan almost died of laughter. Everyone else wanted to sleep, so someone handed them a pillow. But Mu Shiueji was unlucky and even water got stuck in her teeth. Originally based on the influence of the Mu family in Linen City. Even if Mu Shiueji is the primary suspect, he can still be released on bail. But the unfortunate thing is that there will be so many media on the scene. Entertainment reporters, finance, and all kinds of self-media are available. These people respond to explosive news like sharks smelling blood and pounce on it like crazy. With the concerted efforts of these people, Mu Shiueji's story successfully became the #1 hot search. And it hasn't come down yet. There is such great pressure from public opinion, and so many netizens across the country are paying attention. No matter how powerful the Mu family is, the police would not dare to go against the law and release Mu Shiueji on bail. If Chung Shiwan knew that those people were actually prepared by Mu Shiueji, she would probably laugh like crazy. Who would have thought that there would be people in this world who would lift a rock and drop it on their own feet? Huh, I'm glad you're all right. Does this have anything to do with Ning Haoyan? Mu Yinshu breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself. For some reason, her intuition told her that this matter must be related to Ning Haoyan. But Mu Yinshu did not tell Chung Shiwan about his plan. After all, this is a serious matter, and she is responsible for her own safety and Ning Haoyan's safety. Shushu, why aren't you smiling? Are you unhappy that Mu Shiueji went in? Or have you gone crazy with joy? Chung Shuwan didn't notice anything strange about Mu Yinshu and just joked happily. Having been close friends with Mu Yinshu for so many years, she knew Mu Shiueji's character very well. Seeing Mu Shiueji in trouble, she was much happier than Mu Yinshu. Mu Yinshu came back to his senses and made up an excuse explaining, I just woke up, and my brain is still a little slow. Chung Shuwan readily accepted this statement and smiled to himself. Today is a good day. Even if Mu Shiueji has the Mu family behind her, she won't be able to get out in more than 10 days. Do you think I should find a way to keep her in there for a few more days? As he spoke, Chung Shuwan began to have evil thoughts in his mind. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. The Mu family has connections, and so does Miss Chung. Chung Shuwan couldn't let Mu Shiueji stay in there for the rest of her life. But it is easy to make her stay in the police station for a few more days. Why not add insult to injury to your enemy? It's up to you, Mu Yinshu said lightly. Compared to the extremely excited Chung Shiwan, Mu Yinshu's reaction was too cold. After all, Mu Yinshu is one of the parties involved. How could she be happy before everything became clear? You're so perfunctory, you bad woman. Chung Shiwan pretended to be displeased and said. Noticing Chung Shiwan's little emotion, Mu Yinshu immediately comforted her. Okay, as long as Miss Chung is happy. After a pause, he made up another excuse and continued. I'm just a little hungry. I'm waiting for Ning Haoyan to bring me breakfast. Oomph. I think your soul has been seduced away by that stinky man. Chung Shuwan snorted coldly and said. The conflicting point of firepower was immediately directed at Ning Haoyan. After all, her Shushu is so nice. You can't blame Shushu, right? He must have been bewitched by that stinky man Ning Haoyan, which is why he was so cold to her. Mu Yinshu, how could that be? Yes. Chung Shuwan said. You have never been perfunctory to me before. After hearing this, how could Mu Yinshu not understand what her best friend meant? He immediately opened WeChat and transferred 18,888 yuan to Cheng Shiyuan. Is this okay? Mu Yinshu said with a smile. Princess Shu Shu gave me pocket money. I love you. Cheng Shiyuan said happily. Comrade Cheng Shiyuan highly praised Mu Yinshu for her self-awareness and initiative. There's really nothing I can do about you. Mu Yinshu shook his head. While feeling happy, Cheng Shiyuan seemed to remember something and said, speaking of which, I haven't met him yet. When are you going to ask that guy called Ning Haotian out for a meal? As a member of my family, I want to see what kind of man is the one who deceived my Shu Shu into marriage. Cheng Shuan's hostility towards Ning Haotian is visible to the naked eye. In her eyes, Ning Haotian was no different from an unforgivable sinner. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Mu Yinshu was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Yinshu, are you dressed? I'm in, Ning Haotian asked, standing outside the half-open door, holding a bowl of hot porridge. Come in, Mu Yinshu replied. Ning Haotian opened the door and walked in, saying, well, I'm not very good at cooking, so my cooking is a little unsatisfactory, but it should be edible. Seeing Ning Haotian coming, Mu Yinshu took out his phone and replied, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Cheng Shuan any time to react. Cheng Shuan? Miss Cheng never thought that her Shu Shu would hang up on her. She actually hung up on her because of a man. Not even a little bit of nostalgia. This heartless bad woman. Chapter 25. Did you kill those 3 people in room 707? On the other side, Cheng Shuan was still indignant about Mu Yinshu's behavior of forgetting his loyalty for the sake of beauty. Ning Haotian has already walked in front of Mu Yinshu. By the way, pick up the small bedside table and set it up. He placed the hot porridge in his hand on the small table in front of Mu Yinshu. It smells good and should taste good. Mu Yinshu praised the hot porridge made by Ning Haotian, although it is definitely not as good as her craftsmanship. But since Ning Haotian took the initiative to do it, we should still encourage him more. Moreover, Mu Yinshu didn't believe that no matter how bad the porridge tasted, it could be that bad. Are you sure? Ning Haotian pulled the corner of his mouth and said, even my mother dislikes what I make. Hearing Mu Yinshu's praise, Ning Haotian's old face turned red and he felt a little ashamed. This is not Ning Haotian being modest. In the past, whenever he made something at home on a whim, his mother would always criticize him mercilessly. However, I have to say that this is the best thing about being with Mu Yinshu. She always gives emotional value at the right time. Sure and certain. Seeing Ning Haotian's unconfident look, Mu Yinshu smiled and said, let me try Chef Ning's cooking skills. As he spoke, Mu Yinshu reached out, picked up the spoon in the bowl, and began to stir the hot porridge. It can be seen that although the appearance is ordinary, Ning Haotian made it with great care. And there's a lot of material piled up. Crab meat, fish, vegetables. There are so many of them. It is called porridge, but in fact it is more like a hodgepodge platter. Mu Yinshu scooped up a spoonful, blew it gently, and put it into his mouth. Ning Haotian started at Mo Yunsu intently, especially after hearing her meaningful voice. He was ready to be criticized. Anyway, in this regard, Ning has long been accustomed to it. Isn't it very tasty? Ning Haotian looked at Mu Yinshu, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and said, don't hold it in. If you want to complain, just complain. Mu Yinshu shook his head and said, it's not that it's bad, it's just a little bland. But it's good for me to eat light. Ning Haotian cooks is not delicious, but it is not bad either. It's edible for sure. Having achieved this, Mu Yinshu was already very satisfied. Ning Haotian was amused by Mu Yinshu's answer. He sat on the bed and said, student Mu Yinshu, I didn't realize you were quite good at comforting people. For some reason, Ning Haotian always felt that Mu Yinshu was different from other women. She does not have the arrogance and unkindness of a rich lady. On the contrary, she is very considerate of other people's emotions and does not act superior. Of course, her way of apologizing was simple and unique, just transferring money when she disagreed. It always catches Ning Haotian off guard. That's right. Mu Yinshu raised his head and gladly accepted Ning Haotian's compliment. After a pause, he continued, I'll cook from now on. Ning Haotian's skills are only good enough for occasional emergencies, not suitable for long-term consumption. In fact, Mu Yinshu was planning to hire a nanny. That's great. Ning Haotian nodded. To be honest, I never thought that you, who were so pretty, could cook such delicious food. The last time Mu Yinshu cooked, Ning Haotian felt that her cooking skills were at most on par with his own. The result was beyond his expectation, It was extremely delicious. It's totally chef level. But this level of cooking skills is so incompatible with a rich and beautiful woman. You judge people by their appearance, right? Mu Yinshu said with a smile. As he spoke, Mu Yinshu took another mouthful of meat porridge. Not really, it's just based on my stereotype of rich people. Cooking shouldn't be a necessary skill. Ning Haoyan explained truthfully. This stereotype did not come from anyone else, but from his mother and elder sister. These two women in my family are typical examples of people who have never been involved in housework. Of course, there are more than a dozen nannies at home, and they're not needed at all. But it was because of this that Ning Haoyan was shocked that Mu Yunshu could cook. Mu Yunshu smiled and said, I learned this when I was studying in England. Ning Haoyan blinked and suddenly realized, no wonder. I was wondering how a rich and pretty woman like you could cook. This makes sense now. The reason is simple. The food in the British area is not to my taste. Or to put it bluntly, the food tastes terrible. Most of them are hard to swallow. If you don't do it yourself, you will probably starve to death. Mu Yinshu put down the spoon in his hand, looked straight at Ning Haoyan, and said seriously, Ning Haoyan, I want to ask you something. I hope you can answer me truthfully. Seeing Mu Yinshu suddenly become serious, Ning Haoyan was a little uncomfortable, but he still said, ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Ning Haoyan had already guessed what Mu Yinshu wanted to ask. It's nothing more than what happened last night. How'd he know she was in danger? How'd he save her? In a return gift he left for Mu Shueji, because the 3 words Ning Haoyan left behind were not actually for the police to see, but it is for the national security to see. We are all smart people. Since Goen knew that he was the one who did it and saw the 3 words he left behind, how could he not understand Ning's intention? The goal is to let these professionals handle the scene and direct the blame towards Mu Shueji. As for whether they would pretend not to see it or not do what Ning Haoyan said, obviously, after weighing the pros and cons, they dare not. Compared to violating their own rules, they're more afraid of Ning Haoyan, because they knew that Ning Haoyan really dared to dismantle the National Security Bureau and replace them with a major personnel change. You're just being ridiculous. Mu Yunshu said, did you kill the 3 people in room 707? As he spoke, Mu Yinshu looked into Ning Haoyan's eyes. Don't want to miss any detail. She had studied psychology, and she could tell if Ning Haoyan was lying. Yeah, Ning Haoyan said nonchalantly, smiling. Who else could it be except me? Ning Haoyan did not dodge or evade, and met Mu Yunshu's gaze heated. The 2 men's eyes met. Ning Haoyan still had a smile on his face and looked casual. Mu Yinshu nodded. No further questions were asked. There was no response either. He just picked up the spoon and continued to eat the porridge made by Ning Haoyan. Mu Yinshu's calm reaction actually made Ning Haoyan confused. Is she pretending to be calm? Or is it that she doesn't care? Even Ning Haoyan couldn't understand what Mu Yinshu was thinking. Her reaction was a bit unreasonable. Mu Yinshu looked up, looked at Ning Haoyan's puzzled expression, and asked, what's wrong? Ning Haoyan, why? Do you react like this? Now that it had been made clear, Ning Haoyan was too lazy to hide it and simply asked directly. At this moment, he was extremely curious about what Mu Yinshu was thinking. Logically speaking, a normal woman would be horrified when hearing this kind of person, no matter how strong her mental state is, right? Unexpectedly, Mu Yinshu asked back, then how do you think I should react? Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yinshu, and after a moment's silence, he said, I thought you would be scared and even call the police. But I didn't expect you to be so calm, as if you had just heard something ordinary. Ning Haoyan had imagined all kinds of reactions from Mu Yinshu, even those extreme stress reactions. But I didn't expect her to be so calm, as if nothing happened. Calm. He even continued to eat the porridge in a good mood. Mu Yinshu listened to Ning Haoyan's question, put down the spoon in his hand, took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, and slowly said, why should I be afraid of a man who is willing to kill people to save me? If I didn't have you here, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking porridge. Mu Yinshu is a woman, but she is also a smart woman. She saw it very clearly and understood it very thoroughly. Ning Haoyan killed those 3 muscular men, but she did it to save him. What reason does Mu Yinshu have to be afraid of a man who can do this for her? If it weren't for Ning Haoyan, she wouldn't be able to sit here and drink porridge. The one who died in room 707 would probably not be the 3 muscular men, but her, Mu Yinshu. Call the police? That is repaying kindness with enmity, which will make your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. She's not that stupid yet. Ning Hao Ian looked at Mu Yunshu in surprise. Ning Hao Ian never thought that Mu Yunshu actually thought this way. And the logic is so clear and thorough. It makes sense. Compared with those women, Mu Yunshu is really worlds apart. Seeing Ning Hao Ian staring at her, Mu Yunshu raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, saying, "Why are you staring at me like that again? What am I saying that's wrong?" Mu Yunshu thought about it carefully again, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what she said. Moreover, she had just woken up and was not wearing any makeup, so it was impossible for her makeup to be smudged. Then why was Ning Hao Ian staring at her like that? I have discovered a paradox. Ning Hao Ian let out a long sigh and spoke slowly. What? Mu Yunshu asked after hearing this. Mu Yunshu was a little confused. Aren't the two of them talking about that matter? Why did Ning Hao Ian bring up the discovery of some paradox? Ning Hao Ian coughed lightly. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said seriously, "Others say that big breasts mean no brains, but now I think they're talking nonsense." Ning Hao Ian spoke very confidently, because he really believed that. The idea of big breasts and no brains is simply degrading. Mu Yunshu in front of him was a living example. Although he is that old, he has a high IQ and is very smart. "Hey, you big pervert. Ro, shame on you," was slightly stunned when he heard Ning Hao Ian's words, with disbelief written all over his face. After coming back to her senses, her face flushed and she pouts. She didn't expect that Ning Hao Ian's paradox was actually this. This sounded like a compliment to her. Who would compliment someone on their big breasts so seriously? But Ning Hao Ian was right. After all, he has seen it and has the right to speak. She's so pretty. She's one of the top 2 girls I've ever seen. Ning Hao Ian admired Mu Yunshu's pretty appearance and fell emotional. Mu Yunshu, who was originally shy, heard that she was only in the top 2 and immediately stared at Ning Hao Ian and asked, "Top 2? Who is the first one?" Everyone has a competitive spirit, and Mu Yunshu is no exception. She really wanted to know who was number 1 in Ning Hao Ian's eyes. Was there anyone better than her? "My mom," Ning Hao Ian said with a wicked smile. In the eyes of her son, Mom is always the most beautiful, even after years of baptism. Of course, in terms of hardware, Ning Hao Ian's mother has been the most beautiful woman in Beijing for 20 years. I don't want to argue with you." After hearing Ning Hao Ian's answer, Mu Yunshu suddenly became speechless. Just roll your eyes at him and let him experience it himself. It's not impossible to tie for first place. Ning Hao Ian leaned forward and said with a smile. Mu Yunshu said that he didn't really want to bother with this guy. Continue to eat the remaining porridge. Suddenly Mu Yunshu remembered something, looked up and said, "By the way, I guess I'll have to postpone going back to the Mu family to see my dad." Ning Hao Ian blinked. "What?" Mu Yunshu rolled her eyes again in annoyance and said coquettishly, Just pretend. Are you still asking me questions that you already know the answer to?" Although I don't know how you did it, but now he is busy trying to rescue Mu Shueji and has no time to deal with us. Ning Hao Ian smiled calmly. "Are you happy if I do this?" Chapter 26, for example. The beautiful Lady Mu wears white stockings and a pair of Valentino. Ning Hao Ian left for Mu Shueji. It's not just because he can't stand what Mu Shueji did. Moreover, because Mu Yunshu was his wife, he wanted to vent his anger on her. After all, Ning Hao Ian is a man, and no man can bear to see his wife being bullied. Therefore, Ning Hao Ian knew very well whether Mu Yunshu, the person involved, was satisfied with his action. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu pursed her lips, smiled slightly, and thanked him. After getting rid of the fear of possibly being involved, Mu Yunshu was left with only touched feeling in his heart. She felt from the bottom of her heart that God was blessing her as she mistook the wrong person for someone else in the coffee shop yesterday. This is how Ning Hao Ian and her got married by accident. Because Mu Shueji's plan for her was already set. If everything goes well, I will get married to that recent college graduate who graduated from acting school. The one who was on the hot search on Weibo was her, Mu Yunshu, not Mu Shueji. Perhaps this was really destined. Mu Yunshu, how many times are you going to say thank you to me this morning? Ning Hao Ian complained. Ning Hao Ian disliked most was someone constantly saying thank you to him. It sounds good, but is useless. It doesn't make any sense. But I don't know whether Mu Yunshu didn't understand what Ning Hao Ian meant, or if he did it on purpose. So he continued, "Thank you for saving me. Thank you for still thinking of giving me some vent. Thank you for making porridge for me, even though you can't cook." As she spoke, Mu Yunshu picked up the bowl of porridge on the table and smiled sweetly at Ning Hao Ian. in a trance, looking at Ning Haoyan's nasty smile. Mu Yinshu had already started thinking about what reason would be best to renew the contract with him. In addition to being able to protect her, Ning Haoyan is also very principled. When she was drugged and unconscious, not only did he not take advantage of the situation, he also stayed there all night. It really makes me feel safe with him around. Instead of talking so much, it's better to get down to business. Ning Haoyan licked his lips and grinned. There was a sly look in his eyes. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Mu Yunshu smiled knowingly. As he spoke, Mu Yinshu picked up the phone on the bed. 10 seconds later, a message popped up on Ning Haoyan's phone. The rich woman who exploded with gold coins transferred 88,888 yuan to you. Without any surprise, the rich woman who got gold coins again. This is Mu Yunshu's habitual way of expression. Thank you, rich lady, for the reward. Ning Haoyan clicked to receive it, thanked her, blinked, and said, actually, I want some other rewards. Seeing the smile on Ning Haoyan's face getting wider, Mu Yunshu raised his eyebrows and said, for example, Mu Yinshu really wanted to know what other rewards Ning Haoyan would get. Of course, sexual compensation is definitely the first one to be excluded. After all, she had been honest with him last night, and he hadn't done anything out of line. Ning Haoyan snapped his fingers, looked Mu Yinshu up and down, and said with a smile, for example, the beautiful Mu Yinshu wears white silk and a Valentino. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan nodded from time to time. With Mu Yinshu's figure and long legs, she would definitely be stunning in white stockings and Valentino. Big rascal. That's a nice thought. Mu Yinshu was stunned for a moment at first, but quickly came to her senses. She rolled her eyes at Ning Haoyan and said coquettishly. She knew that Ning Haoyan was a guy who could not spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Just thinking about random things. Still white silk. And Valentino? Want to see her pair these two together? Ning Haoyan spread his hands and said with a smile. It's broad daylight, suitable for daydreaming. He looked as if he was not ashamed, but proud of it. After getting closer to Mu Yinshu, he was too lazy to pretend and just exposed his true nature. Anyway, they're both like that. It would be too contrived to act anymore. Mu Yinshu seemed to have thought of something, looked at Ning Haoyan and asked, don't you men like to see black stockings? Why do you like Baici? Although Mu Yinshu is busy with work, he doesn't have much time to watch Douyin or visit Weibo. But she has a gossipy best friend, Cheng Xiuan. The eldest daughter of the Cheng family is most passionate about eating melons and all kinds of strange things. Mu Yinshu clearly remembered that Cheng Xiuan had complained more than once that men's obsession with black stockings was no less than their pursuit of 4,090. It turned out that Ning Haoyan was an accident. This was something Mu Yinshu had really not expected. What do you mean by us men? Am I as vulgar as them in your eyes? Ning Haoyan blinked when he heard this and immediately asked back. Ning Haoyan, such a shallow person who follows the crowd? Mu Yinshu smiled and coaxed softly. Okay, you are not. I have wronged you. Looking at Ning Haoyan's serious look, Mu Yinshu always felt that he was like a serious boy. Hearing Mu Yinshu say this, Ning Haoyan could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth that curled up and said, actually, I saw you wearing black stockings last time. So I want to unlock the white silk. Men always have a desire to explore unknown things. Since I've already seen the black stockings, of course we have to press on. Let's see if we can unlock the white silk. After all, Ning Haoyan is also an ambitious young man with aspirations. Think about it. Mu Yinshu was amused by Ning Haoyan. She originally thought that he was really different from other men. Now it seems that they are birds of a feather and even more greedy. Others are content with just seeing a pair of black stockings. Ning Haoyan not only wants white stockings, but also wants a pair of Valentino. Mu Yinshu rolled his eyes and turned his head away, no longer looking at him. He just whispered in a voice that he could hear himself. I'll tell you when you perform well. The voice was small, but Mu Yinshu underestimated Ning Haoyan's hearing. Even at this distance, he could hear it clearly and distinctly. Ning Haoyan what? Ning Haoyan couldn't believe his ears. His face was full of disbelief. Mu Yinshu actually agreed to this excessive request of mine, despite the prefix condition. But isn't that also hopeful? Mu Yinshu blushed and quickly changed the subject, saying, there is something I need to tell you. Having said that, Mu Yinshu paused, wanted to say something more. The blush on her face grew deeper and deeper. What? Just say what you want to say. When did you become so hesitant? Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yinshu and asked puzzledly, isn't this woman always very direct? Why did you suddenly become so shy? Mu Yunshu pursed her lips, pondered for a while, and said shyly, Don't you ever abuse me again. Never stop until your words shock people. Ning Haoyan. After these words were spoken, Ning Haoyan was completely helpless. Domestic violence? Who is domestic violence? I abused her. For a moment, even Ning Haoyan, who had a 5G network speed, could not keep up with Mu Yunshu's fast thinking. Ning Haoyan really wanted to know how comrade Mu Yunshu connected it to domestic violence. Mu Yunshu turned around and looked at the confused Ning Haoyan and explained, I know you are very powerful. If you attack me, I will definitely not be able to resist. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu pouted. It seemed like he was remembering something from the past. That night in the underground parking lot of Longheng Plaza, she and Cheng Shuan overestimated their own abilities and tried to establish Ning Haoyan's authority. Thinking about it now, it's really funny. Mu Yunshu looked like a clown, jumping around there. By Ning Haoyan on the spot, he was still so powerful. Promax the clown. Ning Haoyan curled his lips and asked helplessly, Mu Yunshu, which eye of yours can tell that I look like a domestic violence man? At first glance, this reason seems reasonable and logical. But there is something wrong with it. Is this just the imagination of Ning in Mu Yunshu's mind? Pain. It hurts so much. Facing Ning Haoyan's doubts, Mu Yunshu lacked confidence, bowed his head and nodded, and said softly, Isn't this just giving you a shot in advance? In case. Always be prepared. Although Mu Yunshu didn't know why she suddenly mentioned this. Vaccination. Ning Haoyan pulled the corner of his mouth and said, There is no such thing as a just in case. No, a man's mouth is a lie. Mu Yunshu knew that he was not in the right, but for the sake of his own face, he still spoke with a lack of confidence. Ning Haoyan was too lazy to argue with this stubborn woman and said, Ms. Mu Yunshu, aren't you going to ask how I knew you were in danger and how I knew exactly where you were? Ning Haoyan still asked this question. This is the most critical issue that Mu Yunshu has never mentioned. Logically speaking, Mu Yunshu, a smart woman, wouldn't have missed it, right? I don't want to ask. Even if I asked, you wouldn't tell me the truth. Why should I bother? Mu Yunshu smiled lightly and said calmly. Mu Yunshu had thought about this problem a long time ago, but she deliberately didn't ask. The reason was just as she gave. It involved Ning Haoyan's own secret, and she didn't think he would tell the truth. So why bother yourself? Moreover, Ning Haoyan should also have his own private space and the right to keep his own secrets. Respect is mutual. Ning Haoyan was completely confused by Mu Yunshu's clever answer and complained, It's no fun if you play like this. Just as Mu Yunshu expected, he really wouldn't tell the truth, but he wanted to tease Mu Yunshu. But who knew that the rich lady Mu was so smart and didn't fall for it all? I'll make you mad to death, Mu Yunshu said proudly. After a pause, he continued, I have to go to the company this afternoon. I should be a little busy, so I won't get off work too early. You can take care of dinner by yourself. Considering what happened to Mu Shueji and the fact that Ning Haoyan was still very powerful, Mu Yunshu decided to make the best use of his resources just in case. Report your itinerary, Ning Haoyan said with a smile. But he soon understood Mu Yunshu's little thoughts. Just do your thing, don't worry about me. I plan to go eat hot pot alone tonight. Since Mu Yunshu has to work overtime, Ning Haoyan can only go to Xian hot pot alone. After all, rich lady Mu gave him so much money as a tip. He has to go out and spend it to promote economic growth, right? Be a waste that is useful to society. So happy, Mu Yunshu said enviously. It must be said, but Mu Yunshu was inexplicably a little envious of Ning Haoyan. Someone gave him money and he had time, so he could arrange it as he pleased. Ning Haoyan joked, Isn't this all thanks to the rich sponsor's reward? You're so talkative, Mu Yunshu said coquettishly. Get out now. I need to get up, change clothes, and put on makeup. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu raised his hand and pushed Ning Haoyan, urging him to hurry out. Although it's only about 10:30, but it takes time for her to pick out and change clothes. Putting on makeup takes more time. Ning Haoyan here anymore. Are you still chasing me away? Ning Haoyan smiled playfully and teased. It's not like I haven't seen it before. As soon as he said this, Mu Yunshu clenched his fist and punched him lightly. Get out, rascal. Ning Haoyan stood up, put away the dishes on the table, and waved to Mu Yunshu. Let's go. Take your time to change. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep. Looking at Ning Haoyan's departing back, Mu Yunshu said coquettishly, hateful. There was a smile on his lips that was hard to conceal. After sitting on the bed for a while, He picked up his phone and sent a message to Molan. Contact several bodyguard companies. Chapter 27, What If They Are Spies? A life of lying down and giving up. Always so simple and unpretentious. Time flies by quickly too. Mu Yinshu returned to her normal work rhythm. Go out early and come back late. Ning Hao-yin rarely even had the chance to see her, let alone tease her. Suddenly he understood why Mu Yinshu had never been in love. Being so busy that he has very little time for himself. Which man can stand it? Except for him, Ning Hao-yin. Friday, 9 o'clock in the morning. Ning Hao-yin was the only one left in the huge villa, still sleeping in. Just when I was sleeping soundly, the cell phone rang. Ning Hao-yin took the phone reluctantly, not even wanting to open his eyes, and answered the call by instinct. Yan, who is it? Why aren't you sleeping so early in the morning? The tone was extremely impatient, but the person on the other end of the phone did not show any displeasure and replied in a clear voice. Brother Yin, it's me. The familiar female voice awakened Ning Hao-yin's memory. Xing Xiat, you called so early in the morning. Are you in trouble again? Ning Hao-yin turned over and asked sleepily. He remembered this little girl, and usually she would call him when she was in trouble. No trouble, Ruan Xingzi said. Brother Yin, am I a troublemaker in your heart? As he spoke, Ruan Xingzi pouted. It's not that she was unhappy, but she didn't expect Ning Hao-yin to think of her like this. Although this is indeed true. Ruan Xingzi couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. Ning Hao-yin smiled and said, Yes, you cry baby. As soon as these words were spoken, the awkward atmosphere was immediately broken. Oh my, you are such a bad person, Ruan Xingzi said coquettishly. She knew that Brother Yin was joking with her. Brother Yin is such a nice guy. How could he possibly dislike her? As he thought about it, Ruan Xingzi started laughing. I'm just telling the truth. Ning Hao-yin opened his eyes and laughed out loud. I had nothing to do early in the morning, so it was quite interesting to tease this female college student. I'm not going to pay attention to you. Ruan Xingzi pretended to be displeased and said, but he didn't last 5 seconds before continuing to ask, Brother Yin, are you free today? He directly stated the purpose of coming to see Ning Hao-yin today. Little girl, you are so contradictory. Ning Hao-yin joked, you just said you would ignore me, and now you ask me if I am free. Should that person be free now? Ning Hao-yin became playful. This kind of little girl who has not yet entered society and has little experience in the world is very interesting to tease. Green and interesting. If it were that woman named Xiang Wei, she wouldn't be so easy to bully. Most of the time, it's just a direct question or strong counter-teasing. Then dirty jokes started flying everywhere. Oh, Brother Yin, you just like to bully me. Ruan Xingzi said coquettishly, are you free or not? After all, she is an innocent female college student, and she is thin-skinned. Faced with Ning Hao-yin's teasing, he could hardly resist at all. Whether I'm free depends on what you want me to do. Ning Hao-yin yawned and said, if it's hard labor, then I definitely won't be free. When these magical creatures like college students come knocking on your door, it's usually nothing good. It's either a group assignment or a questionnaire. Ning Hao-yin didn't want to be free labor, and even less did he want to be a coolie. Don't even think about those things. Do you remember what you promised me last time? Ruan Xingzi asked. Upon hearing this, Ning Hao-yin remembered what happened, but he still pretended to have forgotten and asked in confusion. Last time? What did I promise? Why don't I remember it? Ning Hao-yin raised 3 questions in a row, but it was precisely this tone that gave him away. Ning Hao-yin's intention immediately and said coquettishly, if you say so, you must remember it. You're just trying to tease me. Female college students are just simple, not stupid. I've been spotted. You're not cooperating at all. Ning Hao-yin stopped pretending and asked, are you going to Westlake to sketch today? Ruan Xingzi. Yes, the weather is nice today, very suitable for sketching. Sketching is one thing, but what she wanted more was to go on a date with Ning Hao-yin. It's just a date between 2 people in their own world. Her brother Yin broke up with her, so she shouldn't seize the opportunity? Okay, I'll go with you. Ning Hao-yin agreed. Anyway, I have no plans for today, so I might as well accompany Ruan Xingzi to sketch and take a stroll around Westlake. It can be considered as a way to kill this boring time. You can also go to the Westlake and try how bad the Westlake vinegar fish is. Thank you, Brother Yin. Then let's meet at Westlake this afternoon. Goodbye, Brother Yin. After receiving a positive answer, Ruan Xingzi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, there's still a few hours left, so she must dress up properly. After hanging up the phone, Ning Haotian lay on the bed and muttered to himself, "It just so happens that I have something to do this afternoon. Mu Yinshu is good in every way, except that he is too busy at work. I don't see him all day. Busy. It's better for everyone to be busy." Ning Haotian always felt that he was like an empty nest elderly person. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Westlake. Because it was still a weekday, there were relatively few visitors, most of whom were elderly people taking a walk to exercise and college students who had no classes. "Brother Yin, here it is." "Far away." Ning Haotian excitedly. Ning Haotian quickly walked over to the source of the voice, took a look at Ruan Xingxi's outfit, and said jokingly, "Oh, the little girl is still dressed up. Youthful, beautiful, and full of energy, not bad." Today, Ruan Xingxi wore a slim light yellow dress, had on some elegant and fresh light makeup, had 2 ponytails that increased her attack speed, and carried sketching tools on her back. A typical urban beauty. A pure girl. Hearing Ning Haotian's praise, Ruan Xingxi smiled shyly and said, "I have to dress up nicely to sketch with Brother Yan, right?" Normally, whether he is in class or working part-time, Ruan Xingxi rarely dresses like this. She was afraid that someone would chat with her or harass her. But Ning Haotian is different. After all, women dress up to please themselves. In front of Ning Haotian, Ruan Xingxi only worried that she was not good-looking enough and could not attract Ning Haotian's attention. Ning Haotian nodded. "It's pretty good. Clean, refreshing, and youthful. Full of vitality." Ruan Xingxi mustered up his courage, approached Ning Haotian, tugged at his sleeve, and said, "Let's find a place to start painting." "Okay." Ning Haotian responded. The sun is shining and the West Lake is picturesque. It is indeed a good time to sketch and paint. 2 hours later, Ruan Xingxi, who was looking for an angle, looked at a few foreigners taking pictures, tugged at the corner of Ning Haotian's clothes, and said, "Brother Yin, look over there." Ning Haotian didn't understand, but he looked over and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" "It looks like a few foreigners are taking pictures there. Do you want to go over and take a photo with them?" Ning Haotian didn't notice anything unusual. It seemed like there were just a few foreigners who came to Westlake to play and were posing for photos crazily. If there is anything special about them, it is those men and women. They're really good-looking, tall, and their muscles are particularly well-defined. So Ning Haotian's first thought was that the little girl Ruan Xingxi wanted to go over and take a photo, but was shy to be alone, afraid that he would laugh at her. "No." Ruan Xingxi shook his head, seeing that Ning Haotian didn't understand. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction where they were taking photos, saying, "Where are they taking photos?" Ning Haotian looked in the direction of Ruan Xingxi's finger. "It seems to be a military area. What's the problem?" Ning Haotian was puzzled, but he just took the picture. It was just the periphery anyway, and he couldn't see anything at all. "There's a problem. Of course there's a problem." Ruan Xingxi said seriously, "You are not allowed to take photos in places like this. It is even written on the sign." As he spoke, Ruan Xingxi pointed to the plaque at the entrance of the military area. "College students are indeed the group with the strongest sense of justice, filled with indignation. Learn new ideas and strive to become a new youth. National defense education has taken root in the hearts of the people." "That's true," Ning Haotian said. "It doesn't matter. Let them take pictures if they want, and no one else cares, so we shouldn't get involved." Ning Haotian didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, less trouble is worse than more. It doesn't matter to other people, but if the two of them step in to take care of it, it will be too conspicuous. But Ruan Xingxi refused to give in and said, "No. What if they are spies? If we see it and do nothing, wouldn't that be a leak of secrets?" Ruan Xingxi's arguments were eloquent and well-reasoned. Patriotism is innate and engraved in the bones of college students. Ning Haotian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you, a college student, are quite ideologically conscious." Ruan Xingxi's reaction was indeed beyond Ning Haotian's expectations. That look was so determined that he almost joined the party. Ruan Xingxi immediately took Ning Haotian's arm and said coquettishly, "Let's go, let's go." Ning Haotian saw that he couldn't persuade her, so he said, "Go, go, go. I'll listen to you. You can't take photos here." Ruan Xingxi walked up to the foreigners and spoke politely in English. As he spoke, he pointed at the plaque and motioned for them to look over there. The foreigner closest to Ruan Xingxi put down his camera and glanced at Ruan Xingxi. He was puzzled at first, then his face was full of displeasure. He cursed in poor Daxia dialect. "Shit. Go away. Where did Shabi come from? Does it matter to you where we take photos?" Anger and arrogance were fully displayed on that foreigner's face. It's like this is their country. Ning Hao Ian. Wow, this Da Xiao language is quite fluent. Suddenly, Ning Hao Ian felt that Ruan Xingzi was actually right. These people are probably more than just tourists. This is where things start to get interesting. Ruan Xingzi took a step forward and said sternly, "Since you can speak Da Xiao language, you should know what is written on the plaque. This is a military stronghold. Photography is prohibited, is powerful, and emphasizes." Hearing Ruan Xingzi's words, Henry, who was closest to her, was immediately dissatisfied and said angrily, "Mad. Why do you care where I take pictures? Do you think you're the Pacific Police? Bitch." As he spoke, he waved his fist at Ruan Xingzi, as if he was going to hit her in the face the next moment. Ning Haotian saw this, stepped in front of Ruan Xingzi, grabbed Henry's wrist, and said with a smile, "Everyone, I advise you to organize your language and speak properly." Chapter 28, Do You Really Think This is the Qing Dynasty? Ning Haotian was very dissatisfied with their attitude. Especially these foreigners, they swear all the time. He also called Ruan Xingzi a bitch. My grandma can tolerate this kind of shit, but my grandpa can't. But considering that they are foreigners, we should use courtesy before force. Seeing Ning Haotian dare to stop him, Henry was furious. He shook off Ning Haotian's hand and pointed at him and shouted, "Who the hell are you? I'm an overseas student. Do I need you to teach me? I advise you to take care of yourself. And that bitch next to you." Having said that, Henry pointed at Ruan Xingzi again, and then glared at Ning Haotian fiercely. The threat in his blue-white eyes was self-evident. Henry knew who he was. He is a student studying abroad. It is superior to others. This place is not something the man and woman in front of them can afford to offend. This was not the first time Henry had encountered such a thing. But the law enforcement officers here are all on his side, and they're always successful. Looking at Henry's face that deserved a beating, Ning Haotian's anger grew in his heart, and he sneered, "TSK, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I also know a little bit of boxing." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Haotian clenched his fists, and his bones creaked. Listening to Ning Haotian's words and watching Ning Haotian's actions, Henry immediately became excited and challenged. "Haha, fists and feet? Boy, do you dare to hit me? Do you have the guts? Don't you dare. I don't think you have the guts." While making provocative remarks, he also slapped his own face, signaling to Ning Haotian that if he has the temper, come and beat him up. Henry's companions also echoed the sigh. They were all convinced that this man had no courage or resolution, and that he simply wouldn't dare to do it. Because he couldn't afford the consequences of taking action, he was afraid of the law enforcement officers here. The very law enforcement officers he fears are the ones who protect their interests. Ning Haotian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a chill emanated from his body. He was planning to beat this guy to a certain level of disability. Ning Haotian was unmoved. Henry became even more aggressive and continued to provoke. "If you dare to do it, you will destroy the friendship between the two countries. Come on, hit me. Hit this way." Henry was sure that Ning Haotian didn't dare to take action, and he couldn't bear such a bad reputation. So there's nothing to be afraid of at all. He even got close to Ning Haotian and pointed at his face in provocation. Bang! But accidents always come so suddenly. Ning Haotian's fist landed directly on the place where Henry requested, because Henry used his face to hit Ning Haotian's fist. At the moment of contact, 7 or 8 teeth fell out instantly. Henry's entire body fell to the ground unexpectedly. Ning Haotian blew on his fist and said with a playful smile, "This is the first time I've heard such a cheap request. I can only satisfy you." Ning Haotian has seen a lot of idiots. It was the first time Ning Haotian had seen someone so stupid and so despicable. It is rare to see someone putting his face close to others and begging to be beaten. After all, he is a foreign friend. Since he asked so much, how could Ning Haotian refuse? "I can only try my best to satisfy you." Henry was stunned, and so were his companions. They never thought that this Da Xiao man would actually dare to take action. He really did it. It's simply unbelievable. Does he know what he is doing? Henry recovered, covered his bleeding mouth, stood up shakily, looked at Ning Haotian in disbelief, and asked, "You, how dare you hit me?" Henry knew that if his actions happened in free America, he would have been shot countless times. But this is Da Xiao. It is the safest Da Xiao in the world. The man in front of him not only beat him, but also knocked out so many of his teeth. It's simply outrageous. Henry, Henry, Henry. After hearing Henry's question, His companion came to his senses, ran to his side, and supported him. At the same time, they surrounded Ning Haoyan and the other two. Ruan Xingzi also came to his senses. He stood behind Ning Haoyan, grabbed the corner of his clothes, and said stupidly, "Brother Yin, don't be impulsive." Ruan Xingzi only felt his eyes turn white and his head feel empty. They both seemed to be in trouble. This disaster is quite serious. According to the public security regulations and the special status of these people, they are both going to be detained, and I'm afraid it will take at least 10 days or half a month to get out. Ruan Xingzi regretted it. She shouldn't have meddled in other people's business and involved Brother Yan. Ning Haoyan patted Ruan Xingzi's shaking hands and said with a smile, "Don't panic. It's not a big problem. This is not really just self-consolation." Ning Haoyan was indeed not panicked, nor did he think the problem was that big of a problem. They are just a few foreigners. Do we really have to worship them? His bones aren't that soft yet. He couldn't even get down on his knees. "Xiao people, how dare you hit someone?" Jerry pointed at Ning Haoyan and asked angrily. Anger. Out of anger. This was the first time they had suffered such humiliation in all the time they had been in Daxia. Ning Haoyan slapped away the hand pointing at him and asked with a smile, "Isn't this what he asked for? What words hurt the most? Then there is only the truth." From beginning to end, from front to back, it was Henry who was provoking. And he, Ning Haoyan, just complied with his request, fulfilled his wish, and gave him a loving hug. That's all. Sophistry. Smooth talker. Do you know who we are? Do you know what the outcome will be for you? Seeing that Ning Haoyan had no fear or guilt, Jasmine stood up and accused and questioned him angrily. In her eyes, this Xia countryman was simply demented. Does he know what he is doing? Do you know what you will face next? I don't know, and I don't want to know. I only know that you scolded my sister. Now apologize. Ning Haoyan raised his head, turned slightly to leave half space for Ruan Xingzi, and spoke in a stern voice. He doesn't care what these foreigners rely on. As for the end, in this world today, no one can make Ning Haoyan consider his fate. Ning Haoyan, who is even more arrogant than them, and shouted, "What if I say no?" Henry really wanted to see what this arrogant Siam man dared to do to him and them. As long as the law enforcers here arrive, we will make this bastard pay with blood. Ning Haoyan spread his hands and said regretfully, "Then I can only hold your heads down and kneel on the ground to repent." The brain is a good thing, but it is obvious that these foreigners who are used to being domineering don't have this thing. "You dare." Henry took a step forward, glared at Ning Haoyan, and said provocatively. He didn't believe in his heart that this person really dared to do this. He was 100% sure. After all, what the person in front of him did was enough to cause an uproar internationally. The government of Daxia will not let him go first. His parents and relatives will also be affected. Weaknesses, those are all weaknesses. Henry didn't believe that the person in front of him could really do it without any scruples. As long as he softens, they will be at his mercy. Bang! Ning Haoyan didn't say anything else. Henry's only response was his fists. He was wrong and chose the wrong target to provoke. If it were someone else, they might really be scared. Unfortunately, the person standing in front of him was Ning Haoyan. All that was heard was the sound of kowtows. Extremely crisp. "See if I dare. Do you really think this is the Qing dynasty?" Ning Haoyan held Henry's neck with one hand, pressing it against the ground. Ning Haoyan discovered that this guy's brain was indeed problematic and was still stuck in the era of the great powers. But unfortunately, times have changed. Now, he is the powerful one. Henry. Jerry looked at Ning Haoyan's actions and Henry, who was kowtowing, and was surprised. Damn it. Let's go together and kill this bastard and that bitch. Having been dominating and bullying for so long, they have never suffered such a great humiliation. He immediately called his companions and beat Ning Haoyan together. Together? I couldn't ask for more. Ning Haoyan hooked his finger and said with a smile. While provoking, he turned back slightly. "Xingzi, back off." Upon hearing this, Ruan Xingzi knew that he could not help Ning Haoyan, so he had to obey and do as he was told, trying his best not to hold him back. As soon as Ruan Xingzi pushed away, several people rushed forward and surrounded Ning Haoyan. The area was also crowded with people watching the fun. From time to time, voices of college students cheering for Ning Haoyan could be heard. After all, we are compatriots. After all, this is Daxia. After all, everyone is dissatisfied with these foreigners. Bang, bang, bang. These foreigners are dressed like tourists. But his muscles are clearly defined and his moves are well coordinated. prepared for both offense and defense. You can tell at a glance that they have undergone professional and systematic training. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible for him to withstand it. Unfortunately, the person they met was Ning Hao-yen. In no time, they were all knocked to the ground by one punch from each man. He smashed all their cameras. I've trained and have some basic skills, but they're not good enough. Ning Hao-yen clapped his hands and commented nonchalantly. Ning Hao-yen might have been skeptical at first, but after the fight, Ning Hao-yen was sure that these guys were definitely up to something. No matter how rich an ordinary person is, he cannot learn the fighting skills of an agent. You, who are you? Henry fell to the ground, breathing heavily, looked at Ning Hao-yen and asked. Daxia people. Ning Hao-yen replied with a smile on his face. Now I need you to apologize to me and my sister. Jerry, impossible. Malika, delusion. In their eyes, they're a noble race. It is impossible to apologize. I can never apologize to the Xia people in this life. Really? Ning Hao-yen said with a smile. As he spoke, Ning Hao-yen grabbed the two men by the scruff of their necks, one on the left and one on the right. Bang, bang, bang. He pressed the two men's heads and knocked them straight to the ground. The only sound heard in the audience was the crisp sound of kowtows. As a human being, it is important to know yourself. If they don't want to be decent, then only someone named Ning can help them be decent. How dare you? Henry looked at Ning Hao-yen's actions, raised his finger and pointed at him, questioning. Ning Hao-yen threw the two people in his hand away like trash and said, I've already done it. What am I afraid of? Now answer me. Who is the bitch? A sharp look was cast at Henry. She. Henry gritted his teeth and pointed at Ruan Xingzi. Bang! A crisp applause rang out. Who? Ning Hao-yen put on a smile and asked again. She. Henry was unyielding and refused to give in. Bang! As expected, Henry's favorite slap came as expected. Ning Hao-yen's face darkened and he asked, Who is it for the last time? Henry, who was stunned, felt the murderous intent from Ning Hao-yen and instantly came to his senses. He said flatteringly, It's me. I'm a bitch. My whole family is bitches. Henry no longer cared about his face. If he was slapped twice by Ning Hao-yen, he would probably die on the spot. Ning Hao-yen patted Henry's face with satisfaction and said with a smile, That's right. Remember, this is not the Qing dynasty. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Police! Henry seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and rushed over like crazy, crying and shouting. The police notified me to save me. He wanted to kill someone. He wants to murder international friends. A big hat was put directly on Ning Hao-yen. The leader glanced at the whole place and waved his hand. Take them all back. Chapter 29. A warm reminder that abusive lynching is against the rules. Westlake District Police Station. Interrogation room. Name. Ning Hao-yen. Age. 23. Gender. Huang Can asked again without even raising her head as she casually recorded the information. Ning Hao-yen looked at the female police officer sitting opposite him, blinked in confusion, and asked, Can't you see it? Huang Can raised her head and glanced at him, her face full of impatience, and asked coldly, Gender? For Ning Hao-yen was clearly written on his face. According to Newton's third law, forces act reciprocally. Huang Can hates Ning Hao-yen, and Ning Hao-yen also has no good feelings for this female police officer who is wearing a police uniform and heavy makeup. Ning never bears grudges because he always takes revenge on the spot, never leaving it overnight, and immediately retorted. How did you pass the physical examination? Money. You probably have to stuff a lot of stuff in here, so the relationship must be strong, right? Ning Hao-yen crossed his legs, a playful look on his face. There is no need to speculate that the female police officer in front of me has strong connections. This can be seen from the smell of perfume that permeates the interrogation room. What's more, she is wearing a lot of high-end jewelry. Apart from those with connections, who else would dare to be so unscrupulous in government agencies? Thinking of this, Ning Hao-yen became playful. After all, since we are here, we might as well have some fun. You. Listening to Ning Hao-yen's questioning and provocative words, Huang Can glared at Ning Hao-yen angrily. As he spoke, he slammed the table in front of him and said, Please correct your attitude and cooperate with our work. Huang Can has interrogated many prisoners. She has seen many timid, stubborn, sophistry, and weird people. But this was the first time she had seen someone as confident as Ning Hao-yen. He dared to openly challenge her authority and question her on her territory. She would never let this guy named Ning Hao-yen have an easy time. What's more, He beat up an international friend, which is an even more serious crime. Cooperate. Where did I fail to cooperate? Whatever you ask, I'll answer. Ning Hao Ian folded his hands in front of his chest, looking indifferent and smiling. How could a model citizen like him not cooperate? Please cooperate well. Huang Cancan smiled, but didn't really smile, suppressing her anger, and asked, Do you know why you're sitting here? Seeing that Ning Hao Ian's attitude had corrected, but his smile became more and more despicable, Huang Cancan was filled with anger. She would definitely teach this bastard what attitude is later. I hope he can stay like this till the end and not ask for mercy. Of course. Ning Hao Ian nodded and smiled. Oh, looks like you have some self-awareness. Faced with Ning Hao Ian's sudden cooperation, Huang Cancan was still a little uncomfortable, but continued to ask, Tell me, what crime have you committed? Ning Hao Ian looked the female police officer up and down after hearing this, and said with a smile, TSK, it seems that you not only took the back door for the physical examination, but also for the police academy entrance exam? How can I be guilty of anything without a court ruling? Could it be that you, the officer, installed it on me on purpose? As he spoke, Ning Hao Ian swung his crossed legs. That attitude is as arrogant as it can be. It seemed as if he was the one doing the interrogation and Huang Cancan was the one being interrogated. However, every word Ning Hao Ian said made sense. A suspect is called a suspect for a reason, even if he was caught red-handed for murder. The criminal was caught red-handed and the evidence was solid. Until the court makes a ruling of guilt, he can only be called a suspect. Ordinary people may not be able to tell the difference, but this should be common sense for public security personnel, right? You, correct your attitude. This is the police station, not a place for you to act like a spoiled brat. Huang Cancan stood up, slammed the table, and shouted angrily. Once again, the attitude issue is emphasized. But there is no doubt that Ning Hao Ian's words did touch her sore spot. Huang Cancan was admitted to the police academy through connections, so her grades were at the bottom. In order to graduate successfully, she took the back door. But this time Ning Hao Ian guessed wrong. It was not a backdoor deal using money or connections. Instead, Huang Cancan asked the teacher to use her back door. Ning Hao Ian smacked his lips, very satisfied with Huang Cancan's reaction. He raised his eyebrows and added fuel to the fire with an extremely provocative tone. Are you anxious? Is there something wrong with what I said? Kick the layman's good leg hard. Rub salt into someone's wounds. It has always been one of Ning Hao Ian's favorite things to do. The fun has already begun, and Ning Hao Ian has no reason to stop. Huang Cancan, who was hit in the sore spot, no longer cared about controlling her expression. She pointed her finger at Ning Hao Ian and said angrily, You are making up stories. Let me ask you again. Do you know why you are sitting here? Although she was still following the procedure verbally, in her heart, Huang Cancan had sentenced Ning Hao Ian to death countless times. He dares to challenge me? He dares to humiliate himself? The red light for turning left is the hardest to wait for. Ning Hao Ian leaned back in his chair, casually put down his crossed legs, smiled calmly, and said, Isn't it because if you can't deal with the foreigners, you can't deal with me, right? The emotions of the two people formed a sharp contrast in this small interrogation room. One is furious, the other is calm. You. Huang Cancan's chest heaved up and down because of Ning Hao Ian's anger. Then he looked around and began to search for any suitable weapons within his sight. Unfortunately, Ning Hao Ian saw Huang Cancan's intentions clearly. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Officer, I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Just a friendly reminder. Lynching is against the rules. See through the intention and make the final move at the right time. The most infuriating thing is that Ning Hao Ian was telling the truth. If lynching is abused, the punishment that Huang Cancan will have to bear will be severe. So, Huang Cancan, who was angry and helpless, stood there in rage. Observation room. Ah. A burst of hearty laughter rang out. Interesting, this kid is so interesting. The words were sharp and hit home. The middle-aged police officer who witnessed the whole thing laughed so hard that tears almost came out his eyes. Only those inside the police station who knew Huang Cancan's background knew how valuable Ning Hao Ian's finishing move was. It's really satisfying. Cool. It's more than just cool. The young police officer standing nearby looked around and asked softly, Master, are you still laughing? Although the young police officer also wanted to laugh, but it was clear that he seemed to have serious concerns. Ow! You still don't give it to me. The middle-aged policeman calmed down his smile and asked back, Is there something wrong with what this young man said? If she wasn't Deputy Director Huang's niece, would she have been able to graduate? Can you enter our bureau? Can you sit there and interrogate the young man? Questioning the fourth company, especially when he said the four words, Deputy Director Huang. The middle-aged police officer pronounced them very heavily. Anyone who is not stupid can hear the middle-aged police officer's dissatisfaction with the deputy director, Huang, he mentioned. After all, no normal person can tolerate a leader who abuses his power for personal gain and a relative who is forced into the job. What's more, this person with connections has no ability at all. Not only that, he also used his connections to get into the interrogation room. That's true. The young police officer nodded. But if Deputy Director Huang heard what you said, I'm afraid he would make things difficult for you again. The young police officer agreed with his master's words. But what he was worried about was that walls had ears. That word again highlighted his sadness. This upright master of his has been bullied by Deputy Director Huang more than once or twice. Am I still afraid of him? Dare to do it, but not let others say it? Isn't it just that they want to lick the foreigners, but they are afraid that we will attack them first? You are a spineless person. You're almost kneeling down to the foreigners. The middle-aged police officer was filled with righteous indignation and cursed. He is not afraid of being suppressed by him. He joined the police force not for promotion or wealth, but he just couldn't stand that man's tyranny, especially the cartilage behavior. The Qing dynasty has been gone for many years, but he still can't stand up and still wants to kneel down and lick the foreigners. Master, my good master, please be careful with your words and actions. The young police officer came up to the middle-aged police officer, made a bitter face, and begged repeatedly. My master has such a bad temper. I would rather break than bend and never bow my head. But the young police officer really didn't want to see his master being bullied again. How can you be so cowardly at such a young age? You have no courage at all. The middle-aged police officer patted the young police officer on the shoulder and said, Look at that young man. He is not afraid even when he is sitting inside. So, what are you afraid of? Ning Haotian in the picture. This is how we learn new ideas and strive to become the pillars of the new youth. If the young people lose their courage and dare not fight, the great Xia will be destroyed sooner or later. How can they be the same? The young police officer said, He's your superior, and I don't want to see you being bullied again. The young man inside is not from their police station, and he doesn't need to work under Deputy Director Huang. They cannot be confused at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged police officer immediately became unhappy and said sternly, This is the People's Police Station, not the Huang family's one-man show. Xiao Pei, you have to remember that we are police officers for the people, not to be dogs for the Huang family. Don't forget why you applied to the police academy in the first place. Don't forget the oath you swore in front of the police badge. The young police officer wanted to persuade him again, but he couldn't say it. After struggling for a long time, he said, I understand, master. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The middle-aged police officer frowned, sighed, and shook his head. This kid is incorrigible. Inside the interrogation room. Okay, you're good. Huang Can suppressed the anger in his heart, sat back in his seat, and said with a fake smile, Then let's talk about the other case you are involved in. As he spoke, he picked up another file. Ning Haotian supported his face with his hands and said with a smile, Officer, don't be so angry. It's too scary. Huang Can resisted the urge to kill this bitch and said, Do you know Lu Siyu? Ning Haotian looked calm, without any emotion, and replied calmly, I know him. Huang Can mentioned Lu Siyu. Ning Haotian knew what she was planning. But unfortunately, one of Ning's strongest points is his psychological quality. If you want to ask me questions, wait until next life. She's missing, you know that? Have no idea. You're her boyfriend. How could you not know? Ning Haotian shook his finger and emphasized, It's my ex-boyfriend. He had good reasons, and his expression was normal, without any flaws. You. Now, there's evidence that you were the one who murdered Lu Siyu. Huang Can said with a gloomy expression. She actually has no evidence. You just want to trick Ning Haotian and make him reveal his true colors. Unfortunately, Huang Can underestimated Ning Haotian and overestimated herself. Ning Haotian raised his hand and said with a smile, Since there is evidence, please ask the officer to produce the evidence. If you take it out, I will plead guilty on the spot. If you can't produce it, I remember that this conversation was recorded, right? I have the right to sue you, police officer, for spreading rumors and slander, abusing your power, and framing innocent people. As he spoke, the provocative smile on Ning Haotian's face became even more intense. It's as if saying, Come on, Kill me if you don't like me. You. Huang Can gritted her teeth and was speechless for a moment. He gave Ning Haoyan was filled with hatred. You have a sharp tongue. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will tear your mouth apart. Huang Can said in his heart. Chapter 30 Director. Several people want to see you. Office of the Deputy Director. Okay, once you've bandaged it, let's all go out. After the bandaging work was completed, Huang Weida ordered the medical staff to leave. After saying that, Huang Wide turned around and looked at his subordinates who were waiting to understand the situation and said, You guys go out first. I'll talk to you alone and understand the situation. Deputy Director, this. One of them was about to say that this was against the rules, but was interrupted by Huang Wide as soon as he opened his mouth. What's this? Didn't you hear what I said? Huang Wei's tone darkened, and he spoke unhappily. As a leader, the thing I hate most is having subordinates challenge my authority. Everyone looked at each other, and after a moment, they said in unison, yes. Then, other people in the police station quickly left the office. Only Huang Weida and the foreigners who had been educated by Ning Haoyan were left. Are you guys okay? Huang Wide changed his expression and asked Henry and the others kindly. The expression was as flattering as it could be. If everyone saw what happened just now, they would be shocked. The deputy director who was high and mighty just a moment ago. Now he's just a servile lapdog. Are you okay? You're so stupid to ask. Jasmine asked angrily. Do you think we can get better in this state? As he spoke, he pointed to his bandaged right arm and the scars on his face. Even in this state, she was the least injured among the group. Perhaps Ning Haoyan held back a little because he saw that she was a woman. That's right. This is the first time I've suffered such a big loss in all my years. It's still on this Xia country bastard. Shit. Henry chimed in, cursing. Being beaten was already a great humiliation. None of them, with so many people, could defeat Ning Haoyan. He was also forced to hold his head down and kowtow to that bitch to admit his mistake. What's more important is that she was forced to admit that she was the bitch. It's simply adding insult to insult. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Huang Wide said, I'll handle this case. He can't get out. After something like this happened, he must give these people an explanation. Otherwise, Huang Wide's official position would be over. We don't want to let him go, do we? This matter must be dealt with seriously. We must not let him go. Better kill him. Jerry heard this and said angrily, he wants Ning Haoyan to die. Only the blood of that bastard can wash away the humiliation they suffered today. Huang Wide thought about it and said, that may not be easy to handle. According to the relevant laws, at most it will be charged with intentional injury and go through the criminal process. He also wants to do what they want. But this is Daxia, a country ruled by law, and Huang Wide is also in a dilemma. The crime of intentional injury is the limit of what he can do. After all, as far as he knew, it was this foreign gentleman who started the trouble first. To put it bluntly, the man named Ning Haoyan can be considered to be defending himself. Obviously, Huang Weida's answer was not satisfactory. Henry sneered and reminded, Huang, don't forget who helped you to the position you are sitting in now. Whether in Henry's eyes or in the eyes of others. This Huang Weida is the dog they raised. What he has to do is to be obedient instead of bargaining with his master. Huang Wide's face darkened when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, I haven't forgotten it. I've always kept it in my heart. Dissatisfied. I'm extremely dissatisfied with these people. But Huang Wide could only endure it, because he was indeed the force behind these people, and was supported by them, and they have the leverage over him. Henry did not continue to dwell on this question, but changed the subject and asked, what is the public opinion on the internet in your Xia country like? Even if Huang Weida had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to go against their wishes. So Henry now wants to know how this matter is fermenting on the internet. After all, as long as public opinion is united, that bastard will be guilty of an even greater crime. Huang Wide said, it's strange that it hasn't become a trending topic yet. But it's almost over. It's such a big thing, and there are so many people filming the scene. I guess it won't be long before public opinion starts to rise. Huang Weida gave his own speculation, but he himself found it strange. Logically speaking, in this era of information explosion, if something like this happens, it will become the #1 trending topic in an hour at most. As a result, several hours have passed by now, but it fell into oblivion without any splash at all. Is there someone suppressing Ning Haoyan? That's not right. How could such an ordinary person have such a great reputation? His beating us was secondary. The main problem was the camera. He smashed it. Henry waved his hand and continued. You also know how important the things inside are. The camera contained the purpose of their trip to Daxia. There are not only the secrets of that military region, but also many other secrets. There is no room for error. Huang Wai nodded. I know. I have arranged for someone to repair it. Huang Wai knew very well that the camera was more important than the lives of these guys in front of him. Henry paced over to Huang Wai, raised his bandaged hand, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully, he almost made us fail, and all our efforts were wasted. Aren't you going to make him pay a price? As soon as these words came out, Huang Wei finally understood why this foreigner had specifically mentioned the camera. He is emphasizing the importance. It's forcing him to take action. The fundamental purpose is to vent my anger. This I'll try my best. Huang Wei gritted his teeth and said, now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to go ahead. Obviously, Henry was not satisfied with this answer and continued to pressure. Huang, I need a positive answer. I don't want to hear your ambiguous answer. Having come to this point, Huang Wai had no way to retreat. He took a deep breath and said, okay, that's right, this is our good friend. Henry nodded and smiled. I'm waiting for your good news. Tomorrow at the latest, I want to see his body lying in front of me. Huang Wai, understood. Please take care of my daughter outside. If he didn't have any handle or weakness, how could Huang Wei, a deputy director, be so humble? Don't worry, it's natural. We are close partners. Director's office. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Xing Wei was busy with his work and didn't even raise his head. Then he replied, the higher authorities will come to inspect in a few days. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, a director, to still be working overtime at this point. Zhu Tu pushed the door open, walked to Xing Wei's desk, and said respectfully, Director, there are a few people who want to see you. Ooh, can't you see I'm busy? If it's okay, let them come back tomorrow. Xing Wei replied casually. If it wasn't important, he wouldn't bother with it at all. After all, preparing for the inspection is the top priority at the moment. But Zhu Tu looked embarrassed. He was a little confused and didn't know what to say. No buts. Xing Wei looked up impatiently and said, I'm so busy now. Young people just don't understand. Can't you see he's busy? No eyesight at all. Zhu Tu noticed the displeasure on his leader's face and continued with a stiff upper lip. Those who want to see you are all important people. Big shot. Who are they? I want to see how big it is. Xing Wei was extremely dissatisfied. Now, no matter how important a person is, he is not as important as the inspection work. The Provincial Party Committee, the Supervision Group, the Discipline Inspection Commission, the National Security Bureau, the Military Region, and the President of Looming International. Zhu Tu said, What? Tell me again. Who are they? Xing Wei, who was about to get angry, was stunned for a moment. At one point, he couldn't believe his ears. Big shot. They're really big shots. It's unbelievable. Why would these big guys come to him? Or did you come together? Listening to Xing Wei's instructions, Zhu Tu repeated them silently. You unlucky child. Xing Wei asked anxiously. Where did you arrange them? Panic. There was visible panic on Xing Wei's face. Even when we were on the front line of drug control, with bullets flying everywhere. He has never been so panicked. But after working in a leadership position for a long time, the reception room on the third floor, Zhu Tu replied. Mr. Mu from Looming arranged an office for her alone. Although Zhu Tu is young, he is not stupid. The people in front are important military and political figures, and it is obvious that they came together. So he invited them to the reception room. Mu Yinshu has a prominent family background and is worth a lot of money. But he is a businessman after all, so it would be more appropriate to settle him separately. Huh. Xing Wei heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, Although you breathe heavily when you speak, you are still capable. He was really scared just now. Afraid of this ignorant boy, they arranged Lu Ming's President Mu to be together with those big bosses. Hurry up. Go over there. Why are you still standing there? Xing Wei stood up and urged. Chapter 31, Who Could Alarm So Many Important Figures at the Same Time? Reception room on the third floor. Xing Wei brought Zhu Tu and rushed there at the fastest speed of their lives. The main thing is that he doesn't dare to slow down. Secretary Lin, Team Leader Luo, Secretary Gao, Commander-in-Chief Fu, Commander Zhou. Dear leaders, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Xing Wei panted and greeted respectfully. He originally thought that the people who came were the representatives sent by those titles. But Xing Wei never expected that all of them were top leaders. Secretary of the Provincial Party Committee. Supervisory Group Leader. Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Commander-in-Chief of the National Security Bureau's Jiangnan branch, commander of Linen Military Region. Each of them is someone that Xing Wei needs to look up to. Looking at the big guys in front of him, Xing Wei swallowed hard, forced himself to calm down, looked at Sun Jun, who was standing there trembling, and said, "Little son, why don't you go and serve tea?" Xing Wei was so angry. Sun Jun is such a grown man. How come he has no good eyesight? There are so many leaders here, but he doesn't even make a cup of tea. Let them wait here. Are you dissatisfied with me, the director, for not getting rid of my job fast enough? Come on, there's no need for tea. Lin Qigong waved his hand and said, "We're not here just for a cup of tea, Director Xing." His tone was calm, and yet he was intimidating without being angry. The aura of having been in a superior position for a long time is overwhelming. Seeing this, Sun Jun was at a loss as to what to do and simply stepped aside. Yes, yes. Xing Wei didn't know what to say, so he just kept saying yes. Cold sweat had already soaked his shirt, but he was tormented in his heart, and he said helplessly, "My ancestors, what are you doing here? How can my small temple accommodate so many great gods like you?" Have no choice. Panic. At a loss. Countless thoughts had already flashed through Xing Wei's mind. At the same time, I also reflected on it countless times. Did he make a mistake, or was he greedy? How could these 5 big guys be alarmed and come here in person? And even if he really did something, he wouldn't have the face to alarm them all at once, right? Lin Qigong shifted his gaze and said with a smile, "Who among us should speak first?" The 5 of them came to the West Lake police station together, but they didn't make an appointment in advance. They just happened to meet in front of the police station. It's just because the incident happened suddenly and the matter is of great importance. "Ah, Lao Lin, look at what you said. Aren't we all here for the same thing?" Luo Xiaoping laughed loudly. It doesn't matter who says it first. The moment the 5 people met, everyone actually knows who the others are here for. After all, only that person could alarm so many senior leaders and rush to the police station at this time. Same person. Who could alarm so many important people at the same time? Xing Wei thought to himself. There was only confusion on that wrinkled face. He really wanted to know who had such a great reputation. It was already incredible enough to alarm one of them. It also alarmed 5 people at once. "You, Old Lin, are the one in charge of Jiang province, so you should speak for it," Fu Yuanlu said with a smile. "That's right. Hurry up and tell us." That person's temper can't be delayed any longer. Luo Xiaoping agreed. And this is the fundamental reason why they can come together despite their busy schedules. No doubt about it. Lin Qigong nodded and said, "Chief Xing, your police station is really full of hidden talents. They really dare to arrest anyone." Xing Wei has been in the business for so many years that he has become a veteran. He was clearly aware that although Secretary Lin's tone remained calm, he was extremely unhappy. Or translated, it means that you, Xing Wei, are really bold. But he was really wronged. Yes, Chief Xing, you should be thankful that the man is in a good mood. Luo Xiaoping agreed with a smile. Your huge police station is still safe and sound. It's really a blessing in disguise. At first glance, Luo Xiaoping's words sounded like a joke. But only the other 4 people knew that he was not joking. If one is not careful, this police station, including everyone in it, will be reduced to ashes. This. Secretary Lin, Team Leader Luo, I don't quite understand. Xing Wei was in a dilemma. He knew that since he had alarmed these people, the situation must be very serious. But he really didn't understand what was going on. After all, this is Shihu District, a small police station. Even if they do something wrong, what big shots can they catch? Not understand? Think carefully. What cases did your police station handle today? And who did you arrest? Fu Yuanlu was happy. Things have come to this point, and there are still people who don't know what is going on. But it's true, Xing Wei is almost 50 years old, and he is still only the chief of a district police station. Isn't it because he is always confused? Can't distinguish the primary from the secondary. It's not a big case. Xing Wei tried hard to recall, but still nothing was gained. Lin Qigong laughed in anger and said sternly, "Since when has our great Xia, a great country, needed to do things according to the wishes of foreigners and be subservient to them? If you don't know, you would think this is still the Qing dynasty, and the person in power is still called Empress Dowager Cixi." The face of the provincial party committee leader was filled with displeasure and anger. It's one thing for that person to be caught, but the police station under his command, licking the feet of foreigners, is another matter. All the great powers missed the Qing dynasty. What an ironic statement. Is it the case of the fight in Westlake? Zhu Tu stood aside and said in a low voice, "Look, the young people under your command know more than you do." Luo Shamping shook his head and said, "Young comrade, you tell me." They had lost the idea of continuing to communicate with Xing Wei. Zhu Tu, who was suddenly called upon, was slightly stunned, then said, "It was Deputy Director Huang who was in charge. A man and a woman were arrested and they are still under interrogation." According to Deputy Director Huang's subordinates, it was a man named Ning who maliciously beat up the foreigners, and the circumstances were extremely bad. Although Zhu Tu is young, he has a bright mind. Especially after observing the other person's expression, his choice of words was extremely careful. It's also very targeted. While turning the blame on Deputy Director Huang, he also cleared Xing Wei of some of the responsibility. After all, he is Xing Wei's man. If he loses his thigh, his life will not be easy. So the art of language arises naturally. What a malicious beating. You really know how to do things. Fu Yuan Lu snorted coldly. Surname Ning. Surname Ning. He can't be Mr. Ning's. Xing Wei realized it later. Although people are confused, they can't be fools to sit in this position. The surname Ning and the fact that it could have alarmed so many important figures made a slight connection. It could only be. Hearing this, Lin Qigong said frankly, "It is my troublesome nephew. Please forgive me for making a fool of myself." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, exploding in Xing Wei's heart. Whether it was Xing Wei, Sun Zhen, or Zhu Tu, they all stood there in a daze. But it is also true that only this reason can explain why these big shots were alarmed. Moreover, I'm afraid the other four are all related to the man surnamed Ning. Don't dare. Xing Wei came back to his senses. I will release him right away. Things have come to this point, and even if Xing Wei is dull, he knows what to do. But Fu Yuanlu waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't be busy. I haven't said anything about my business yet. After investigating your Westlake Police Department, we found that some people committed espionage and others committed treason, betraying the interests of Daxia. Cracking down on organized crime requires evidence, while counterterrorism only requires a list." Commander Zhou, who had been silent the whole time, also spoke up at the right time. "This is me too. Someone leaked the country's military secrets." "Unfortunately, I have this too," said Gao, Secretary of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. "Corruption, bribery, extravagance, and debauchery." Xing Wei suddenly broke out in sweat, and his breathing became rapid. I wonder if the leaders can clarify." Xing Wei asked with his head down, tremblingly. Each of these crimes is a capital crime, especially since these words came from the mouths of these great figures. Lin Qigong, his last name is Huang. Is it him? Xing Wei suddenly realized. If the surname is Huang, then it can only be one person. After all, there is only one leader in their police station, and his surname is Huang. Huang Wide. Lin Qigong stood up, patted Xing Wei on the shoulder, and asked meaningfully, "Director Xing, do you know why we are telling you so much?" Xing Wei blurted out, "I understand." At this point, how could Xing Wei not understand? Decent. Be respectable. Especially when the matter is of great importance. One must be more decent. It is best to resolve this matter internally and not expand the impact. You have fun, everyone. After all, once it is said out loud, it neither sounds good nor looks good. It can only be characterized as a counterintelligence victory. That's the only way it can be. Okay, very good. Lin Qigong said with a smile. You wrote the report, and I approved it. This matter ended beautifully. Luo Shamping stood up and said, "All right, those who should be released, and those who should be arrested should be arrested." Xing Wei, yes. Lin Qigong seemed to remember something and said, "The girl who came in with us is my nephew's wife. She doesn't know our relationship with my nephew." Xing Wei heard this. His mind worked frantically. He blinked and said, "Understood." Master Ning was bailed out by President Mu. Chapter 32. It seems that you really want to experience what the great memory recovery technique is. Interrogation room. Ning Haoyan, are you really going to fight to the end? Huang Cancan walked up to Ning Haoyan and asked. There is an uncontrollable anger in my heart, especially when she saw his almost provocative smile and bad attitude. She became even more furious. If this wasn't a police station with surveillance cameras nearby, Huang Cancan really wanted to stab this bastard to death with one blow after another. Officer, what do you mean by resisting to the end? Ning Haoyan smiled calmly and retorted, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've never done anything illegal. As he spoke, Ning Haoqian blinked at Huang Can innocently. You look like you were slandering me. Just be stubborn. I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn. Huang Can has begun to lose control of her emotions. He slammed the table in front of Ning Haoqian and clenched his fists. At this moment, she always had an impulsive idea in her mind. Regardless of a surveillance camera, she would just strangle the bastard in front of her to death. But the remaining rationality stopped Huang Can's impulse. However, that string is about to be stretched. Oh, could it be that you, officer, are planning to torture me to extract a confession? You don't want to force a confession, do you? Ning Haoqian did not dodge or evade. His expression remained the same, and he asked with a playful smile. He could see that the anger and dissatisfaction of this uneducated but powerful woman had reached a critical point. Now he just had to fiddle with it a little more. The good show is about to begin. How could that be? Now we are in a civilized and harmonious society. How could there be such unruly behavior? After hearing Ning Haoqian's words, Huang Can, who was originally extremely angry, calmed down for some reason and said with a forced smile. It seemed that she also realized that Ning Haoqian was deliberately provoking her and trying to induce her to make a mistake impulsively. Seeing that Huang Can had calmed down a lot, Ning Haoqian was not anxious. He licked his lips and smiled. Really? That's a shame. I plan to hold out to the end and see if there will be a honey trap. As he spoke, Ning Haoqian's eyes were still on the trembling and rising peak of Huang Can, looking it up and down. You? Okay, very good. You're the only prisoner who dares to act so arrogantly in this interrogation room. Ning Haoqian's words suddenly touched Huang Can's most sensitive nerve. The anger that was originally under control was completely out of control, because the bitch in front of her reminded her of her shameful past, where she traded her backdoor for a future. Got kicked out by those old men. In particular, he noticed Ning Haoqian's gaze. She couldn't bear it anymore and didn't want to bear it anymore. At worst, I can find a chance to delete the video afterwards. Even if something goes wrong, his uncle, Deputy Director Huang, will take responsibility for it. Officer, let me correct your address again. It's the suspect, instead of the so-called criminal. Ning Haoqian reminded playfully. It seems that you really want to experience what the great memory recovery technique is. Huang Can clapped his hands and said. For a moment, the anger disappeared from her face, replaced by a bright smile. He brought this upon himself. The great memory recovery technique used on this bitch is reasonable, legal, and compliant. Now that we're here, how can we not experience it? Ning Haoqian said with a faint smile. Seeing that Ning Haoqian was not only unafraid but also extremely excited, Huang Can nodded repeatedly. Then it's as you wish. As he spoke, he took the intercom and shouted, "Someone come!" Clang. Just as Huang Can finished speaking, the door of the interrogation room suddenly opened. This person came faster than she expected. But after seeing who was coming, Huang Can was dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze and said stupidly, Director, why are you here?" The person who pushed the door open was Xing Wei, who came in a hurry. He was outside the door and heard nothing else but a big memory recovery technique. Huang Can was panicked. She never expected that the person coming would be the director. Why did the director come here suddenly? Isn't he preparing materials for the inspection? For a moment, thousands of speculations emerged in Huang Can's mind. Didn't you call someone? Xing Wei said, smiling, "Of course I'm here." Hearing the director's unfriendly tone, Huang Can subconsciously thought that the director was annoyed that he was ordering him around, so he quickly explained, That's not what I meant. No, I'm not ordering you around." Huang Can was at a loss, without any trace of the arrogance she had just had. Xing Wei snorted coldly. "Of course I know." Huang Can felt relieved when she heard this. But the next sentence made her heart jump again, and she was shocked. Xing Wei passed by Huang Can and went straight to Ning Haoqian, smiling and flattering, and said, "Mr. Ning, you have been wronged." The tone should be as humble as possible. If there weren't outsiders and surveillance cameras around, Xing Wei would even want to call Ning Haoqian young master directly. Huang Can, who was standing aside, was dumbfounded. Is this still their director? When has Director Xing ever been so humble? Is she dreaming? Ning Haoqian seemed to have anticipated Xing Wei's attitude and said lazily, "Are you wronged?" "Not wronged. I had a lot of fun. You police officers are quite interesting." As he spoke, Ning Haoqian casually pointed at Huang Can. Ning Haoyan's casual words made Xing Wei sweat profusely. He smiled and said, "You are joking." If he hadn't heard the words, great memory recovery technique, Xing Wei might have really thought that Ning Haoyan was praising Huang Cancan. But how could he not understand that this guy was openly praising him but secretly criticizing him, and was referencing himself? It's simply a facetious mockery. But all Xing Wei could do at this moment was to smile apologetically. By the way, he also removed the restraints on Ning Haoyan. Watching Xing Wei's actions, Huang Cancan came back to his senses and asked, "Director Xing, what are you doing? He's a criminal. Why did you let him go?" Maybe it's because things have been going too smoothly along the way. Huang Cancan did not realize the seriousness of the problem. She even thought that the director had lost his mind. Ning Haoqian saw this and nudged Xing Wei with his elbow, smiling playfully. "Really? Not only is he unable to read people's expressions, but he also keeps calling everyone a criminal." Xing Wei's face immediately turned green, but he still smiled and said, "It is indeed quite interesting." As he spoke, Xing Wei straightened up, looked to Huang Cancan, suppressed his anger, and asked, "Then tell me, what did he do wrong?" If Ning Haoyan were not still here, if there were no surveillance cameras, we would have to consider our image and decency. Xing Wei really wanted to go up and slap this stupid woman in the face. Don't you think it's not embarrassing enough? When Huang Cancan saw Xing Wei asking this, he immediately raised his finger and pointed at Ning Haoyan, saying confidently, "He is suspected of murdering international friends and undermining the friendship between the two countries." A convincing argument. Huang Cancan believed that as long as she gave the reason, the director would definitely change his attitude. After all, in her opinion, foreigners are the gods. Xing Wei shook his head and snorted coldly. "The so-called international friends you mentioned have been taken away by the National Security Bureau on charges of espionage." Disgust and disgust were written all over Xing Wei's face. He had seen stupid people, but he had never seen anyone as stupid as this. "What? How was this possible? You lied to me. You must be lying to me." When Huang Cancan heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. Terrified, backing away again and again. It's simply unbelievable. He is clearly an international friend. How could he be a spy? They are clearly so good-looking and so long and lasting. "Nothing is impossible," Xing Wei said. "The people from the Discipline Inspection Commission are waiting for you outside." As soon as he finished speaking, several people in uniform came in from outside the door. They went straight around Huang Cancan. Huang Wei has committed so many crimes. How could his niece, who relies on others for power, be clean? The leader waved his hand and said, "Take it away." After receiving the order, everyone immediately held down Huang Cancan and subdued him. "No, Awa." Huang Cancan struggled frantically and screamed. She couldn't accept this ending. It was clear that a few minutes ago, the prisoner was that bitch Ning Haoyan. How did it become her? At this time, Huang Cancan seemed to be waiting for the red light to turn left. Unfortunately, no matter how hard you struggle, it is all in vain. After watching Huang Cancan being taken away, Ning Haoyan stood up, leaned on Xing Wei's shoulder, and said with a smile, "It should be said, this Jew leek fish is quite interesting." Ning Haoyan was watching Douyin before. He thought that G companies had the most leaks. But I didn't expect that their police station was no less capable. "Mr. Ning, I'm sorry to make you laugh." What else could Xing Wei do but lower his head and smile apologetically? Ning Haoyan was having a lot of fun, and he didn't intend to argue with Xing Wei. He patted his shoulder and smiled meaningfully. "Okay, you are a director. Why are you so nervous about a commoner like me?" Hearing this, Xing Wei was dumbfounded, cursing in his heart. How can I not be nervous? Still a little commoner? Have you ever seen any ordinary person who could alarm so many big guys? Chapter 33. Brother Yin. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Xing Wei's silence. Deafening. This young Master Ning is really good at pretending. He is just an ordinary person. How dare he say that? But one may criticize in secret only. The other person's identity was there, so Xing Wei didn't dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. He immediately put a smile on his wrinkled face, waved his hands, and said repeatedly, No, this is all a misunderstanding. I'll take you out right away." Xing Wei now just wants to send this ancestor away as soon as possible. After all, even a sweet potato at 1,000 degrees is not as hot as him. Ning Haoqian just felt bored and was too lazy to tease the director anymore. So he asked, "Where's the girl who was arrested with me?" This seems to be a question. In fact, he was hinting at Xing Wei. How could Xing Wei not understand what he heard? He said, "Don't worry, the girl is fine. It's in the interrogation room next door. You can see the girl when you go out." As he spoke, Xingwei still felt a little scared. Fortunately, his men did not make things difficult for the girl, and nothing happened. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to report to this gentleman. "Of course I'm relieved, as long as the great memory recovery technique is not used," Ning Haotian said with a smile, hinting at something. No, that's Huang Cancan's nonsense." Xing Wei's forehead was sweating profusely, and he denied it. "How can we, a small police station, have such conditions?" Even if there was, Xing Wei didn't dare to admit it. Isn't that just giving people something to talk about? He has long given up thinking about promotion and just wants to retire in peace and stability. "That's good," Ning Haotian said with a smile. "Director, my friend is a college student." "College student?" came out of his mouth. Ning Haotian stopped talking and didn't say anything else. Even though Xing Wei was a seasoned man, he couldn't guess for a moment what this gentleman wanted to express. Especially, he even changed the way he addressed himself, "Director." But the key point is, what exactly is the problem with college students? Xing Wei struggled for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he asked directly, "What do you mean?" This is why he doesn't like dealing with the kids from big families. He speaks in a roundabout way and never speaks directly. People who keep things to themselves always like to keep people guessing. "My friend's family is not well off and his life is rather tight." Ning Haotian patted Xing Wei's shoulder and said, "Look, I helped you solve such a big espionage case this time. Shouldn't I show some appreciation?" Ning Haotian's meaning was very straightforward. He was asking for a bonus. But not for himself, but for Ruan Xingzi. As Ning Haotian said, her family background was not good. In fact, Ning Haotian wanted to transfer money to her directly, but considering the child's self-esteem, he rejected the idea. "I still have to help her in a tactful way. This was the case last time I was in the magnificent hotel. The same is true this time." Money earned in this way not only protected Ruan Xingzi's self-esteem, but also left her with no reason to refuse. Xing Wei immediately understood and said, I understand. Wouldn't it be easier if you just say it directly? Just want a bonus." There are compliance reasons for this, and given your status, it is not easy to apply for this bonus. As for the reason why Ning Haotian did this, Xing Wei didn't want to ask, let alone know. He is indeed a good director for the people." Ning Haotian laughed loudly with satisfaction. "Okay, no need to send me off." Xing Wei, Okay, Mr. Ning, take care." "You're welcome." Ning Haotian waved his hand and turned to leave. After walking for a while, Ning Haotian saw Ruan Xingzi waiting for him at the corner. "Brother Yen." Seeing who was coming, Ruan Xingzi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly rushed towards Ning Haotian and asked, "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" Ruan Xingzi was very worried. She knew that Ning Haotian was very skilled, but this was a police station after all, and they also injured those foreigners, so the matter must be serious. Even Ruan Xingzi was mentally prepared to go to jail with Ning Haotian. "It's okay. Look, I'm fine. Don't worry." Ning Haotian patted Ruan Xingzi on the back and said with a smile, "Don't just worry about me. How are you?" Ning Haotian never panicked from beginning to end. The only ones who were panicking were the national security personnel following behind him. After all, although their mission is surveillance, their main mission is to protect civilians from being affected. Otherwise, those big guys wouldn't gather in such a small police station. They were all afraid that Ning Haotian would raze this place to the ground in a fit of rage. Fortunately, they only asked me a few questions and then said they would wait for your results. They let me out not long after. Is there anything else going on?" Ruan Xingzi asked worriedly. She's a college student and has the necessary legal awareness. This police procedure is a bit unreasonable. I always feel like something is wrong. "Don't worry, everything is fine," Ning Haotian said with a smile. Having said that, he gently let go of Ruan Xingzi. It's not because Ning Haotian is married and needs to avoid suspicion, but the reputation of the female master was indeed well-deserved, and the touch made him itchy. Some normal physiological reaction occurred. Ruan Xingzi seemed to have noticed something and grabbed Ning Haotian's arm and said, "Brother Yin, don't carry it alone. If you want to compensate for the medical expenses, I have some savings that can be used." Ruan Xingzi no longer cared about so much. Now, she just wants to do her best to help Ning Haotian, because she guessed that the reason they were released so smoothly was most likely because Ning Haotian agreed to a high amount of compensation. But in order not to make her worry, Ning Haotian definitely planned to handle it alone. Ning Haoyan was amused. He rubbed Ruan Xingxi's head and said with a smile, "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Not only do you not have to pay compensation, but the police station will also give you a bonus in a few days." I have to say, this little girl, Ruan Xingxi, is indeed silly and cute. It was completely beyond Ning Haoyan's expectations. But it's also good. This little girl at least wants to share the responsibility instead of running away alone when disaster strikes. Ah, why? Ruan Xingxi was puzzled. The surprise came too suddenly. Not only does she not need to pay compensation, but she also has to be given a bonus? To commend you for helping the police solve the espionage case, Ning Haoyan said with a smile. A commendation? Spy. You mean those few? Really? Ruan Xingxi blinked, realizing it belatedly, still a little incredulous. She didn't expect that those foreigners taking photos outside the military area were actually spies. By accident. Ning Haoyan, of course. Huh. I don't care whether I am praised or not, as long as I am all right. Ruan Xingxi let out a long sigh, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. In fact, she doesn't really care about the bonus or solving espionage cases. As long as Ning Haoyan is okay, it's fine. She was really afraid that Ning Haoyan would go to jail because of her. Let's go, it's getting late. I'll take you back to school. Ning Haoyan took out his cell phone, checked the time, and spoke. After so much trouble, it's already dark. Ruan Xingxi nodded. Okay. Downstairs. Mu Yinshu, who knew that Ning Haoyan was fine, had already gone downstairs to wait. After seeing that the person coming was Ning Haoyan, he waved and shouted, "Ning Haoyan." Hearing the familiar voice, Ning Haoyan was startled for a moment, then looked in the direction of the voice and asked in confusion, "Mu Yinshu, why is she here?" Ning Haoyan never expected that the wealthy Lady Mu was also in the police station. Ning Haoyan didn't think much about it, and took Ruan Xingxi to Mu Yinshu and asked, "Why are you here?" Mu Yinshu looked at Ning Haoyan, and after making sure that he was fine, he smiled playfully and said, "I heard that someone got into a fight and went to jail, so I came here to bail him out." Chang Xuan could only find Ning Haoyan's name at the time, and, similarly, the people in the police station were not much better. However, it is possible to check that Ning Haoyan is married. So, I called Mu Yinshu and informed him of the situation. When Mu Yinshu heard the news, he didn't have time to think about it. He dropped his work and drove over in a hurry to bail out Ning Haoyan. Ruan Xingxi stood behind Ning Haoyan, looking at Mu Yinshu, who was wearing a luxurious outfit with a strong aura and delicate makeup, and asked timidly, "Brother Yin, what is this?" Ruan Xingxi was very confused as to when Ning Haoyan had any contact with the person in front of him, and it seems that the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. Brother Yin. Mu Yinshu had long noticed Ruan Xingxi, who had outstanding looks and simple dress. It was just because everyone's attention was on Ning Haoyan that no one paid any attention to it. But this intimate call of Brother Yin attracted Mu Yinshu's attention. She, the legal wife, doesn't even address Ning Haoyan in such an intimate way. Mu Yinshu's gaze shifted from Ruan Xingxi to Ning Haoyan and asked, "You two have a good relationship, right?" After a pause, he imitated Ruan Xingxi's way of addressing Ning Haoyan and continued with a half smile. "Brother Yin, don't you want to introduce me?" Chapter 34. Do you think I'm too controlling now? Ruan Xingxi was not the only one who wanted to know who she was. She also wanted to know who Ruan Xingxi was. Mu Yinshu was extremely curious. What was the origin of this little girl who suddenly appeared? And why is he following Ning Haoyan? And she had never heard Ning Haoyan mention it before. For a moment, Mu Yinshu was filled with thoughts. For some reason, Mu Yinshu felt a sense of crisis. Ning Haoyan, who was caught in the middle, felt this strange and weird atmosphere. He pulled the corner of his mouth, looked at Mu Yinshu first, and introduced, "Ruan Xingxi, a top student of Linda University, my sister." Younger sister? When did Ning Haoyan have a sister? Mu Yinshu wondered in his heart. She remembered that when she went to see her mother that day, Ning Haoyan mentioned that he only had one sister. Where did this pretty and soft sister come from? Don't be my sweet sister. After reading this, Mu Yinshu's gaze moved between the two people's brows. There is indeed no resemblance. Ning Haoyan had no idea of Mu Yinshu's rich inner thoughts. After introducing her, he turned to Ruan Xingxi and introduced her. Mu Yinshu, my big money sponsor. Xingxi, just call her sister. Ruan Xingxi is younger than Ning Haoyan, so there is no problem at all for her to call Mu Yunshu's sister. At least that's what Ning Haoyan thought. Big money sponsor? Brother Yin, your name is really unique. Mu Yunshu murmured and repeated the name Ning Haoyan used to introduce himself. The words Brother Yin were full of meaning, and he said the second half of the sentence with gritted teeth. The dissatisfaction on Mu Yunshu's face was visible to the naked eye. After all, Ruan Xingzi was introduced as a younger sister, and to her, she was a big money sponsor. Although Ning Haoyan's name is actually not wrong. Judging from the contract between the two of them, she is his major financial backer. But for some reason, Mu Yunshu felt a little unhappy. Hello, sister. Seeing this, Ruan Xingzi stepped forward and asked Mu Yunshu. Although she didn't quite understand why Ning Haoyan introduced Mu Yunshu as a big money sponsor, but she could roughly understand that there should be an employment relationship between them. As long as it's not that kind of relationship, she still has a chance. If this sister named Mu Yunshu is really in a relationship with Ning Haoyan, she is not sure she can win over her. Hello. Mu Yunshu forced a smile and replied. Ning Haoyan fiercely, expressing his dissatisfaction. There are outsiders here now, so it's not easy to get angry. After returning home, Mu Yunshu planned to settle accounts with Ning Haoyan. After saying hello, there was no exchange of pleasantries, but just awkwardness. Let's go. I'll take you back. Mu Yunshu spoke first, breaking the silence. After saying that, Mu Yunshu turned around and walked towards a parking lot. Ruan Xingzi tugged at the corner of Ning Haoyan's clothes and whispered, Brother Yin, this is too much trouble for me, isn't it? Ruan Xingzi's face was full of embarrassment. It was obvious that Mu Yunshu came to pick up Ning Haoyan, but this was also the first time she met Mu Yunshu. Let's go. Your sister Shu is going our way, so we can save a taxi fare. It's not a big deal. Ning Haoyan smiled indifferently, pulled Ruan Xingzi, and followed the direction of Mu Yunshu. He knew that this little girl was thin-skinned, but since the wealthy Lady Mu offered to give it to him, it would be difficult to refuse her. Besides, it's hard to get a taxi near the police station. Why not? All right. Ning Haoyan said so. Ruan Xingzi couldn't refuse. Mu Yunshu lightly pressed the car key, pushed open the door, and sat in the driver's seat. But after seeing Mu Yunshu's car, clearly, Ruan Xingzi stood there in a daze. Bentley. Ruan Xingzi was an art student after all, and he knew something about luxury cars, so he recognized it at a glance. She thought that this sister was very rich, but she never expected that her sister was so rich. This is a Bentley. Even if she graduated from college and worked for 30 years, she might not be able to save 1/10 of this money. Get in the car quickly. Ning Haoyan pushed open the car door and said with a smile. Ruan Xingzi shook his head and whispered, Brother Yin, this car is very expensive. If it breaks, I can't afford to pay for it. Ruan Xingzi's whole body was resisting. She didn't dare ride in this car. If it broke down accidentally, the repair bill would be sky high. With her ability, she really couldn't repay it. If possible, Ruan Xingzi would rather take a taxi, even if it means spending a little more money. It is much better than living in fear. It's okay. Your sister Shu is kind and nice. She won't ask you to pay for anything. Just sit back and relax. Ning Haoyan comforted her. After hearing Ning Haoyan say this, Ruan Xingzi hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in him, he finally plucked up the courage to sit on it. Just as Ning Haoyan was about to get in the car and sit next to Ruan Xingzi, Mu Yunshu poked his head out and said, Brother Yin, aren't you going to sit in the passenger seat and show me the way? I don't know if it's an illusion. Ning Haoyan actually heard jealousy in Mu Yunshu's tone. Since Mu Yunshu had asked, Ning Haoyan couldn't refuse, so he nodded and said, Okay. After closing the back door, Ning Haoyan walked to the passenger seat and got in the car. When Mu Yunshu started the car, the atmosphere in the car dropped to freezing point. It seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. Ning Haoyan wanted to speak to ease the atmosphere many times, but when he saw Mu Yunshu's face, he stopped. No conversation along the way. In front of the main door. After Mu Yunshu parked the car, he said coldly, We've arrived at Linda. These words were obviously directed at Ruan Xingzi. I'm here. Thank you, sister. Ruan Xingzi didn't know what to say, so he could only thank her. The depressing atmosphere in the car made Ruan Xingzi feel that the temperature had dropped by several degrees. You're welcome. Mu Yunshu responded formally. Well, I'll be leaving first then. Goodbye, Brother Yin. Goodbye, sister. Ruan Xingzi opened the car door and said goodbye politely. This atmosphere made Ruan Xingzi not want to stay any longer, and he just wanted to escape from this place. She knew very well that her sister, Mu Yunshu, was full of hostility towards her. Ning Haoyan rolled down the window and waved goodbye. After watching Ruan Xingzi leave, Ning Haoyan turned to look at Mu Yunshu beside him and said, "Sister Shu, can't you just smile? You have such a cold face. Look how scared the little girl is." Not to mention Ruan Xingzi. Ning Haoyan also felt scared when he saw Mu Yunshu's expression. Today, Mu Yunshu was like an iceberg that kept people at a distance, without any affinity at all. "Cannot." Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes at Ning Haoyan and replied in a firm tone. She was already very angry. Now that Ning Haoyan was talking about her just because of Ruan Xingzi, Mu Yunshu became even more angry. Mu Yunshu's reaction aroused Ning Haoyan's interest, and he said with a smile, "Are you angry? Who provoked you again?" This was the first time Ning Haoyan saw Mu Yunshu like this. It seems quite interesting. Combined with her original aura, she looks like a cold and aloof, icy beauty. Unique flavor. "Mu Yunshu, what do you think?" Ning Haoyan blinked and asked with a smile. "It can't be me, right?" Looking at Mu Yunshu like this, Ning Haoyan guessed about 70% of it. Most likely, this rich woman Mu misunderstood the relationship between him and the girl and was sulking. But considering his face, he did not lose his temper in front of Ruan Xingzi. "What else?" Mu Yunshu said coldly. "Who else could it be except you?" "You?" Ning Haoyan was amused. "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?" Mu Yunshu asked back. Ning Haoyan smiled and said, "You're pretty cute when you're angry." Hearing Ning Haoyan's praise for him, Mu Yunshu's unhappiness immediately dissipated a lot, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. But he still pretended to be serious and said, "Ning Haoyan, you also know about my parents. I don't want you to have anything like what happened to my father during our marriage, otherwise." Having said that, Mu Yunshu's words came to an abrupt end. Otherwise, the following words would definitely be a threat, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Ning Haoyan suppressed his smile, stepped forward, shortened the distance between himself and Mu Yunshu, and asked seriously, "Otherwise what?" He also wanted to know, no, it should be said that he also wanted to see what it was like when the rich woman Mu threatened people. "You!" Snort. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Haoyan's teasing smile, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. She knew that Ning Haoyan saw through her little thoughts, waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Ning Haoyan shook his head, looked at Mu Yunshu, and said, "Ruan Xingzi and I have known each other for almost a year. If I really had feelings for her, we would have been together a long time ago. Why would he go to get the marriage certificate with our rich lady Mu? I have joked enough, but I still need to explain it. After all, there is indeed no such relationship between him and Ruan Xingzi." Mu Yunshu pouted. "You are not interested in her. Who knows if she has any feelings for you? The way she looks at you is not the same as the way she looks at her brother." Mu Yunshu could see Ruan Xingzi's dependence on Ning Haoyan and his little actions. As a woman, how could Mu Yunshu not understand Ruan Xingzi's feelings for Ning Haoyan? Even if Ning Haoyan has no feelings for her, she is not afraid of thieves stealing, but she is afraid of thieves thinking about it. Mu Yunshu is a businessman and understands this well. "You are quite observant." Ning Haoyan was amused and joked. "However, Ms. Mu Yunshu, we don't need to care so much about this pure employment relationship, right?" Mu Yunshu was immediately displeased when he heard this, and frowned slightly. "Now you think I'm too controlling?" Then he rolled his eyes again and said seriously, "Get out of the car." Ning Haoyan looked at the wealthy Mu, who suddenly turned hostile and made a big fuss, and said puzzledly, "It shouldn't be that serious." Chapter 35, 70 Ways to Coax a Girl. In Ning Haoyan's memory, Mu Yunshu has always been quite rational. "I won't be so impulsive. So childish, huh?" He even kicked people off the bus without saying anything. Abnormal. It's too abnormal. A strange thought popped up in Ning Haoyan's mind. Could she be jealous? Ning Haoyan was unmoved. Mu Yunshu opened the driver's door first and asked, "She has delivered her car, and you still want me to be your driver? You open it." As he spoke, Mu Yunshu walked to the passenger seat and opened Ning Haoyan's car door. Ruan Xingzi was there just now. Although she was very unhappy, she still gave Ning Haoyan enough face in front of the little girl. However, now there are only two of them left. This bad guy wants her to be a driver, no way. Ning Haoyan blinked, then realized what had happened and said, "Yes, yes, as you command. I'll do it. Princess Shu Shu, please get in the car." Having said that, Ning Haoyan got out of the car and invited Mu Yunshu to sit in the passenger seat with a smile on his face. How could he not understand that Mu Yunshu was still the same Mu Yunshu? There's a bit of arrogance in his rationality, and now he also has a little temper. Quite cute. After sitting in the driver's seat and driving away from Linda, Ning Haoyan saw Mu Yunshu still pouting and sulking and said, I said that my sister Shu has always been broad-minded and is not a person who gets angry. 70 ways to please a girl. One is to say nice things crazily. One is 69. It is obvious that the relationship between Ning Haoyan and Mu Yunshu has not yet reached the second triggering condition. So he could only choose the first option. Snort. You are so smooth talking. Now, you know how to say nice things. What did you do so early? Mu Yunshu snorted coldly and complained, although she really wanted to sulk all the way home and let Ning Haoyan guess slowly. But reason told her that getting angry was not a good way to solve the problem. So even though she was very reluctant, she still chose to communicate reluctantly. Ning Haoyan glanced at Mu Yunshu's arrogant look and said with a smile, Are you still angry? No, Mu Yunshu replied firmly. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes at Ning Haoyan again. She was so angry. Although she has never been in a relationship, how could anyone be as good as Ning Haoyan in coaxing a girl? She was willing to give him a way out, but this bastard actually asked her directly, and she was still angry? Ning Haoyan was amused by Mu Yunshu and became playful. He smiled and joked. Women usually like to say the opposite when they are angry. For some reason, the more Mu Yunshu acted like this, the more Ning Haoyan wanted to tease her. This rational and arrogant little rich woman is really interesting. That's someone else. Mu Yunshu blurted out. Mu Yunshu was really pissed off. Big straight man, stinky straight man. Instead of continuing to say nice things, he was still teasing her. Ning Haoyan blinked and continued. Generally, he still talks tough. But this time, Mu Yunshu did not reply immediately. She turned her head to look out the window and ignored this bad man. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car seemed to return to the silence when Ruan Xingzi was still there. Ning Haoyan drove past the night market and seemed to remember something. He asked Mu Yunshu, Student Shu, you probably haven't had dinner yet. Are you hungry? As he spoke, Ning Haoyan found an empty parking space on the side of the road and parked the car. After he and Ruan Xingzi beat up those spies in the afternoon, they went to the Westlake police station. After Mu Yunshu was notified, he rushed over immediately, probably without even having dinner. I just happened to pass by this night market food street, so I solved the problem of dinner and coaxed Mu Yunshu at the same time. Isn't our relationship purely based on money and employment? Don't try to get close to me. Mu Yunshu said resentfully. I'm so angry just looking at you. What made Mu Yunshu most angry was not the relationship between Ning Haoyan and Ruan Xingzi, nor was it the fact that he was teasing her just now. It was Ning Haoyan's introduction to himself and this sentence, a purely monetary employment relationship. Why is Ruan Xingzi the younger sister and she is the big money sponsor? Is it so difficult to say the word wife? It's still a pure relationship of money and employment. They both were honest with each other. Is it still pure? Purity, you bastard. I'm different. When I look at you, I think you're a feast for the eyes. Ning Haoyan said with a smile. It would be even better if I could eat and watch at the same time. Hateful, Mu Yunshu said coquettishly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. She had no resistance to Ning Haoyan's compliments, but she didn't want to forgive him easily and still tilted her head to look out the window. Yin Shu, Shu, Student Shu, Princess Shu baby. Ning Haoyan moved closer to Mu Yunshu and gently pulled at the corner of her clothes. At first, Mu Yunshu thought it was normal when Ning Haoyan addressed her. But when she heard Shu baby, she couldn't hold it in any longer and tried to suppress her laughter, saying, How corny. What are you doing? Ning Haoyan saw Mu Yunshu's expression through the reflection of the car window and said with a smile, I want to invite this beautiful lady to dinner. Would you be willing to honor me? Although Mu Yunshu wanted to refuse, her body was very honest. After a moment of reserve, she said, Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accompany you to eat a little. Mu Yunshu swore that it would never be so easy for her to forgive Ning Haoyan. Just because I'm hungry. Ning Haoyan saw that Mu Yunshu agreed, leaned on the steering wheel, and said with a smile, Are you calmed down? To be honest, Mu Yunshu is the easiest girl Ning Haoyan has ever met, no doubt about it. He had been prepared to coax her for an hour. Who would have thought that the wealthy lady would agree directly? It almost caught Ning off guard. Angry. Mu Yunshu turned his head, looked at Ning Haotian, and said, "Remember this for you first, and then you can continue to be angry after dinner. Are you calm?" How could she calm down? She also wanted to continue to be angry with Ning Haotian like this. Ning Haotian would most likely be pushed further away. If things go wrong, Xingzi might take advantage of the situation. So she planned to keep the account first and settle with this bastard later. Okay, then what would you like to eat, Shu Shu? Ning Haotian asked. All is fine. You can arrange it yourself. Mu Yunshu replied. The main thing is that she has never been to this night market food street. So how would she know what to eat? Ning Haotian. Then I can just do whatever I want. Mu Yunshu. Yeah. Roadside barbecue stall. Mu Yunshu stood there, looking at the fireworks in front of him, looking at Ning Haotian in disbelief, and asked, "Are you serious?" Mu Yunshu originally thought that since it was the first time the two of them were eating out, Ning Haotian would be more formal, right? But who would have thought that this guy would directly choose a barbecue stall, which was full of smoke and fire? Isn't this quite down to earth? Ning Haotian said. Ning Haotian didn't think as much as Mu Yunshu thought. His starting point is simple. The last time I made an appointment to have dinner with my friends, I was unsuccessful. This time, Mu Yunshu is here with me, so it's just the right time to finish what I didn't finish that day. Besides, it is a pleasant thing to eat barbecue with such a beautiful woman. Hearing Mu Yunshu's doubtful tone, Ning Haotian hesitated for a moment and asked, "If you don't like it, we can change." "Okay, let's go with this one." Mu Yunshu shook his head and said, "It just so happens that I haven't eaten it before, so I'll give it a try." There was no displeasure or reluctance on Mu Yunshu's face, but rather some curiosity. Is this your first time eating this?" Ning Haotian was puzzled. The way he looked at Mu Yunshu was as if he was looking at a rare animal. Mu Yunshu has never eaten barbecue, but on second thought, it seems to make some sense. Given Mu Yunshu's family background, it seems normal that he has never been exposed to these things. If Ning Haotian had not been thrown out to gain experience since he was a child, he would probably be the same as Mu Yunshu. Yes, why not? Mu Yunshu said proudly after hearing Ning Haotian's questioning words. Okay, we've won Ms. Mu Yunshu's virginity again. Ning Haotian suppressed his laughter and joked in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Mu Yunshu's face flushed when he heard this. Hateful. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh on Ning Haotian's waist. Ning Haotian blinked, pretending not to understand, and asked knowingly, "What's wrong?" Mu Yunshu bit her red lips lightly and said coquettishly, "Don't talk nonsense outside. What first time?" Listening to Ning Haotian talking about having won his first time again, Mu Yunshu's imagination ran wild. Although the drug took effect that day and her consciousness was hazy, Mu Yunshu still remembered herself and forcefully kissed Ning Haotian, giving him her first kiss. Afterwards, she pretended not to remember the incident. But in fact, only she herself knows. She remembers it very clearly. "What are you thinking? This is a serious first time." Ning Haotian corrected him seriously. "Are you thinking about something wrong?" Mu Yunshu could see that Ning Haotian was teasing her on purpose, so she pushed him gently and urged him, "Go order the food. It's your treat today." "It's my honor," Ning Haotian said with a smile. "Are there any dietary restrictions?" Mu Yunshu thought for a moment and said, "No, don't eat anything too spicy. It will cause acne." Ning Haotian nodded. "I understand." Chapter 36. Stop. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. Half an hour later, after the proprietress had placed the skewers on the entire table and put away the tray in her hands, she said to Ning Haotian, "Young man, everything you ordered is here. Enjoy." "Thank you." Ning Haotian nodded politely. The proprietress looked at Mu Yunshu, who was sitting opposite Ning Haotian, and said with a smile, "Is this your girlfriend? You two are a perfect match." The boss lady's praise was not a compliment, but he sincerely thought Mu Yunshu was beautiful. It is the kind of intellectual beauty that emanates from the bones. The boss lady, who is also a woman, couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at Mu Yunshu when she saw her. But she is much more beautiful than those extremely beautiful stars on TV. Ning Haotian with anticipation. She really wanted to know what Ning Haotian would say in response. "No," Ning Haotian blurted out. After hearing this answer, Mu Yunshu's face was filled with visible disappointment. "I still feel a little sad." She didn't expect Ning Haotian to deny it so decisively. Without even the slightest hesitation, Ning Haotian in confusion. They came out to eat barbecue together at this time, and they were just two people. What else could they be but a couple? Could they be brother and sister? They don't look alike. It can't be a private meeting, right? But then Ning Haotian spoke, breaking the proprietress's endless reverie. We are married. It would be more reassuring for me to marry such a beautiful lady home as soon as possible. Ning Haotian glanced at Mu Yunshu and smiled. The proprietress smiled knowingly, an expression of I see appearing on her face. She knew she couldn't make a mistake. But I didn't expect that these two young people would get married so young. When Mu Yunshu heard this, the sadness and disappointment on his face disappeared instantly. The corners of his mouth slightly raised without saying a word. Maybe it was because they were both hungry. The skewers on the table were devoured like wind. Ning Haotian asked, "Have you finished eating?" Mu Yunshu responded softly. Maybe because she was in a good mood, she ate a lot. Ning Haotian nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, "Let's go back." In the car, when they were almost at Yushui Bay, Mu Yunshu suddenly said, "I thought you would deny it when the boss lady asked you just now." Originally, Mu Yunshu didn't want to ask, but after enduring all this time, she really couldn't bear it anymore. So I asked. Mu Yunshu really wanted to know what Ning Haotian was thinking. Why did he call her the big money sponsor in front of Ruan Xingxi, but frankly admitted that they were married in front of the boss's wife? Denial of what? What's there to deny? We have already obtained the marriage certificate. Isn't that a fact? Although it only lasts a month, there are still 25 days left. Ning Haotian drove the car into the underground garage, stopped it steadily, and replied. Ning Haotian didn't actually want to avoid suspicion when he called Mu Yunshu that way in front of Ruan Xingxi, but to avoid unnecessary trouble and explanation. Because Ning Haotian knew very well that his marriage with Mu Yunshu was the result of a combination of circumstances, and the marriage would only last for 1 month. By not letting his friends know, he can save himself a lot of explanations. Otherwise, after they separate, Ning Haotian will have to explain why they separated. That would be very troublesome and stressful, and would just be causing trouble for himself, right? Mu Yunshu was still a little happy when he heard the previous words, but when he heard the last sentence, his face darkened, his brows slightly frowned, and he asked, "You remember the time so clearly? Are you so eager to divorce me?" As soon as the word divorce came out, Mu Yunshu turned to look at Ning Haotian. She never thought that Ning Haotian actually thought this way, and he was looking forward to it. It sounds like he is counting the time and can't wait to leave her. I don't remember it clearly. It's not that I'm looking forward to it. Isn't that the time you said? After experiencing the feeling of being married, we both regained our freedom. Ning Haotian leaned his head on the seat and spoke casually. After all, it was Mu Yunshu who decided it, and he agreed to it, so it would be difficult to change it. Moreover, Ning Haotian returned to China and came to Linen in order to experience love and try to take the last step. After helping Mu Yunshu solve his troubles this month, he naturally had to continue his pursuit. Free, free. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu repeated this word over and over again. These two simple words seemed to hurt her heart. It turns out that illusory freedom is more important than her. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu thought of something and smiled bitterly. After you divorce me, you will have a legitimate reason to look for that female college student, right? Mu Yunshu is feeling very confused right now. Reason has long been overwhelmed by emotion. She thought this reason was reasonable. Men are animals who think with their lower body. That female college student is no less pretty than her. Not only is she more gentle than her, she also looks much more plump than her. Moreover, Ning Haotian was willing to fight and go to the police station for her, so he must have been moved. Ning Haotian on. At this moment, all Ning has left is a question mark. He couldn't quite understand Mu Yunshu's train of thought. How does this have anything to do with Ruan Xingxi? No, why does she always like to involve that little girl in everything? Seeing Ning Haotian's reaction, Mu Yunshu became more certain of his thoughts. He rolled his eyes and said, "I knew you were thinking that. Scumbag." As he spoke, Mu Yunshu suddenly stood up and pushed open the passenger door. Ning Haotian. He was a little confused. What was going on with this elder sister? He didn't do anything, so he became a scumbag? Where does this put his brother in Linen? Still want to see White Silk with Valentino? Dream on. Bang. Mu Yunshu slammed the car door and drove away. Only Ning Haotian was left sitting in the car with a look of disbelief on his face. What's wrong with this sister today? Why are you so angry? Ning Haotian not only couldn't understand it, he couldn't figure it out either. Mu Yunshu was fine just now. Where did this fire come from? This is her own car. Ning Haotian shook his head and sighed. Women are really strange creatures. Never mind, I'll go back and take a shower. Then go on Steam and talk to Hao Hao's mom. Is it that Hao Hao's mother is not considerate enough? Or is Zheng Zian not pretty enough? Instead of trying to please others in a thankless way, it is better to go to the cyber world to experience a science fiction masterpiece. After taking a shower, I turned on the computer. Ning Hao Yen looked at the time and date in the lower right corner, remembered something, picked up his phone, and called Lin Mingyao. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Mingyao's dissatisfied voice coming towards him. Mr. Ning, why are you calling me so late at night? Busy. Lin Mingyao pushed up her plain glasses and flipped through the documents in her hands. Sister, didn't you tell me that you would come to Linen on Saturday? Did you ask me to pick you up at the airport? The flight information has not been sent yet. Lin Mingyao still have the nerve to be unhappy? The only thing he couldn't help was Ning Haoyan. It was you who said you wanted to come over, and now you are the one who is unhappy. Lin Mingyao said indifferently and continued casually. I forgot to tell you that I changed the flight to a later date. I'm on a business trip in Northern Europe these days. Ning Haoyan. This woman stood him up, and yet she is so righteous? Ning Haoyan couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing into the phone. Lin Mingyao, UTM. But when Ning Haoyan's language output was just beginning, he was interrupted by Lin Mingyao. Stop. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Sister, I am not working for you. After all, the money will be left for you in the future. Having said that, Lin Mingyao began to quibble without changing her expression. It is impossible to admit mistakes. How can a sister admit her mistake to her younger brother? Unnecessary. Hang up. Ning Haoyan said unhappily, etc. I haven't finished talking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not good for men to be too fast. Lin Mingyao educated him seriously. Ning Haoyan. Lin Mingyao's words were so fierce and ruthless that they just came out of her mouth. Even though they were not related by blood, she was his sister after all. Otherwise, Ning Haoyan really wanted to let this outspoken woman experience what sister-brother love meant. Ning Haoyan suppressed his anger and said, if you have to fart, do it now. I still want to play games. Lin Mingyao complained, what a bad attitude. How can Xiao Mu stand you? She was extremely curious. How could Mu Yinshu tolerate Ning Haoyan's bad temper? But what Lin Mingyao didn't know was that Mu Yinshu had just been angered by her beloved brother an hour ago. Then, Lin Mingyao changed the subject. I'll transfer 1 billion to you later. Ning Haoyan was puzzled and asked, my dear sister, is your hobby to transfer money to me? He couldn't understand why Lin Mingyao was so keen on transferring money to him. Before, the transfer was in batches of tens of millions, but this time, it was directly 10 billion. What does she want to do now? Lin Mingyao said, it's not for you. It's a betrothal gift for your wife. Ning Haoyan asked doubtfully, didn't the old man disagree? Chapter 37 Young Master Ning's backyard caught fire, and he couldn't save himself. Ning Haoyan was very confused. He never thought that Lin Mingyao would dare to commit a crime against the law. He even dared to openly go against his old man's wishes. Who is that old man? In the Ning family, in the capital, and even in Daxia, he is a man who has the final say. When did his sister become so courageous? Just when Ning Haoyan was puzzled, Lin Mingyao spoke. The old man is the old man, but I am your sister. You are my only brother. How can I ignore you? Mu Yinshu is not cheap, so you can't give too little as a betrothal gift, or else people will say you're being impolite. As for the other gifts, I will buy them for you when I return home. As Lin Mingyao said, she only has this one younger brother. If she doesn't worry about him, who will? Even if the old man disagrees, she has to take care of this matter. Ning Haoyan would never be wronged. Lin Mingyao had investigated Mu Yinshu and knew her family background, so the bride price is definitely indispensable. Ning Haoyan, this kid, although he says that he is a gigolo, but as her elder sister, she couldn't really let him live off her and be looked down upon by the girl's family, right? Ning Haoyan curled his lips, knowing that his elder sister was always thinking about him, so he said frankly, it's not that troublesome. I will divorce her next month. Lin Mingyao. For a moment, Lin Mingyao even thought that this brat was joking with her. Who gets married this month and divorced next month? Is that true? After a moment of silence, Lin Mingyao asked, Ning Haoyan, are you serious? Certainly. Ning Haoyan gave an affirmative answer. Aren't you kidding me? Flash marriage and flash divorce? What are you playing with here? Making sure that Ning Haoyan was not joking, Lin Mingyao questioned. She neither supported nor oppose Ning Haoyan's marriage. As long as my brother likes it, that's the best. Lin Mingyao could not accept this quick marriage and divorce. The Ning family was in a big fuss about this matter, but this kid treated it as a joke. Ning Haoyan coughed lightly and said, "The situation is a bit complicated and cannot be explained in a few words. I will explain it to you in person next time we meet. Don't buy any of those gifts." What happened between him and Mu Yunshu was simple at the same time and complicated at the same time. The main thing is that Ning Haoyan hasn't figured out how to say it in a way that would make Lin Mingyao more accepting. After all, if she knew that the two of them had a fake marriage and signed a contract, even if Lin Mingyao had a good temper, she would be furious, right? After careful consideration, I decided to wait until after the divorce before explaining it to my sister. Lin Mingyao sighed and said helplessly, You are 23 years old, and you are still so willful and reckless." She was helpless. That's all she felt. Ning Haoyan is an adult after all, and he has his own ideas, so we still have to respect his decisions. However, when Lin Mingyao thought of Mr. Ning, she felt a headache. How should I explain it? Yes, what my sister said is right. Ning Haoyan agreed. Lin Mingyao's words meant that she tacitly agreed with his idea, so naturally she couldn't go against it. Hee, just give me some perfunctory treatment. Lin Mingyao snorted coldly and said coquettishly. As he spoke, he slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, by the way, I was so angry at you that I almost forgot something important." Ning Haoyan felt something was wrong when he heard Lin Mingyao's tone and asked tentatively, "Could it be that the old man is coming to Linen?" Ning Haoyan didn't care about other things. The main concern was the old man's trouble. He can hide from the old man and just leave, but Mu Yunshu can't hide. Not the old man. Lin Mingyao said. Ning Haoyan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but it was only for a moment. Lin Mingyao's next sentence made Ning Haoyan completely confused. "It's your fiancée." "What the hell?" Ning Haoyan asked in surprise. "What does it have to do with her?" Ning Haoyan was speechless. No wonder Lin Mingyao said this was an important matter. He had forgotten about this woman. She's also a big trouble, and it's extremely difficult. Lin Mingyao continued. "Just to remind you, she got the news from somewhere that you have returned to the country and are still in Linen City." After saying that, the corners of Lin Mingyao's mouth unconsciously lifted up, revealing a playful smile. Ning Haoyan's marriage was blocked, and only the Ning and Lin families knew about it. But that woman knew that Ning Haoyan was in Linen. Even if I don't know the specific information, with her family's network of connections, it's only a matter of time before they find me. Ning Haoyan. "Sister, are you serious?" Ning Haoyan took a deep breath, calmed down, and confirmed again. "Of course." Lin Mingyao blurted out. There was a hint of gloating in the clear and beautiful voice. "I'm afraid my beloved younger brother is in big trouble. It just so happens that she can still watch it for fun. It's such a headache." Ning Haoyan said helplessly, "Trouble? That crazy woman." Lin Mingyao smiled even more and teased. "Oh, Master Ning still has a headache? He still knows trouble." Who could have thought that her brother, the one who made all the gods in the world tremble with fear, would actually have such a day? It's really interesting. Ning Haoyan curled his lips and said truthfully, "I am mainly afraid that she will find Mu Yunshu. If that woman comes to bother me, Ning Haoyan could just leave. But Mu Yunshu can't do that. This trouble came for him. He couldn't just leave it to Mu Yunshu and ignore it, right?" Lin Mingyao joked. "You still feel sorry for her. Aren't you getting divorced next month?" For some reason, Lin Mingyao heard something different in Ning Haoyan's words. It seems that Ning Haoyan cares a little about Mu Yunshu. After all, with Ning Haoyan's personality, if he didn't care about Mu Yunshu, how could he consider her situation? You little jerk who says one thing and thinks another. You know the character of that woman. Ning Haoyan said, if she were to meet this, she would be... I'm afraid it's going to cause chaos. Coupled with her family's power, Mu Yunshu was simply not able to resist it. Ha ha. You know what? I'm actually looking forward to this scene. Young Master Ning's backyard is on fire, and he can't save himself. Lin Mingyao has already started imagining. This plot is exciting just thinking about it. Ning Haoyan's fiancée chased her husband across thousands of miles and tore his wife apart with her bare hands. Just enjoy the misfortune. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to play games. Ning Haoyan curled his lips and prepared to hang up the phone. When I returned to China, I flew directly to Linen City. Lin Mingyao said quickly. She is now really becoming more and more curious about her brother's wife. Even if they really want a divorce, Lin Mingyao also wants to see him. Lin Mingyao, this woman's intuition, told her that these two guys couldn't live without each other. Got it. Contact me the day before you arrive. Bye. Ning Haotian hung up the phone casually. This brat is really... Lin Mingyao looked at the screen that exited the call interface, shook her head, and smiled indulgently. Not far away, the man who had been waiting for a long time saw Lin Mingyao in the call and said respectfully, "Mississippi." Lin Mingyao didn't even raise her head. Her smile instantly faded, and she asked expressionlessly, "What happened?" The man said, "The Nordic gods are indeed about to awaken. We also discovered several strange, unknown gods." Lin Mingyao raised her head slightly and said, "Let me see." Seeing this, the man handed over the documents in his hand. Hao's mom started. Ning Haotian waited for the game to load with anticipation. He has watched the clip about Hao's mother on Douyin countless times. I've long wanted to try it myself. But when the game music sounded, a message popped up on Ning Haotian's phone. "Have you slept yet?" The note is a rich woman who explodes with gold coins. It's Mu Yinshu. Ning Haotian was anxious to get to know Hao's mother, so he didn't think much about it and replied casually, "I fell asleep." But the next moment the message was sent. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. There was no need to think too much. The person knocking on the door could only be Mu Yinshu. Ning Haotian took off his headphones and walked over to open the door. After opening the door, he saw Mu Yinshu wrapped tightly in a nightgown and asked, "Why are you here?" Mu Yinshu leaned against the door, blinked, bit her lips, and asked proudly, "What? You're not welcome?" Chapter 38. So, you, Ning Haotian, the party B, have to be responsible for after-sales service. Mu Yinshu was originally sulking in the room. He had even calculated how many days he would ignore Ning Haotian. But soon, she realized two key issues. Ning Haotian coax her? Why did Ning Haotian want to coax her? Suddenly, Mu Yinshu understood. Yes, Ning Haotian had no reason to coax her, nor did he have the obligation to do so. The one who was moved was obviously herself. If she did this now, it would not only not help the relationship between the two of them, it will push him further and further towards that female college student. It is possible that after a month, Ning Haotian will get divorced and will be eager to find Ruan Xingxi. No, Mu Yinshu would never allow this to happen. So, she decided to take the initiative. Ning Haotian looked at the fragrant woman in front of him and said, "That's not the case. I thought you were angry, so I would ignore you for a few days." Based on Ning Haotian's understanding of women, under such circumstances, she would definitely be sulking for several days. So he planned to wait for Mu Yinshu to calm down for a few days before making any decision. But Ning Haotian never expected that not long after this, Mu Yinshu would take the initiative to come to him. Moreover, it seems that he is not that angry anymore. However, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Ning Haotian didn't know what she was trying to do. There is definitely something fishy going on. Hearing this, Mu Yinshu pouted and said, "Am I so stingy in your eyes?" As he spoke, Mu Yinshu walked into Ning Haotian's room and sat on his bed. "Ha ha, how is that possible? Our sister Shu has always been kind and generous, and she will never care about these little things." Facing Mu Yinshu's questioning, Ning Haotian immediately started to flatter her. Since she could say that, she must have calmed down a lot, and there was no need for him to add fuel to the fire. It would be better to take this opportunity to say something nice to make her happy. After all, they went to the police station to bail him out as soon as possible. That's more like it. Since you can still talk, I'll reluctantly forgive you this time. Mu Yinshu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he was still very satisfied with Ning Haotian's attitude of actively admitting his mistakes. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from the pocket of his nightgown and handed it to Ning Haotian. "What is this?" Ning Haotian looked at what Mu Yinshu handed over warily. Although it was folded, he could still see that there were words on the paper. And it seems like there are quite a few of them. Mu Yinshu stuffed the thing into Ning Haotian's hand, smiled, and said, "Contract, new agreement contract." Ning Haotian looked at the thing in his hand, his face full of confusion. Contract? Or a new agreement contract? What is this woman trying to do? The one you signed on the wedding day is for that person. So I wrote another one. Please check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, please sign it immediately. After Mu Yinshu made up an excuse to prevaricate, he began to urge. This is Mu Yinshu's strategy of taking the initiative. The previous one was prepared for the hired fake husband. There are no restrictions. So Mu Yinshu drafted a new one with special focus. Ning Haotian was given more benefits. Some restrictions were also added. Student Mu Yunshu, this wouldn't be a humiliating treaty, right? Ning Haotian pinched the paper in his hand without opening it and said with a smile. The expression on his face was extremely intriguing. At this critical juncture, at this point in time, Mu Yunshu took out such a new contract for him to sign. Even a fool can figure out that there must be many unfavorable terms. Yes, Mu Yunshu looked into Ning Haotian's eyes, without dodging or avoiding, and admitted it frankly. Okay, let me appreciate Ms. Mu Yunshu's masterpiece. Ning Haotian was intrigued by Mu Yunshu and opened the new agreement contract. But the eye-catching first one caught Ning Haotian's attention. 3 years. Are you serious? Ning Haotian said, in surprise. He thought about Mu Yunshu's new contract and would definitely give him more time. But he didn't expect that it would add so much. The span went directly from the remaining 25 days to 3 years. A strong sense of evil intentions came over me. Of course. Mu Yunshu nodded and smiled. I thought about it carefully. After you met my dad's side, they are definitely not that easy to fool, and they will not give up. So you, Ning Haotian, are party B. After-sale service is guaranteed. Mu Yunshu's words were cogent and well-reasoned. Especially when it comes to the 3 words, after-sale service, the pronunciation is extremely clear. Mu Yunshu knew very well that Ning Haotian would definitely raise questions after seeing this length of time. So she prepared a perfect excuse in advance to shut him up. After all, she is a girl, and she is too embarrassed to admit directly that she is attracted. Just want to keep him by my side. After-sales service included? Mu Yunshu, it's a good thing you figured out. Ning Haotian looked at the clause and shook his head helplessly. It's really hard for Mu Yunshu to come up with such a weird reason. Of course, I'm a shrewd businessman. Mu Yunshu said proudly when he saw that Ning Haotian had no objection. As he spoke, he stood up, walked to Ning Haotian's side, raised his hand and pointed at the benefits section, and continued. But I won't let you suffer any loss. Your living allowance will be increased to $200,000 per month. You can also go on a trip once a month, either domestically or abroad, and I will reimburse you in full. If you want to buy a house or a car, I can reimburse you. I see you like playing games, so I can set up a separate room for you and turn it into an esports room. The welfare clauses that Mu Yunshu proposed covered every aspect that men liked, and he talked for a full half hour before he stopped. It could be seen that Mu Yunshu must have spent a long time investigating this. Even Ning Haotian was moved by the benefits offered by Mu Yunshu. But why does it look like he is supporting Promax? It has to be Ms. Mu, the rich lady. This move is really generous. Ning Haotian silently raised his thumb and praised. I guess there is no one else in this world except my mom and my sister. Only Mu Yunshu was willing to spend money on him. Although he was surprised, a special note in the contract still attracted Ning Haotian's vigilance. But what do you mean by not having excessive contact with the opposite sex? I even specifically marked Ruan Xingzi as one of these. Ning Haotian raised his finger and pointed to the special markings on the contract, especially the places like Ruan Xingzi, and asked, "This one seems a bit too targeted. Moreover, the word overexposure does not cover it clearly. What exactly is considered a special contact? The final right of interpretation belongs to Mu Yunshu. If he says that meeting, having a meal, or making a phone call all counts. So what is the difference between this and restricting personal freedom? Don't worry, don't be nervous. I don't mean to restrict your personal freedom. It will not deprive you of your freedom to make friends and socialize." Mu Yunshu saw the doubt in Ning Haotian's heart and hurriedly explained to prevent him from misunderstanding her. Ning Haotian pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, "Then what do you want to do?" He couldn't understand why this clause was neither intended to restrict personal freedom nor social freedom. Then what is the need for its existence? It can't be that it is specifically targeting Ruan Xingzi, right? You can meet Ruan Xingzi, but you can't go to dating places like cinemas, cafes, amusement parks, etc. Don't even go to a hotel. Mu Yunshu explained seriously. When talking about hotels, this is emphasized even more. Ning Haotian, I have nothing to do. Why would I go to those places with her? He didn't quite understand what Mu Yunshu was thinking. To prevent him from losing control of his lower body? Is he so untrustworthy? When you were admiring that rich woman lying there naked, weren't you also safe and sound? Ning Haotian was really wrong about this. Mu Yunshu was not worried about him, but Ruan Xingzi. We must not give her any chance to take advantage. Mu Yunshu, just in case, put an end to her plans against you from the root. It was not until this time that Ning Hao Ian finally understood the real purpose of Mu Yunshu coming here late at night. He casually placed the contract on the table and said, "This contract of yours is quite interesting. I need to think about it carefully. In the adult world, without clear consent, it means rejection. It is undeniable that the price offered by Mu Yunshu is indeed very tempting. It is difficult for ordinary people to have reasons to refuse. But Ning Hao Ian was an exception. He didn't want to raise the price, but he didn't want to put himself in shackles. If being with Mu Yunshu had so many restrictions, he would rather be free again." Hearing Ning Hao Ian say this, Mu Yunshu became a little anxious, bit her lip lightly, and said, "Do you still want to consider it? Do you really want to divorce me and go find Ruan Xingzi?" Mu Yunshu originally thought that since she was so proactive, Ning Hao Ian would definitely sign it without hesitation. But she never expected that Ning Hao Ian would consider it. Isn't this clearly a way to delay time and then find an opportunity to reject her? In what way is Mu Yunshu inferior to Ruan Xingzi? Ning Hao Ian still thinking about that female college student? For a moment, Mu Yunshu fell into wild thoughts. "You seem very anxious. Are you so afraid that I will run away?" Ning Hao Ian pushed the gaming chair lightly, sat on it, and joked. "Mu Yunshu, you wouldn't really fall in love with me, right?" Mu Yunshu's reaction was too obvious. How could Ning Hao Ian not understand it? But he still asked this question because due to the girl's modesty, Mu Yunshu would definitely not admit it voluntarily. How was that possible? Nonsense. There is no such thing. Mu Yunshu blurted out the words reflexively, but his voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was running out of breath. Then, in order to cover up her embarrassment, she added, "How could I fall in love with a stinky man like you who flirts with other women and has affairs with wild girls?" Ning Hao Ian looked at Mu Yunshu's hypocritical expression, nodded, and said with a playful smile, "That's good. It just so happens that I won't sign it." Mu Yunshu's reaction was exactly what Ning Hao Ian wanted. The perfect reason to refuse. No doubt about it. "You dare." Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu stood up abruptly, and his voice suddenly increased by several decibels. Ning Hao Ian smiled calmly, rewrote the agreement and folded it up, and said, "What am I afraid of? I don't like being forced, and I don't like being threatened even more." The terms offered by Mu Yunshu were indeed very tempting. Ning Hao Ian also has a good impression of Mu Yunshu. But this does not mean that Ning Hao Ian likes being forced or threatened. In other words, no man likes to be forced or threatened. Mu Yunshu said aggrievedly, "How could I force you?" As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes. The voice contained a hint of sobbing. "You really don't like me that much? Can't wait to be separated from me?" Chapter 39. Didn't you want to see white stockings with Valentino? Quietly, a line of tears slid across Mu Yunshu's beautiful face, dripping on the floor. That pitiful look makes me feel sorry for her. No matter which man sees it, he can't help but feel soft-hearted. Even Ning Hao Ian is no exception. Ning Hao Ian stood up, gently wiped Mu Yunshu's tears with his hands, and said softly, "I never said I don't like you. I didn't say I couldn't wait to leave you. Of course, there are no things between Ruan Xingzi and me that you are worried about. I just said, don't sign this contract." Ning Hao Ian began to explain to Mu Yunshu slowly. He knew very well that this wealthy woman Mu was getting into trouble, equating not signing the contract with not liking her. Ning Hao Ian was really a loss whether to laugh or cry. But since Mu Yunshu is like this, I can only coax her with kind words. "When the month comes, will you leave?" Mu Yunshu grabbed Ning Hao Ian's hand that was wiping his tears and asked with sobs. Their eyes met. She was waiting for Ning Hao Ian's answer. Ning Hao Ian looked into Mu Yunshu's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "If you want to chase me away, I can leave too. But it's better to give me 5 days' notice. I don't want to end up living on the streets." Ning Hao Ian did not make a promise, but chose this joking reason. It not only resolved Mu Yunshu's concerns, but also eased the atmosphere. Of course, living on the streets is out of the question. After all, Lin Mingyao also bought a riverside villa in Yushui Bay and equipped it with several nannies. "Hey, who wants to drive you away? Still living on the streets. You're making me sound like an unreasonable person." Mu Yunshu was amused and laughed with tears in her eyes, saying coquettishly, "I finally felt relieved." He let go of Ning Hao Ian's hand, turned his head away, and rubbed his eyes. "It's just talk. There's always a chance of that happening." Ning Hao Ian joked. "If one day you meet someone you fall in love with at first sight, It wouldn't be good for me to stay here, right? There is no such thing. I'm so busy at work every day, I don't have time to have an affair. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu turned around and corrected him sternly, defending his own reputation. Still having an affair? What if this happens? You're still telling me, right? She didn't believe that Ning Haoyan didn't see who her crush was. Mu Yunshu was certain that Ning Haoyan did it on purpose. He just wanted to tease her. Bad man. Stinky man. Okay. What Mrs. Mu said is right. Ning Haoyan suppressed his smile and agreed. It's better to stop while you're ahead, so as not to make this woman cry again. Mu Yunshu was quite satisfied with Ning Haoyan's attitude. He took back the contract he had placed on the table and said, "It's okay if you don't sign it, as long as you don't leave. I will still give you the monthly living expenses according to the new contract." Ning Haoyan was unwilling to sign, so Mu Yunshu could only settle for the next best option. At least he promised not to leave. We'll talk about the rest later. She just didn't believe that with her beauty, she couldn't compete with Ruan Xingzi. It's all fine, as long as you're happy. Ning Haoyan shrugged and said, it doesn't matter whether Mu Yunshu gives it to him or not. He doesn't usually have lavish spending, let alone the new contract. Even the various transfers from Mu Yunshu have not been spent yet. What's more, there's the 888W given by Mu Yunshu's mother Lu Xuyin. You said this? You are not allowed to disappear without a reason in the future, Mu Yunshu said with a smile. Of course. Ning Haoyan nodded and said, but I have a condition. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan smiled calmly and raised a finger. Having agreed to so many of Mu Yunshu's requests, it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for one condition, right? You even put forward conditions. Tell me about it. I have to think about it too. Mu Yunshu imitated Ning Haoyan, folded his hands in front of his chest, and said proudly, just now someone had to consider something, and now she has to consider it too. Tit for tat. And she also wanted to hear what excessive conditions Ning Haoyan would put forward. Could it be about Ruan Xingzi? But Ning Haoyan's condition was beyond Mu Yunshu's expectations. Cook once a week. Your cooking is really delicious, Ning Haoyan said lightly, leaning back in the gaming chair with his hands supporting his face. It's easy to get tired of eating from takeout restaurants after a while. He actually wanted Mu Yunshu to cook every day, but considering that she was so busy at work, he reduced the time to once a day. After all, you have to rest on weekends. He also happened to have a great meal. When Mu Yunshu heard this, his face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect that Ning Haoyan would actually make such a request. It had nothing to do with Ruan Xingzi, nor did it have anything to do with sleeping together. It was just about asking her to cook. It's not impossible, Mu Yunshu said with a smile. After a pause, he continued, then you have to wash the dishes. This condition is not only not excessive, but also conducive to promoting the relationship between her and him. Mu Yunshu had no reason to refuse. After all, she knew that to capture a man's heart, she had to capture his stomach first. You have to make him realize that he can't leave you without himself. Ning Haoyan nodded. That's a must. Seeing Ning Haoyan's straightforward agreement, Mu Yunshu stood up, reached out to untie the belt of her nightgown, pursed her lips, and said shyly, here, take a look. Without the cover of a nightgown, the spring scenery is revealed. Ning Haoyan. For a moment, Ning's eyes widened. After a moment of stunned silence, he came to his senses and asked, what are you doing? At this late hour, if I don't agree, are you planning to seduce me? A strange thought came to Ning Haoyan's mind. Mu Yunshu wouldn't have made plans long ago, and would just do this if he didn't agree to stay, right? Nice looking, love watching it. But isn't this too unethical? Hearing this, Mu Yunshu tapped Ning Haoyan's forehead with her jade finger and said coquettishly, go away. I'm seducing you. Don't you want to see white silk with Valentino? I don't have white stockings, only black stockings, so just make do with what you have. Mu Yunshu was so angry. This was clearly the request that Ning Haoyan himself made that day. But in his mouth, it turned into her seducing him. Fortunately, she changed into black stockings and dug out the Valentino clothes that she rarely wore. It's really unexpected. Ning Haoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said helplessly, who could have thought that the wealthy Lady Mu would fulfill the request she made casually that day? You don't have to say it. You really don't have to say it. This woman Mu Yunshu is indeed quite interesting. Mu Yunshu closed her nightgown, rolled her eyes, and said coquettishly, it's because you are afraid that someone will go see someone else. Having said that, he sat down on Ning Haoyan's bed. Mentioned in this sentence can only be Ning Hao-yen and Ruan Xingxi without a doubt. Although they met for the first time today, Mu Yunshu felt a strong sense of crisis. It's not just the way Ruan Xingxi looks at Ning Hao-yen, but also Ruan Xingxi's figure, which is better than hers. Female college students are truly female college students. Even with a quick glance, as a woman, Mu Yunshu could tell that Ruan Xingxi's size was at least D+. It is even infinitely close to F. Although Ruan Xingxi is not as tall as herself, her legs are already very long. If she were to seduce Ning Hao-yen, Mu Yunshu didn't believe that men, who think with their lower body, could resist the temptation. Ning Hao-yen cleared his mind, took a long breath, and asked, "Okay, it's getting late. You don't want to sleep here with me, do you?" The implication is obvious. It is in order to expel the guest. Although Mu Yunshu is tempting, she is not available for the time being, and Hao Hao's mother is still waiting for Ning Hao-yen. However, Mu Yunshu's answer was beyond Ning Hao-yen's expectations. "Yeah," Mu Yunshu responded softly, shy yet certain. It seemed like she had planned this from the beginning. "Oh, Mu Yunshu, are you serious?" Ning Hao-yen blinked and asked in confusion. "It's just unbelievable, that's all. No matter how open-minded Mu Yunshu is, he wouldn't be this open, right? Are you really planning to do it all in one go? Make him completely unable to extricate himself?" Mu Yunshu nodded. Seriously. Ning Hao-yen pulled the corner of his mouth, stood up, raised his hand to cover Mu Yunshu's forehead to see if she had a fever or was mad. He always felt that this woman was too abnormal tonight. She had to let him go just to change her clothes that day. Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Hao-yen's actions and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Ning Hao-yen covered Mu Yunshu's forehead with one hand, touched his own forehead with the other, and said, "You don't have a fever, do you? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. I can't figure it out. It can't be that the effect of the medicine has not been completely eliminated, right?" Mu Yunshu suddenly realized, slapped Ning Hao-yen's hand away, and explained, "I've been suffering from insomnia for several days. As soon as I close my eyes, I have nightmares. Although what happened that day has passed, for some reason it haunts Mu Yunshu like a nightmare. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would become upset and start having nightmares. The scene of that day began to repeat in her mind, and she would be awakened by the fright after a while. This goes on, and I can't sleep all night." Thinking that Ning Hao-yen was guarding beside her that day, she slept well, so she wanted to give it a try. "No wonder you went out so early these days and look so haggard." Ning Hao-yen pinched Mu Yunshu's face and said with a smile. Looking at Mu Yunshu up close, without makeup, her dark circles are indeed quite obvious. "Then, tonight," Mu Yunshu said softly. His eyes were full of pleading. Ning Hao-yen smiled and joked. "Aren't you afraid that I will lose control and become beastly? I'm even more afraid that I'll have nightmares and insomnia for a few more days and then suddenly die. You'll be a widower by then." Mu Yunshu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, if it were someone else, Mu Yunshu would definitely be worried. But the person in front of him was Ning Hao-yen after all, and even when he was being honest with him, he restrained his impulse. It is still trustworthy. What's more, Mu Yunshu was really afraid that he would die suddenly. Having said that, without waiting for Ning Hao-yen to speak, he lay down on the bed. "I haven't agreed yet. Why did you go up?" Ning Hao-yen said when he saw this. Mu Yunshu wrapped himself in the quilt and said with a smile, "I'll take this as your consent." Ning Hao-yen said helplessly, "You are awesome." Mu Yunshu was already like this, so it was difficult for him to chase her away. Ning Hao-yen was too lazy to care about anything else, so he put on his headphones and went straight into the game. Before I played for a while, I heard Mu Yunshu's voice. "Ning Hao-yen, I'm sleepy. If you're tired, go to sleep first. The noise from your computer keeps me awake. Sister, I'm wearing headphones. The light from your screen keeps me awake. You win, so I don't want to play anymore." Ning Hao-yen stood up, took off his headphones, and turned off the computer. He took another quilt and pillow from the closet and lay down on the bed. Just when Ning Hao-yen closed his eyes and prepared to go to sleep, he heard Mu Yunshu say, "I can't sleep. Let's chat." Ning Hao-yen, "Aren't you sleepy?" Mu Yunshu asked back, "I'm not sleepy anymore, is that okay? What do you want to talk about?" Ning Hao-yen asked in a hopeless manner. Until now, he still couldn't understand that Mu Yunshu just didn't want him to play games. Mu Yunshu turned over and approached Ning Hao-yen and said with a smile, "Let's talk about Ruan Xingxi and how you two met." Chapter 40. Sister Shu is the most powerful in the universe. Mu Yunshu, You are having a hard time with Ruan Xingzi, right? Ning Haoyan sat up and asked helplessly. He knew that Mu Yunshu did it on purpose. It's not that he's sleepy and can't sleep. He's just looking for an excuse to stop him from playing games. Then, he brought the topic back to Ruan Xingzi, ready to get to the bottom of it. Don't be fooled by the rich woman's beautiful voice and long legs. She is just as curious as others. You're mean to me. Hearing Ning Haoyan calling her by her full name and using that tone, Mu Yunshu immediately became displeased. She also sat up, leaned her pillow against the head of the bed, and said coquettishly, Ning Haoyan, I didn't. Mu Yunshu, you have it. Ning Haoyan was silent. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Why with a woman? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Seeing that Ning Haoyan was silent, Mu Yunshu said proudly, If I say you have it, then you have it. He looked extremely proud, like a general returning triumphantly from a battle. Ning Haoyan curled his lips and said, Okay, you win. If there is, there is. There is no point in fighting for it. If Mu Yunshu cries again, you will have to comfort her. Mu Yunshu was satisfied when he heard this, and smiled, and continued. Also, can't you be more intimate when you address me? Don't always call them by their first names. It makes them feel distant. If the relationship between the two of them was just a simple employment relationship, Mu Yunshu wouldn't care. But now that they have moved on and are so much older, she will definitely make some demands. After all, which woman doesn't like the sense of ceremony? What about Shushu baby? Ning Haoyan smiled playfully and asked tentatively. Hey, don't be so cheesy. Mu Yunshu said with disdain, just a little bit more. Looking at the cunning in Ning Haoyan's eyes, Mu Yunshu knew that this guy definitely did it on purpose. That's quite a lot of requirements. Ning Haoyan shook his head and joked, Yeah, you're the client after all, so it's normal to have more requirements. Who made Mu Yunshu a wealthy woman? So much real money was spent, and so many welfare benefits were provided. It doesn't seem too much to ask for a little more. That's right. It's too late for you to regret now. Mu Yunshu said proudly with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. I won't regret it, but I'm afraid you will regret it. Ning Haoyan admired Mu Yunshu's little expression and said in his heart, Ning Haoyan really likes Mu Yunshu's personality. But what bothered him was the trouble from the stubborn old man at home. Ning Haoyan was very clear about his grandfather's stubborn temper, and he is still stubborn. It's hard to imagine what it would be like when the old man sees Mu Yunshu. Ning Haoyan came back to his senses and asked, So, why are you so obsessed with Ruan Xingzi? The matter with the old man can be delayed for a while. Ning Haoyan now wants to know why Mu Yunshu always keeps pestering Ruan Xingzi. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't figure out what was so special about this little girl that was worthy of Mu Yunshu's attention. Hearing the three words Ruan Xingzi, Mu Yunshu's expression changed instantly. He restrained his smile and said seriously, Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. I have to know who is thinking about my husband, right? A woman's sixth sense told Mu Yunshu that the female college student Ruan Xingzi must be thinking about Ning Haoyan. Therefore, you must be on high alert and never let your home be robbed due to negligence. Ning Haoyan 6. He wanted to persuade Mu Yunshu that it was unnecessary. But looking at her high morale, I didn't know how to persuade her for a moment. With no other options, he could only follow Mu Yunshu's wishes and introduce her. That girl is a top student at Linda University. I graduated from Yanda University as an undergraduate. Hearing Ning Haoyan describe Ruan Xingzi as a top student, Mu Yunshu immediately spoke up. The purpose is simple and obvious, which is to prove that his academic qualifications are not lower than that of the top student from Lin University. Are you still trying to compare yourself with others? Okay, Sister Shu is the best. Sister Shu is the most powerful person in the universe. Ning Haoyan pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly, raised his thumb, and flattered. He had never realized before that Mu Yunshu would actually be competitive. Even in terms of academic qualifications, she has to compete with Ruan Xingzi, and even has to suppress her. Don't say that about me. Mu Yunshu could tell Ning Haoyan was being perfunctory and said coquettishly, If you want to praise me, you don't need to use nice words. It's too tacky. Although she said she disliked Ning Haoyan's words, her body was very honest. After all, it was Ning Haoyan who was praising her, not Ruan Xingzi. The ultimate in rusticity is trendy, Ning Haoyan explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes at Ning Haoyan and asked, And then? What's the situation at Ruan Xingzi's home? Compared with Ruan Xingzi herself, Mu Yinshu wanted to know more about her family background. Her father died when she was 10 years old, and her mother remarried the following year. She was raised by her grandfather. The little girl suffered from school bullying in middle school and went through a lot of hardships. I've been working part-time to support myself during the past few years in college, and I met her during a part-time job. Ning Haoyan said truthfully, "It is precisely because I know what Ruan Xingzi went through that I understand how difficult her past was. That's why he takes extra care of this little girl, especially this little girl, because of family reasons. I suffered from school bullying for a long time in middle school, which led to my current cowardly personality. That was why she was so scared that she dared not say a word in Mu Yinshu's car." Ning Haoyan specifically mentioned this point to remind Mu Yinshu. Oh, it's not easy for her either. Mu Yinshu is a smart man. How could he not understand what Ning Haoyan meant? But due to the shame of admitting it, he just responded lightly. "So, classmate Shu, don't be so hostile to her." Ning Haoyan said, "She's just a little girl who has never stepped into society. She trembles just looking at you." Mu Yinshu pouted, looking a little unhappy, and asked, "Do I look that fierce?" She felt a little aggrieved. "I didn't say anything excessive. So why did I do anything excessive? What do you think? You didn't see her get on the car, but you didn't dare to say a word?" A man sat in the back shivering. Ning Haoyan spoke. Originally, Ning Haoyan planned to sit in the back and accompany Ruan Xingzi. Since Mu Yinshu said so, he had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. Mu Yinshu really didn't say anything and didn't do anything. But with her car there, it feels very oppressive. In addition, Mu Yinshu was so hostile that even just sitting there, he felt oppressive. Mu Yinshu blinked, folded his hands across his chest, and seemed to remember something, and asked, "Then why aren't you afraid of me at all? Not only do you dare to marry me, but you also dare to reject my contract?" Ning Haoyan never expected that Mu Yinshu's attention, which was still on Ruan Xingzi, suddenly shifted to him. Could he tell her that he just wanted to tease her? It was obvious that Ning Haoyan didn't dare. He was afraid that the wealthy woman Mu would pounce on him and tear him apart with her bare hands. "Just talk about Ruan Xingzi. Why are you dragging me into this?" Ning Haoyan coughed lightly, not daring to look Mu Yinshu in the eye, and changed the subject casually. Unfortunately, Mu Yinshu was a big CEO after all. He had met all kinds of people and had already seen through Ning Haoyan's little thoughts. He smiled and said, "Ning Haoyan, you feel guilty. Then tell me, why do you want to work part-time? You don't look like you need money, do you?" It was precisely because Mu Yinshu knew that Ning Haoyan was not an ordinary person that she was even more curious about why he would take a part-time job. After all, would a person who can accurately locate her location in such a large city like Linen be short of money? The network of contacts that needs to be mobilized is extremely large. Therefore, the more mysterious Ning Haoyan is, the more attractive he is to Mu Yinshu. "Can I go and experience life?" Ning Haoyan said with a faint smile. "To be honest, I said everything, but it seemed like I said nothing. Avoid the important and focus on the trivial." Mu Yinshu smiled and joked. "You can't tell my husband is still a young master, and he has experienced life. Why do I feel like you are insulting me when I hear what you say?" Ning Haoyan said. "How could that be?" Mu Yinshu argued. "Am I that kind of person?" "Yes, you are," Ning Haoyan affirmed and was certain. "Go away, nonsense." Mu Yinshu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly. After a pause, he continued, "How about I sponsor Ruan Xingzi?" Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yinshu meaningfully and said with a smile, "Are you planning to bribe that little girl with money? Children have a lot of self-esteem and will definitely not accept it." Mu Yinshu wanted to sponsor Ruan Xingzi with 70 sincerity and 30 selfish motives. Ning Haoyan could see it. But if he could give the money directly, he would have given it long ago. Ruan Xingzi was a girl with a very strong sense of self-esteem, so she had to give up. I could only come up with all kinds of excuses to give her money. "Okay," Mu Yinshu said, "you have already met my mother. When can I meet your mother too?" Chapter 41. It is better to tear the black silk stockings apart to feel more. "Shu, do you want to meet their parents?" Ning Haoyan asked puzzledly. He didn't expect Mu Yinshu to suddenly ask this question, and looking at her expression, she seems quite anxious. "You and I have both obtained our marriage certificate, so we have to meet the elders, right? Otherwise, your mother will say that I am ignorant. If I leave a bad impression, my future life will be difficult." Mu Yinshu blushed and spoke. Compared with Ruan Xingzi's threat, Mu Yunshu was more worried about the future relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After all, in Daxia, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law has been a big problem since ancient times. So she had a plan ahead. It seems to make sense. Ning Haoyan nodded and agreed. Don't say that. Really don't say that. After Mu Yunshu mentioned this, Ning Haoyan felt that it did make sense. But his mother is still abroad and may not be able to come back for a while. More importantly, Ning Haoyan still doesn't know what his mother's attitude is towards Mu Yunshu. Ning Haoyan recognized her. Mu Yunshu smiled and said, I forgot to ask, what does your mother do? Mu Yunshu was extremely curious about what kind of amazing mother could raise such an outstanding son like Ning Haoyan. But one thing she was sure of was that her mother-in-law must be a great beauty. Otherwise, from whom did Ning Haoyan inherit such attractive looks that made her heart beat? Are you so impatient to check the household registration? Ning Haoyan joked. Go away, I can't be completely clueless, right? Mu Yunshu said coquettishly. Mu Yunshu actually checked Ning Haoyan's household registration. But apart from a name Ning Haoyan, nothing else was found. Otherwise, she would have figured it out on her own a long time ago. So why would she come and ask him? Ning Haoyan thought about it. And after a little contemplation, he said seriously, she does some small business and has a small company. It's a small business. Ning Haoyan's mother, Lin Mingyao, small and micro enterprises? In Daxia, or even in the world, the only person who could describe the Lin Group as a small company or a micro-enterprise is probably the son of the richest man Lin. But this is actually reasonable. After all, isn't Daxia Tobacco also a small and micro-enterprise according to its business license? Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Haoyan's embarrassed expression and said kindly, It's okay, don't be embarrassed. It doesn't matter if it's not big. I won't laugh at you. Her net worth is among the top 10 in Daxia, and there are only a handful of people who can rank ahead of her. So she didn't care about these things. Anyway, no one would be as rich as her, and she wouldn't despise Ning Haoyan. I just wonder how interesting the expression on her face would be if she knew that the small and micro-enterprise Ning Haoyan mentioned was the Lin Group, and that her mother-in-law, who ran a small company, was the richest person in Lin Group. Mu Yunshu pursed her lips and continued. How about I invest a little? What Mu Yunshu was considering was actually very simple. Since they were all family, it was only natural for them to help each other. Anyway, she is already supporting Ning Haoyan, so it's not impossible for her to support her mother and her company as well. Investment. Ning Haoyan blinked, with an extremely wonderful expression on his face. At this moment, Ning Haoyan has already begun to imagine his mother's expression after receiving Mu Yunshu's investment. He might even say thank you to his daughter-in-law for the gift. Mu Yunshu ignored Ning Haoyan's strange behavior and started drawing the blueprint. He said, Yes, it's a gift from meeting you. Give your family's business a bigger scale. By then, you'll be a rich second generation. Listening to Mu Yunshu's serious ideas, Ning Haoyan wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. There's no problem with the gift of meeting, but his family's business already covers all aspects. How much bigger can it be? He is not really considered a second-generation rich. To be more precise, he should be considered a third-generation rich. Ning Haoyan coughed lightly, suppressed his laughter, and said, Come on, if you have that much spare money, why not let me go and buy a scratch card? Although there is always an urge in my heart to see Mu Yunshu make a fool of himself. But after careful consideration, I gave up. After all, she is my wife. If she is embarrassed, isn't it also my shame? But this suggestion is true. If Ning Haoyan uses it to scratch tickets, it will be much more meaningful than giving a small reward to his mother. That won't work. We must leave a good impression when we meet for the first time. Mu Yunshu shook his head and said, Ning Haoyan likes scratch cards. She can open a shop for him and let him scratch from morning to night. But this gift is non-negotiable. Take your time to think about it. I'm going to sleep. Ning Haoyan chose to give up struggling. It was no use trying to persuade the damn guy with kind words. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan put down the pillow he was leaning against and lay down on the bed. Instead of trying to persuade Mu Yunshu, it's better to go to bed early. No, you can't sleep. I'm not sleepy yet. You have to chat with me. Mu Yunshu pulled Ning Haoyan's arm and said coquettishly. She still wanted to find out some information, so she couldn't let Ning Haoyan go to bed so early. I'm just sleeping. Why don't you take care of me? Ning Haoyan wrapped the quilt tightly, turned over, and faced Mu Yunshu. Ning Haoyan refused to cooperate. Mu Yunshu was not in a hurry and smiled lightly. Ning Haotian, you forced me to do this. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu also lay down, leaning against Ning Haotian and slowly moving closer to him. The jade hands kept moving gently on Ning Haotian's body. Finally, it landed on his abdominal muscles. But Mu Yunshu did not stop his actions. Her upper body pressed against Ning Haotian, close to his earlobe, her red lips slightly parted, exhaling hot air gently. Who? Feeling Mu Yunshu's combination of punches, Ning Haotian closed his eyes and tried his best to restrain himself. But the beauty was lying next to me, so close to me, and she was teasing me constantly. How long can you restrain yourself? After Mu Yunshu blew for a minute, Ning Haotian couldn't hold it anymore and said, Mu Yunshu, do you know you were playing with fire? But who would have thought that Mu Yunshu would directly reply, I'm just playing. What can you do to me? Provocative. A naked provocation. Really, as you wish. Ning Haotian could no longer control his desire when he heard this. He suddenly turned over, pressed down Mu Yunshu, and held his wrist with both hands. Mr. Ning's main goal is to grant whatever you ask for. Since the rich lady Mu herself has made such a request, there is no reason for her to be dissatisfied. Ning Haotian, what are you doing? Mu Yunshu was panicked, like a frightened kitten. She never expected that Ning Haotian would suddenly attack and easily subdue her. And there is no power to resist. And the two of them were so close to each other, face to face. What should I do? Ms. Mu Yunshu, why do you have to ask questions when you already know the answer? Ning Haotian lowered his head, touched the tip of Mu Yunshu's nose, and smiled. A man and a woman, what else can they do in this position? Ning Haotian's eyes were filled with burning desire. Don't want. Mu Yunshu shook her head and said coquettishly. How arrogant Mu Yunshu was when he teased Ning Haotian just now. Now being pressed down and begging for mercy. How embarrassed the rich lady Mu must be. Ning Haotian clasped Mu Yunshu's hand with his 10 fingers, with a wicked look on his face, and said with a wicked smile, Didn't you start this fire? It has to be put out by you, the one who started it all, right? Existence is reasonable. The idiom, playing with fire and getting burned, is not given for nothing. No, don't mess around. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Mu Yunshu begged for mercy again and again, because she has already felt the threat from the man. The more Mu Yunshu begged for mercy, the more excited Ning Haotian became. He said with a smile, Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. It's too late to regret now. As he spoke, Ning Haotian's left hand went straight to Mu Yunshu's black stockings. Don't take it off, Mu Yunshu said softly. Good idea. Ning Haotian nodded in agreement. Fragments are its final destination. You big hooligan. Mu Yunshu said angrily when she heard that. This is... A cunning look flashed in Mu Yunshu's eyes. He stopped struggling and hooked his hands around Ning Haotian's neck, saying with a smile, Secret weapon. You never thought I'd come to Triple X. Ning Haotian, so unscrupulously. The main focus is on being full of confidence. Otherwise, how could she, an innocent girl, dare to do such a thing? Okay. No wonder I said you were so confident today. Not only did you dare to sleep here with me, you also dare to tease me. So that's what happened. Ning Haotian suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, I really didn't expect it at all. As expected of the rich lady Mu, she even used military tactics on him. Mu Yunshu admired Ning Haotian's expression, held his face, and said proudly, Yes. Are you angry? Are you not sleepy anymore? Come and chat with me. At this moment, there is only one word that can describe Mu Yunshu, and that is boastful. Ning Haotian didn't take it seriously. Instead, he smiled calmly, leaned over to Mu Yunshu's ear, and whispered, Student Mu Yunshu, do you know there's an idiom called XXXX? Unfortunately, Ning is an expert at showing off. What? Mu Yunshu trembled when he heard this, as if he realized Ning Haotian's intention, and asked in surprise, Wait, you don't want to? Chapter 42, I can also be a man standing behind you. Perhaps because of nervousness, Mu Yunshu's eyelashes were trembling. She had originally calculated the cards well and knew Ning Haotian's character well, so she was sure that there would be no danger. But who would have thought that Ning Haotian was not so easy to control? Even he doesn't play by the rules. Mu Yunshu overestimated Ning Haotian's flexibility and ultimately missed this point. How clever. You get it right away. As expected of a top student from Peking University, Ning Haotian's fingertips gently stroked Mu Yunshu's tender skin, and he smiled playfully. It's like a hunter playing with a carefully crafted prey. Don't want. Don't. Ning Hao Yin, I was wrong. I don't want to play anymore. Can you let me go? A strong sense of fear filled Mu Yunshu's heart. At this moment, Ning Hao Yin, who was so close to me, seemed so strange. But she had no other choice but to beg for mercy weakly. A typical representative of someone who is both bad at playing and loves to have fun. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Ning Hao Yin licked his lips and smiled. It won't hurt you too much. As he spoke, Ning Hao Yin gently pinched Mu Yunshu's chin. Take a close look at the most beautiful woman in Linen's business world in black stockings. Don't. I really know I was wrong. I will never play with fire again. Mu Yunshu shook his head desperately. She was really scared, afraid that Ning Hao Yin would suddenly become beastly in a second, turn into a werewolf, and pounce on her. In front of Ning Hao Yin, the safe period is really not safe at all. Fool. Ah. Looking at Mu Yunshu's panicked expression, Ning Hao Yin gently scratched her trembling nose. He instantly lost control of his facial expression. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up, and he laughed out loud. It's true. Mu Yunshu's frightened look is quite captivating and makes people unable to stop. Ning Hao Yin couldn't hold back his laughter. He really wanted to play for a while longer. You scared me. Ning Hao Yin, who was laughing loudly on top of her. Mu Yunshu suddenly reacted and said coquettishly. Until this point, how could Mu Yunshu not understand that Ning Hao Yin was just playing her? Yes, I'll teach you a lesson. Who allowed someone to be so fearless? Ning Hao Yin pinched Mu Yunshu's pretty face, turned it over, and smiled. It must be said that Mu Yunshu's body management is indeed good. Those who should have meat, and those who should be thin are thin. When he pressed on her, I was in close contact with her. Ning Hao Yin also reacted. You are so bad. I thought you really wanted to. Mu Yunshu picked up the pillow behind her and threw it at the guy who was teasing her. Unfortunately, Ning Hao Yin was quick-witted and grabbed the flying object. He asked knowingly, what do you really want? A bloody battle? Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes at him and replied, yeah. Ning Hao Yin's acting just now was so realistic that even she believed it. I originally thought about it, but considering that running a red light is bad for your health, it is better to give up. Ning Hao Yin smiled indifferently and explained. Mu Yunshu should be thankful that when Ning Hao Yin's desire was aroused, he still retained a trace of rationality. Otherwise, hate. You really scared me to death, bad guy. Mu Yunshu said coquettishly. Although he complained about Ning Hao Yin, Mu Yunshu was still very touched. This guy also remembered to consider her physical condition. As she thought about it, she became angrier and clenched her little pink fist and punched Ning Hao Yin in the chest. Ning Hao Yin pinched it gently with his backhand, making it unable to move, and said with a smile, you can't blame me for this. It was clearly someone who asked for it. However, I have to say that the look on Yunshu's face when he was afraid and begging for mercy just now was quite nice. I didn't record it. What a pity. Ning Hao Yin's face was full of regret. Just looking at Mu Yunshu's begging look just now, I felt really sorry for him. Suitable for repeated viewing bien and appreciation, sure. Especially if you ask the author to watch it together. The artistic effect reaches its peak. You still want to record it? How can you be so mean? When Mu Yunshu heard this, her face suddenly changed. Like a grinning lioness, she pounced on Ning Hao Yin and pressed him down. She finally realized that Ning Hao Yin was a bad guy. Ning Hao Yin did not resist, allowing Mu Yunshu to press him down, and said with a smile, women don't love men who are not bad. After venting for a while, Mu Yunshu stopped, pinched Ning Hao Yin's chin, and asked condescendingly, then, when you are with me, do you feel that you have no freedom? Ning Hao Yin blinked and asked in confusion, why do you ask this suddenly? He was a little confused. Is there any inevitable connection between freedom and Mu Yunshu? Mu Yunshu didn't know whether Ning Hao Yin really didn't know or was pretending not to know, so he said, didn't you say you like freedom? Ning Hao Yin's face was full of question marks. When did I say this? Ning is certain and affirmative that he has never said such a thing. Mu Yunshu was sure that this guy was acting again, and said sourly, I remember very clearly that someone said that after experiencing the feeling of being married, we both regained our freedom. I didn't slander you, did I? Mu Yunshu remembered it clearly. Not a single word was missing. Doesn't this imply that he likes freedom? Ning Hao Yin blinked, then realized that it was really what he said, and explained, I just said it casually. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. That's not an excuse. If Mu Yunshu hadn't mentioned it, he would have really forgotten it. You. I don't care. I want you to answer that question now. Based on his previous experience, Mu Yinshu didn't believe Ning Haoyan's sophistry. She just wanted to know a definite answer now. Ning Haoyan looked at the fussy woman in front of him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, "She is really overbearing. I don't understand why you feel that I have no freedom. You're so busy at work every day, leaving early and coming back late. Don't I have enough freedom?" Judging from Mu Yunshu's working status, in an entire linen city, apart from couples living apart from each other, there's probably no one else who is freer than Ning Haoyan. That's true. Between freedom and me, who do you choose? Mu Yunshu nodded, agreeing with Ning Haoyan's statement. But she still refused to give in and insisted that he make a choice. A woman's little thoughts are all written on her face. Ning Haoyan replied seriously. Pedophile once said that life is precious, but love is more precious. If it is for freedom, both can be abandoned. So what you mean is that I can also be abandoned? Mu Yinshu asked with a gloomy face. Mu Yinshu never thought that Ning Haoyan would quote this sentence. The meaning is not very clear between freedom and her. No, she wasn't even worthy of being compared to freedom. Just when Mu Yinshu was feeling lost, Ning Haoyan said again, "No, I mean, that's what pedophile said. I have a problem that I don't choose a rich woman. She's rich, beautiful, cooks delicious food, and has a nice personality." Although the wording is meant to be flattering, it is most likely true. Ning Haoyan deliberately created a twist. After all, Mu Yinshu asked this, so how can I not tease her? You're finding new ways to praise me, right? Mu Yinshu said with a smile on her face, an expression that said, "That's pretty good. I never flatter others, and I always speak the truth." Ning Haoyan lied. "I don't believe you." Mu Yinshu pinched Ning Haoyan's face and said, "Who would you choose between Ruan Xingxi and me?" Now that the question has come to this point, Mu Yinshu will definitely not let it go. She had even made plans that would make Ning Haoyan struggle for a long time. But who knew that Ning Haoyan's answer came out without hesitation? None. Why? Mu Yinshu asked in confusion. This was an either-or choice, and Ning Haoyan actually abstained from voting. One is not interested, and the other is too childish. Ning Haoyan smiled playfully. Not interested in who it refers to. Who is being referred to as too childish? Mu Yinshu knew it very well. This was a roundabout way of making fun of her. Ning Haoyan, who are you calling childish? Mu Yinshu questioned. I will tell whoever fits the bill. Ning Haoyan hooked Mu Yinshu's slender waist and gently placed her in her quilt. He is a normal man. If she continues to shake, he might not be able to control himself. After a pause, he warned, "Go to sleep obediently. If you tease me again, I will make you pay the price." But Mu Yinshu, who had learned a lesson from his failure, was not afraid and asked arrogantly, "Price? What's the price? Are you trying to threaten me with running a red light again?" He looked like he wouldn't be fooled again. "Don't worry, it won't be a bloody battle," Ning Haoyan said with a wicked smile. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. There is more than one way, and of course there is more than one path. Mu Yinshu was alerted when he heard this. He shrank back, wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, and asked, "What do you want to do?" A bad premonition filled Mu Yinshu's heart. Ning Haoyan hugged Mu Yinshu and said with a smile, "I can also be a man standing behind you. After all, being kind-hearted is a good choice." Chapter 43, How Can You Be More Unreasonable Than Me? As the old saying goes, choice is more important than effort. If you know there's a tiger in a mountain, you should not go there. Find a different way. It is also a good choice. When Mu Yinshu heard this, he was slightly stunned at first. But looking at Ning Haoyan's meaningful smile, he quickly reacted. This big pervert is definitely up to something bad. I hate it so much. What's going on in your mind all day long? Don't even think about it. Mu Yinshu said shyly and coquettishly. She was defeated in the end. Ning Haoyan in terms of shamelessness. Ning Haoyan shook his head, raised his hand, and pinched Mu Yinshu's face and said with a smile, "Then be honest and have a good sleep." He was just trying to scare this fearless woman. I know, Mu Yinshu pouted. After being educated by Ning Haoyan with 2 idioms, Mu Yinshu became much more obedient. The two of them lay quietly on the bed without saying a word. But the curve of Mu Yinshu's mouth remained raised. Her cheap husband is a good person except that he is not very serious. The next day, 7 o'clock, a ring rang in the quiet room. It rang for almost a minute, but no one answered it or turned it off. Did the alarm go off? I remember I didn't set the alarm. Who is confused? Me? Or me? Ning Haoyan opened his eyes dazedly and asked in confusion. He clearly remembered that he didn't set the alarm. Moreover, this ringtone is somewhat different from the style of music I listen to. That was my decision. Mu Yinshu turned over and sat up, turned off the alarm clock, stretched, and tidied her messy hair. Ning Haoyan picked up his phone, checked the time, and said in surprise, "It's only 7 o'clock. Why did you set the alarm so early?" Ning Haoyan looked at Mu Yunshu with a face full of confusion. In addition to seeing the time, he also saw the date next to it. Saturday. No problem. Today is Saturday. What is Mu Yunshu doing? Go to work. Mu Yunshu slowly uttered 2 words. Ning Haoyan. Sister, isn't today Saturday? Isn't it a day off? Ning Haoyan pointed to the time and date on the screen and asked in disbelief. Do you think everyone has the same free time as me? Mu Yunshu asked back. How can a worker have a weekend? You're not an employee. Ning Haoyan curled the corners of his mouth and said, what Mu Yunshu said was right. It is very normal for workers to have only 1 day off a day, or even no day off at all for large civil engineering projects. After all, the capitalists are inhumane and treat them like cattle and horses. But when used on Mu Yunshu, there's a problem, a big problem. Have you ever seen a worker who can afford to live in a villa in Yushui Bay and drive a Bentley? You said the evil capitalists. That's pretty close, right? Hey, what are you doing? Just as Mu Yunshu was about to get out of bed and go back to his room to wash up, Ning Haoyan pounced on her and held her wrist in the same way. Student Yunshu, your alarm clock disturbed my sleep. I've always been very grumpy when I wake up. Ning Haoyan changed his posture, lightly stroked Mu Yunshu's pretty face with his fingertips, and smiled playfully. Aren't I going to work to earn money to support you? Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes and said righteously. After what happened last night, Mu Yunshu was no longer afraid that Ning Haoyan would lose his bestiality. After all, he had restrained himself last night, so it would be even more impossible for him to do so. Mu Yunshu knew very well that this guy probably just wanted to tease her on a whim. I won't listen. Ning Haoyan followed suit and said proudly. What Mu Yunshu said does make sense. But Ning Haoyan can replicate her passive skills and refuse to accept the reason. How come you are even more unreasonable than me? Mu Yunshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ning Haoyan learned is at least 70% similar to hers. It's simply a gift. Is this Ning Haoyan's version of learning from the barbarians and using the barbarians to control the barbarians? Mu Yunshu had no choice but to hook her hands around Ning Haoyan's neck and asked, what do you want to do? Mu Yunshu was also very curious about what Ning Haoyan was trying to do. You disturbed my sleep. You should give me some compensation, right? Ning Haoyan blinked and said with a wicked smile. Okay. I'll give you 5,200, okay? Mu Yunshu said with a smile. This is another trick that rich Lady Mu often uses to coax people. The only difference is that the amount has changed from 8888 to 5,200. The amount has been reduced, but the meaning is different. No, that's too insincere. I want something practical. Ning Haoyan refused decisively without giving it much thought. Compared with these coal numbers, Ning wants some more interesting benefits. Oh, then for example, Mu Yunshu asked puzzledly. Mu Yunshu didn't understand. Ning Haoyan didn't even want the transfer. So what did he want? I don't want to go too far. A good morning kiss will be enough. Ning Haoyan raised a wicked smile and whispered into Mu Yunshu's ear. That's a nice thought. No, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Mu Yunshu's face flushed slightly, and she quickly thought of an excuse to evade the question. Ning Haoyan's request is reasonable, but not so reasonable. Even though they had slept together last night and had confirmed their intention to take things a step further, she was not mentally prepared yet. Then I'll let you go brush your teeth and fill them later. I'm for flexibility here. Ning Haoyan took a step back and smiled. Since he had been woken up anyway, it didn't matter if he waited a little longer. After all, it was a sweet kiss from a beautiful lady. That won't work either. You haven't brushed your teeth yet. They stink, and I'm at a disadvantage. Mu Yunshu thought about it and refused. Ning Haoyan looked at the woman who was beginning to make a fuss and said, I didn't ask you to. You should have said so earlier. Mu Yunshu suddenly understood what Ning Haoyan meant. He immediately put his arms around Ning Haoyan and lightly touched his right cheek. Although I'm not mentally prepared for a kiss, it's still okay to give it a light kiss on the face. After all, she and Chung Shiwan kissed each other on the cheek many times. Is that all right? Mu Yunshu pursed her lips and asked. Okay, since classmate Yunshu is so sincere, I will forgive you today. Ning Haotian smiled indifferently and let go of Mu Yunshu. He lay back on his side again, feeling very satisfied. In fact, Ning Haotian was not going to let Mu Yunshu go so easily, but he saw the nervousness and shyness in her eyes. Suddenly, I remembered that she said she had never had a boyfriend or been in a relationship. I had no choice but to give up. It's not impossible to take it step by step, since Mu the rich woman can't escape anyway. Thank you. Mu Yunshu put on her pajamas and said coquettishly, "You're welcome. It's my duty," Ning Haotian said with a smile, admiring the graceful figure with a sidelong glance. Mu Yunshu looked at the time and walked straight to the door. Just before stepping out, he turned around and said, "Let's go. I'll try to get off work early and come back to make dinner for you." As he said this, he waved at Ning Haotian. Mu Yunshu had even started thinking about what delicious dishes to cook in the evening to whet Ning Haotian's appetite. It would be better if we could cook while wearing fishing nets. Ning Haotian smacked his lips and suggested, "There is no white silk, but there should be a fishing net." Ning Haotian believed that Mu Yunshu would look different in a fishing net. "That's a nice thought. Go to sleep," Mu Yunshu said coquettishly and closed Ning Haotian's door with her backhand. Afternoon. Ning Haotian slept until 12 o'clock, then got up, washed, and ordered takeaway. Then opened Steam and start today's battle. How cannot live without his father, just as the West cannot live without Jerusalem. Just as Ning Haotian was pushing the plot to the exciting yoga segment, the cell phone rang. Ning Haotian picked it up and took a look. It was the rich lady who dropped gold coins, so he pressed the hands-free button to answer the call. "Hey, Ning Haotian, what are you doing?" Mu Yunshu asked while sitting by the window in the office and drinking coffee. "Ow, checking in." Ning Haotian slid the mouse and joked. "Isn't it possible?" Mu Yunshu said, "Wait, what's that sound over there? Why do I seem to hear a woman's voice? Where are you now?" Suddenly, Mu Yunshu became alert. Just now, a delicate woman was talking to Ning Haotian. She must have heard it right. It's definitely not an auditory hallucination. "Where else can I be?" "Of course at home," Ning Haotian replied. As he spoke, Ning Haotian's eyes fell on the screen. Because Mu Yunshu was not at home, he played games without wearing headphones. In an instant, Ning became playful. He wanted to tease the wealthy lady. "Ning Haotian, did you bring a woman home?" Mu Yunshu asked vigilantly. 10,000 speculations have begun to emerge in her mind. But out of trust in Ning Haotian, she chose to get straight to the point. "I have to say, you have a very rich imagination," Ning Haotian said with a smile. While speaking, he gently turned up the volume and clicked on an option called Hao's Mother to ensure that Mu Yunshu can hear it clearly. And everything was just as Ning Haotian thought. Mu Yunshu said, "No, make a video call. I need to check it carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yunshu hung up the phone swiftly, and a WeChat video popped up. "Look," Ning Haotian answered the call quickly and looked around, ignoring only the computer screen. He smiled and said, "How could there be anyone else? How about I put the camera under the bed and let you check it?" Looking at Ning Haotian's calm and composed appearance, Mu Yunshu said in confusion, "I must have heard correctly. There was definitely a woman's voice coming from your end just now. I learned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai these past 2 days, and I want to show you." Mu Yunshu was certain and confident that she had not heard wrong. But Ning Haotian, who was on the other side of the video, was indeed at home, and the room was empty. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. Ning Haotian saw that the time was almost right, so he turned the camera around and pointed at the screen and asked with a playful smile, "Are you talking about this?" As he said this, he clicked the mouse, selected Hao's mother's action, and repeated it again. "Is this a game?" Mu Yunshu suddenly realized. But as smart as Mu Yunshu was, she soon realized that she had been tricked by someone. This someone must have done this on purpose. What else? There are always people who are jealous of games. Ning Haotian pointed the camera at himself again and teased, "Who's jealous? I don't." Mu Yunshu glared at him fiercely and said in a tone that was not justified but very angry, "Jealous? She admires the president. How could she be jealous? Or are you jealous of a game? It's all the fault of that bad guy, Ning Haotian." Okay, you didn't know I was jealous." Ning Haotian gave a way out and said with a smile, "The effect has been achieved. There is no point in continuing. It is better to quit while you are ahead." "That's more like it." Mu Yunshu was satisfied and said, "My best friend wants to treat you to afternoon tea." Chapter 44. You don't want to get your sister involved too? Chung Shuan has wanted to meet Ning Haotian for a long time. Meet the man who tricked Mu Yunshu into marriage. Let's see who this person is. Not only did he trick Mu Yunshu into marriage, he also tricked her into favoring him so much. Cheng Shuan was extremely curious about Ning Haoyan. It just so happened that everyone had time today, so Cheng Shuan organized this group to meet this man. Afternoon tea? Your best friend invited me? Ning Haoyan repeated in his mouth. Ning Haoyan had some impression of his best friend Mu Yunshu. He remembered that the fake marriage partner of the wealthy woman Mu was found by this sister. But why did this sister invite him to have afternoon tea for no reason? Could it be that he is here to call for punishment? Yeah. Mu Yunshu took a sip of coffee and said, "It just so happens that I'm not cooking today, so let's eat out together." Ning Haoyan turned off the game on the screen, put his legs on the table, and said with a smile, "Why do I feel that this person is not friendly? It looks like a Hongmen banquet." In fact, Ning Haoyan's wording was very tactful. It's not like the Hongmen banquet. This is clearly a Hongmen banquet targeted at him. After all, the most unstable factor between two people is none other than the girl's best friend. The number one person who instigates conflicts. A master at adding fuel to the fire. Part-time military strategist and military dog. No way. Mu Yunshu explained, "I just want to take you to meet my best friend." Mu Yunshu did think so, but Cheng Shiwan didn't. Really? Ning Haoyan smiled playfully. Ning Haoyan believed what Mu Yunshu said, but he doesn't believe in such creatures as best friends. "Yes, I don't have many friends, and she is one of them." Mu Yunshu said coquettishly, "Just think of it as accompanying me, okay?" Using normal means, Mu Yunshu was not sure he could convince Ning Haoyan, so she decisively chose the ultimate move, acting coquettishly. All men fall for this, especially a man like Ning Haoyan who is soft-hearted and not tough. I have no resistance to Mu Yunshu like this. Now that you've said that, how can I refuse? Ning Haoyan said helplessly. Originally, he had no interest in dealing with creatures like best friends. But since Mu Yunshu had already done this, it would be impolite for him to refuse. Just go and have some fun, and see for yourself. I knew you were the best. Mu Yunshu, who had succeeded, smiled and said, "Don't worry, she won't make things difficult for you. Sure Yuan has another friend who will also go." Mu Yunshu was very happy. It was not only because Ning Haoyan agreed, but more importantly, she found a little trick to make Ning Haoyan submit. Ning Haoyan twitched his lips when he heard this, and asked in confusion, "Are you planning to form a group of best friends to torture me?" He seemed to have been fooled. A best friend's best friend is not much better. What are you thinking? Her friend is a man. Seeing that Ning Haoyan had misunderstood, Mu Yunshu hurriedly explained, "Oh, a male bestie. It won't be non-tone, right?" Ning Haoyan's eyes lit up, and his imagination immediately ran wild. He is not interested in his best friend's best friend. However, it is necessary to meet this strange creature, the male version of a male best friend. Mu Yunshu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "That's Miss Cheng Shuan's crush, a male bestie. And non-tone, you really can think of that." It must be said that Mu Yunshu was quite cooperative with her husband's rich imagination, almost on par with her. "Oh, it feels like there's a story," Ning Haoyan said meaningfully. "Crush." Mu Yunshu still has the same tone. "Yes, there are melons, and they are big melons. It's like that woman is in unrequited love. And it's the kind of thing where you can't get what you want, and you're just trying to get it." Ning Haoyan immediately became interested. "You'll know when you come over," Mu Yunshu said. "Okay, send me the time and place." Ning Haoyan agreed and said with a smile, "It would be a pity to miss this opportunity." "Okay." Mu Yunshu nodded and said, "See you later." After saying that, Mu Yunshu hung up the phone, opened WeChat, and sent the time and place to Ning Haoyan. For season Shizi, Mu Yunshu and Cheng Shiwan arrived early. Mu Yunshu was still wearing light makeup and professional attire. Cheng Shiwan dressed up carefully and even had her hair done, just like a big star attending a dinner party. Of course, she definitely didn't do this for Ning Haoyan, but it's her crush. "Ms. Shiwan, do you still need to search for guides now?" Mu Yunshu put down the juice in his hand, looked at Cheng Shiwan, who was busy fiddling with her phone, and asked with a smile. Her best friend has been looking for ways to embarrass Ning Haoyan since they were in the car until now. Mu Yunshu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. It made her Ning Haoyan feel as if he had violated some heavenly law. As for that guy named Ning Haoyan was able to deceive you into a daze. As your in-laws, I must be on high alert. Cheng Shiwan raised his head and said in a decisive tone. Originally, Even if she hadn't found Ning Haoyan's information, she wouldn't have taken this marriage scammer seriously. But ever since Ning Haoyan saw through Cheng Shuwan's attempt to establish his authority, she has kept it in mind. This guy must be no simple matter. Especially in the past few days, Mu Yunshu's tone towards him has changed. He seems to be very intimate and has a good impression of him. In addition, Mu Yunshu said that he had renewed his contract with Ning Haoyan for another 3 years. Cheng Shuwan knew Mu Yunshu's personality very well. Not only did she take the initiative to renew her contract, she also renewed it for 3 years in one go. It's just bizarre. Cheng Shuwan made up her mind to find out what kind of magic potion Ning Haoyan had given her best friend to make her so infatuated with him. Still ready? Ning Haoyan, you might as well think carefully about what to say when you meet Gu Tingfang. Mu Yunshu shook his head helplessly and said, her best friend kept complaining about her being naive all the way. But now it seems that Ms. Chung herself is also stupid and not much better. Instead of thinking about how to win over Gu Tingfang's heart, he is still thinking about how to make things difficult for Ning Haoyan. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Oops. Shushu, you're so annoying. You're really bringing up something that's not relevant to the topic. When Cheng Shuwan heard the 3 words Gu Tingfang, it was like an electric shock. She bit her red lips and said coquettishly, in Cheng Shuwan's eyes, all men are bad. But the only exception is her brother Tingfang. Seeing that this trick worked, Mu Yunshu continued, someone's crush, but it's rare for him to return to his country. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity and win it in one fell swoop? Mu Yunshu was not just teasing, but also a reminder. Gu Tingfang has returned to China. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Cheng Shuwan didn't take the opportunity to win over his heart, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. There's no rush for my matter with him. The most urgent thing is to help you with it first. Cheng Shuwan suppressed her shyness and retorted. Cheng Shuwan is not a fool. How could she not figure out what Mu Yunshu's intention was in deliberately mentioning Gu Tingfang? Isn't it just to relieve the pressure on Ning Haoyan? The more Mu Yunshu acted like this, the more Cheng Shuwan became determined to test Ning Haoyan. She wanted to know how this stinky man had charmed her daughter Shu Shu. You're just being stubborn. Mu Yunshu picked up the juice, shook it gently, and said with a smile, if I miss it again this time, don't expect me to comfort someone when he hides in the quilt and cries. Mu Yunshu remembered very clearly that this person cried bitterly when Gu Tingfang went abroad for the first time. Especially when she heard that he was in danger while performing a mission abroad. She even wanted to find him at all costs. Women are always stubborn. Humph! Cheng Shuwan snorted and vowed, I will never fail again this time. Cheng Shuwan is confident that he can win this time. Every different profession has its own unique challenges. I wish you success, Mu Yunshu said with a smile. Looking at Cheng Shuwan in front of him, Mu Yunshu also strengthened his determination to take down Ning Haoyan. Make sure he only has himself in his mind from now on, and there is no room for anyone else. Cheng Shuwan seemed to remember something and suddenly said, oh, by the way, did you know that Mu Shueji is out? Mu Yunshu frowned slightly and asked, when did it happen? She really didn't know about this, especially given her relationship with the Mu family. Even if Mu Shueji came out, she would not take the initiative to inform her. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is, why did Mu Shueji come out so quickly? An hour ago, Cheng Shuwan said. This is a big deal. Why did she come out so soon? Mu Yunshu asked. Cheng Shuwan glanced at Mu Yunshu and said meaningfully, your grandfather, academician Mu, has connections in the capital? Mu Yunshu's grandfather, who is also Mu Shueji's grandfather, is also one of the academicians of the Daxia National Academy of Sciences. He is also the chief academician specializing in military industry. Given Mr. Mu's connections in Beijing and his mediation, it was normal for Mu Shueji to be released on bail. No wonder, Mu Yunshu suddenly realized, but he was not too disappointed. After all, Mu Shueji is the blood of the Mu family and is also Grandpa's granddaughter. Just as Cheng Shuwan was about to speak, Mu Yunshu saw Ning Haoyan approaching from a distance, stood up, and waved with a smile on his face. Ning Haoyan, this way. Ning Haoyan also waved his hand and walked quickly towards the two of them. When Cheng Shuwan saw Ning Haoyan sitting down, he looked serious and asked, are you Ning Haoyan? To have great hostility towards Ning Haoyan. Hello, Ning Haoyan replied indifferently. She was hostile, as expected. Anyway, he came here from Mu Yunshu. Cheng Shuwan looked Ning Haoyan up and down. He said, he is indeed very good-looking. It looks like she's standing next to my Shu Shu. and she's barely acceptable. The tone was frivolous and full of mockery. As if he was reviewing a piece of merchandise, he commented on Ning Hao Ian from a superior position, especially those words, which were full of provocation. Mu Yinshu gently pulled the corner of Cheng Shuan's clothes under the table and whispered, "Shuan, speak properly." She didn't want her best friend to have such a heated argument with her husband as soon as they met. Ning Hao Ian, on the other hand, was neither impatient nor angry, and smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It's just enough to get close to a rich woman." As he spoke, Ning Hao Ian responded to Cheng Shuan with a meaningful look. Noticing Ning Hao Ian's gaze, Cheng Shuan came up with an idea and teased, "Why are you staring at me? You don't want to take your sister with you, do you?" Chapter 45. It is difficult to bear fruit on a thin branch. This seems like a joke, but it is actually a test. Cheng Shuan's purpose is simple and direct. She just wanted Ning Hao Ian to reveal his true nature. Let Mu Yinshu, who was dazzled by the sweet words, see the true face of this vase. Apart from good looks, he is completely useless. Mu Yinshu also looked at Ning Hao Ian, wanting to see how he would respond to Cheng Shuan's question. Faced with the ridicule in the conversation, Ning Hao Ian was not angry, nor did he have any emotional fluctuations. He just smiled calmly and said, "I wonder if Miss Cheng knows a common sense?" "What?" Cheng Shuan asked in confusion. Cheng Shuan didn't expect Ning Hao Ian to be so calm and answer her like this. Not only did he not give a direct answer, but he asked another question. Or is it common sense? It is difficult to bear great fruit on a thin branch. There's no need to force it. If you force it in, it will destroy the beauty and look unnatural. Ning Hao Ian crossed his arms, looked at Cheng Shuan, and smiled playfully. This statement is very obscure, but also very direct. Although no names were mentioned, it was obvious who he was talking about. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine. The key point is that the clever answer not only answered Cheng Shuan's question, but also made a personal attack on her. You. Cheng Shuan glared at Ning Hao Ian. How could she not understand? This bastard was clearly mocking her. But what made Cheng Shuan most helpless and furious was that what this guy said was actually true. In order to meet Brother Tingfong today, she not only put on 5 layers of padding, but also forced a groove. Puff. Listening to Ning Hao Ian's answer and watching Cheng Shuan's reaction, Mu Yinshu, who was watching the fight from the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed out loud. Mu Yinshu originally thought that if Ning Hao Ian couldn't hold on, she would help out. But now it seems that it is not necessary at all. Her husband's counterattack was more fierce than she had imagined. "Shushu, are you still laughing?" Cheng Shuan listened to the familiar laughter and turned to look at Mu Yinshu. His face was full of disbelief. She didn't expect that she would fail, and she didn't expect that even Mu Yinshu was laughing at her. "No, why was I laughing?" Mu Yinshu tried hard to hold back his laughter and argued. "After all, she is her best friend, so I have to give her some face. Ning Hao Ian, you were the one who made the first move, so don't blame me for being ruthless." Cheng Shuan took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to himself. Cheng Shuan was angry and annoyed, full of rage. Since this cannot be directed at Mu Yinshu, the only option is to vent the anger on Ning Hao Ian. After Cheng Shuan adjusted his mood, he forced a smile on his face and sneered. "Since you are all sitting here at your mother's family, we'll get straight to the point. I'm a straight-talking person. Don't be offended. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part." Cheng Shuan didn't want to waste any more time talking to Ning Hao Ian. She was going to use her killer move. "Look at this bastard. How can he resist?" "It's okay. I'm just like Shu Shu. I'm broad-minded and never hold grudges." Ning Hao Ian glanced at Mu Yinshu and said with a smile, "A double entendre." He has a broad mind, and Mu Yinshu has a broad chest. However, Ning Hao Ian did not say anything polite to deceive Cheng Shuan. He really never cares about these things, because revenge is taken immediately and never left overnight. When Mu Yinshu heard this, how could he not understand Ning Hao Ian's intention towards Cheng Shuan? And he quickly gave him a look. The implication is that you should be more restrained and just say don't bring her along. Ning Hao Ian sruket. Okay, very good. Cheng Shuan clenched his fists, suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked through gritted teeth, "Do you have a house?" Since Ning Hao Ian doesn't know whether to live or die, then just use the 3 consecutive deaths of the mother-in-law. Cheng Shuan wanted to see how Ning Hao Ian, a product with no qualifications, would answer. "No." Ning Hao Ian blurted out the answer without any hesitation, with a big smile on his face. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan raised his finger and pointed at Mu Yunshu and added, Shushu has it. Cheng Shuan was dumbfounded. Is this man shameless? Didn't say it so confidently, and even said that Mu Yunshu had it? This is a carbon-based organism. What answer can it give? Suppressing his anger, Cheng Shuan continued to ask, do you have a car? Neither do I. But Shushu does. Ning Haoyan gave the same answer again. Not only was he not ashamed, he even felt a little smug. You are really so confident. Cheng Shuan gritted his teeth and said, do you have any savings? Yes. Ning Haoyan said with a smile. No. Well, you actually have it. Cheng Shuan asked in surprise. Her face was filled with disbelief. He has no house or car, so why does he have savings? Cheng Shuan was already prepared to taunt him up close. As a result, Ning Haoyan had the idea, and he had to hold it back. Shushu gave it to me. Ning Haoyan pointed at Mu Yunshu again and said with a smile. Cheng Shuan laughed angrily, unable to hold it in any longer, and questioned, everything is Shushu's. You are a grown man with hands and feet. Are you planning to live off her? Cheng Shuan had seen shameless men before, but this was the first time she had seen a man to this extent. There are actually people who can talk about being a gigolo so confidently. Looking at Cheng Shuan, who had broken through his defense, Ning Haoyan blinked and asked calmly, isn't it possible? Do you really think so? Cheng Shuan said in shock. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't understand it at all. Why are there such shameless people in this world? Don't you have any dignity at all? Why wouldn't I eat if I can save myself 60 years of hard work? Ning Haoyan said with a smile. After all, I've always had a bad stomach and can't eat anything too hard. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan patted his belly in a very serious manner, indicating that he really had a stomachache. Pucci. Mu Yunshu was once again amused by Ning Haoyan's words and actions. Mu Yunshu initially thought that with Ning Haoyan's temper, he would quarrel with Cheng Shuan. But she didn't expect that her husband would respond in this way, and it made Miss Chung so angry that she almost twisted. Don't you have a bottom line as a man? Cheng Shuan questioned. In Cheng Shuan's impression, men are the most face-conscious creatures. Even if it really doesn't work, they will still hold on for the sake of face. As a result, the bastard in front of him not only didn't care about his face, but he didn't even have the bottom line. And he said it so confidently and eloquently, as if it's glorious to live off a woman. It's really unfortunate. My bottom line is more flexible. Ning Haoyan said, in the past, the great general of the Han dynasty could endure the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. So what's wrong with me, Ning Haoyan, being criticized for being a gigolo today? As a man, you have to have a bottom line and be flexible. As for the so-called face, how much is it worth? It's something that can't be exchanged for anything, so why not die as far away as possible? Moreover, Ning Haoyan's purpose was very clear. He wanted to make this woman who was making things difficult for him so angry that she developed breast nodules. You're still competing with Han Xian? Others have great achievements. What do you have? The 5 layers of cushions that Cheng Shuan stuffed in his clothes rose and fell in anger as he questioned. I have Shushu. She is beautiful, kind-hearted, has long legs and breasts. Just as Ning Haoyan continued to finish off the opponent, and before he could even utter a single word, Mu Yunshu kicked him on the leg under the table. Feeling the pain, he asked, why did you kick me? Don't talk nonsense. Mu Yunshu said silently with his lips. At the same time, he gave Ning Haoyan a look. Stop provoking Shi Yuan. She's going crazy. Ning Haoyan came. Neither Cheng Shuan nor Mu Yunshu had expected that the one who was so angry that his defense broke down was not Ning Haoyan, who was being made difficult, but Cheng Shuan, who was making things difficult for others. It's really unpredictable. It's been an eye-opener for me today. You are really different. Cheng Shuan's face was gloomy, and he said with gritted teeth. Listening to this veiled praise and hidden criticism, Ning Haoyan smiled and said, I dare not. It's Shushu who has good taste. Who are you afraid of by mocking them? It's just a tit-for-tat confrontation. Hearing Ning Haoyan mention the word Shushu, Cheng Shuan suddenly had an idea and thought of a plan. He smiled wickedly and said, so who do you think is prettier, me or Shushu? Ning Haoyan was silent for a moment after hearing this. It's not that this fatal question is difficult to answer, but he doesn't understand why this woman is so angry that she would ask such a stupid question. Are you rushing to put your face close to her and let her hit you? I totally don't understand one thing. However, Ning Haoyan couldn't figure it out. so he was too lazy to think about it and immediately laughed and said, "Which serious person would like to be a? That will make me look like a joker." As he spoke, Ning Hao-Ian pinched his nose. As for who the joker is, you can tell by looking at Chung Shi-Wan's reaction. You, you, you are really a rare gem in the world of gigolos. Chung Shi-Wan was so angry that he was out of breath. But what made her even more angry was how could she be so stupid as to ask such a ridiculous question? You're too kind. I still have room for improvement. Ning Kaotiansait. Chung Shi-Wan clenched his fists and said with a fake smile, "You are the most shameless man I have ever seen, no doubt about it. If there is an award for the thickest skin, Chung Shi-Wan will give it to that bastard Ning Hao-Ian without exception." She's really going to be pissed off. Chung Shi-Wan didn't understand one thing. It was clearly her who came to make things difficult for this stinky man. So why was she the one who got so angry? "It's my honor." Ning Hao-Ian smiled calmly and replied, "The beautiful and ordinary Ms. Chung Shi-Wan." In fact, it was only because Mu Yin-shu was beside him that Ning Hao-Ian restrained himself and spoke in a very subtle way. Whenever Mu Yin-shu was not around, Ning Hao-Ian would respond with, "Not convex in the front and not warped in the back. He still has a bad temper. Just an A-cup, so ridiculous." Things like getting close to the opponent and using the big move is one of Ning Hao-Ian's hobbies. Who wouldn't like to kick a cripple's good leg and rub salt into his wounds? Ning likes to see this expression of hatred, but unable to do anything to him the most. After all, it was Ms. Chung Shi-Wan who brought this upon herself. Chapter 46. Once every 2 or 3 days at most. Snort. Chung Shi-Wan snorted coldly and stopped talking. After several rounds of confrontation, Chung Shi-Wan clearly realized that she could not defeat this bitch named Ning Hao-Ian. "I simply gave up and continued to humiliate myself." It really proves the saying that if a person has no shame, he is invincible. And when Chung Shi-Wan was sulking, Ning Hao-Ian, who was sitting opposite, raised his eyebrows at Mu Yin-shu, showing off his victory. Mu Yin-shu was helpless, shook his head, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Ning Hao-Ian. "Stop being so cocky. Look how angry you made sure you won." After sending it, he pointed at his phone, signaling Ning Hao-Ian to take a look quickly. To be honest, this was the first time in more than 10 years since Mu Yin-shu and Chung Shi-Wan had known each other that someone could make her so angry. "Isn't that what she asked for? I am just following the example and giving someone a taste of their own medicine." Ning Hao-Ian replied immediately. Respect is mutual. Since Chung Shi-Wan had made the personal attack first, how could he not fight back? If you want him to swallow his anger, wait until next life. Okay, I'm sorry to have wronged our brother Yin. However, you should say less and save some face for her, okay? Mu Yin-shu is still sensible. She knew that Chung Shi-Wan had brought this upon herself, and she couldn't really blame Ning Hao-Ian. After all, both sides of her hand are made of flesh and blood, so she can't favor anyone. However, Chung Shi-Wan will meet her crush later, so she still has to discuss it with Ning Hao-Ian, so as not to lose face for her and embarrass her. Sister Shu has spoken. How can it not be good? Only if she doesn't provoke me again. Ning Haotian replied. He knew that Mu Yin-shu was in a difficult position being caught in the middle, and he didn't want to put her in a difficult position. As long as Chung Shi-Wan doesn't do anything stupid again, Ning Hao-Ian is too lazy to say anything more. Anyway, he was here to accompany Mu Yin-shu. After seeing these two messages, Mu Yin-shu felt relieved and sent Ning Hao-Ian a cute emoticon in reply. But just as it was sent out, Chung Shi-Wan's prestige bombardment came. "I am so mad. This bastard named Ning Hao-Ian really pissed me off." Immediately afterwards, Chung Shi-Wan sent dozens of angry emoticons. "Miss Chung, I'm more than just angry." She had lived for more than 20 years and had never suffered such humiliation, let alone such a loss. "I told you not to embarrass him, but you still rushed over." Mu Yin-shu replied after seeing Chung Shi-Wan's expression disappear. In the final analysis, this matter is all due to Chung Shi-Wan's insistence on his own way. Mu Yin-shu initially asked her not to make things difficult for Ning Hao-Ian, mainly because she was afraid that Ning Hao-Ian would overturn the table in anger and everyone would leave in a bad mood. Who would have thought that the one who was so angry and frustrated in the end was the abuser, Chung Shi-Wan? How can I know he was so difficult? Shu, your husband bullies me, so just forget it if you don't help me. You were still laughing beside me just now. I saw it all. After Chung Shi-Wan finished posting, he also added a few aggrieved emoticons, accusing Mu Yin-shu of his behavior just now. I'm just thinking about our Miss Chung, who has always been successful in everything she does. So why would she need help? Who would have thought that you would perform poorly today? Mu Yunshu replied. This is the truth, and it also provides an excuse for Chung Shiwan's defeat. Blame it all on poor performance to make her look better. I didn't expect him to be so sharp-tongued. Chung Shiwan replied indignantly. I feel a lot better now. But seeing how successful Mu Yunshu was, she felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, she, Miss Chung, could tear apart scumbags with her bare hands without restraint. But today she lost miserably. Chung Shiwan suddenly thought of something and asked, Does he usually get along with you like this? Chung Shiwan was extremely curious. How could Mu Yunshu tolerate Ning Haoyan, who had such a mean personality? No, he has never bullied me, and I am not small. Mu Yunshu glanced at Ning Haoyan, who was sitting opposite him and watching a video that was borderline, smiled and replied. These few short words dealt another heavy blow to Chung Shiwan's wounded heart. Shushu, even you laugh at me, Chung Shiwan said angrily. In Chung Shiwan's eyes, Mu Yunshu's words meant that she was older, so Ning Haoyan couldn't find any reason to mock her. In other words, isn't that just making fun of her for being young? A best friend's finishing blow is the most deadly. Pain. It hurts so much. Chung Shiwan was left with only grief and indignation. No. I can laugh at anyone, but I can't laugh at you. Mu Yunshu coaxed hurriedly. I don't believe it. You have been led astray by that guy called Ning Haoyan. Chung Shiwan didn't believe it at all. Mu Yunshu silently sent an emoticon of patting the head. After a while, Chung Shiwan, who had calmed down a lot, typed and asked, Are you really prepared to let him eat your gigolo so righteously? Although he was angry, Chung Shiwan still did not forget the main purpose of making things difficult for Ning Haoyan. The most important thing now is Mu Yunshu's attitude. Isn't it possible? It's not like I can't afford to support him. As long as he is willing to eat, I am willing to raise him. Mu Yunshu replied quickly without hesitation. Anyway, it doesn't cost much to support Ning Haoyan. As long as his soul is not taken away by Ruan Xingxi, it will be fine. Of course, this definitely cannot be told to Chung Shiwan, the gossipy person. Don't you plan to find someone who is a good match for you in the future? Besides his good looks, what else makes him worthy of you? Chung Shiwan hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment, and then asked. Aside the conflict between her and Ning Haoyan, these two questions are just considerations from Mu Yunshu's perspective. After all, Chung Shiwan is the woman in this world, besides Lu Xuyin, who most wants Mu Yunshu to live a good life. There aren't many people in Daxia who are of the same social status and age as me. Only the children of the top 3 on the rich list and the dandy princes in the capital. I don't want to marry into such a wealthy family, and I don't want to be bullied by them. Mu Yunshu replied. She actually sees things very clearly. Being well-matched is important, but only you know whether the shoes fit you or not. The people who can match her are all from the second or even third generation of large families. Mu Yunshu had no interest in marrying into such a family and suffering from bullying. Compared with those playboys, Ning Haoyan doesn't have much money, but he is much more reliable than them. It won't interfere with your work. I understand what you mean. But even if she doesn't marry high, this man is still far behind. Eat your food, live your house, spend your money, and have no sense of shame. Chung Shiwan asked indignantly. She understood the truth, but she just couldn't stand Ning Haoyan, this gigolo who lived off his wife. Isn't that good? I don't need him to earn money to support the family. Mu Yunshu replied. With her net worth, she could earn more than she could spend in 3 lifetimes, so why would Ning Haoyan need to work? Besides, it would be meaningless even if Ning Haoyan went to work. He might not earn as much as I earn in a day, even if he worked hard for a year. It would be better to let him lie down peacefully. Chung Shiwan. Shushu, have you lost your mind? Or did you fall for his beauty trap? Chung Shiwan didn't understand. She couldn't figure out what kind of magic potion her best friend had drunk to make her say such things. Mu Yunshu doesn't look like a love-brained person, does he? None. I think Ning Haoyan is a good person. He has principles and sense of propriety. You could be relied on at critical moments and can protect me. Ning Haoyan, who was enjoying watching borderline videos, smiled knowingly and replied. For Mu Yunshu, she didn't ask for much. Ning Haoyan just happened to provide her with enough sense of security. Be able to appear by her side when she is in danger, guard her, and protect her. Even for her, he would kill people. Such a man is not good. Are there other good men? Reliable? Protect you? Just him? Chung Shiwan questioned Somlian. She really didn't know how Mu Yinshu could see that Ning Hao Yin, this pretty boy, was not only reliable, but also able to protect her. Mu Yinshu silently replied with an emoticon. Mu Yinshu knew that Cheng Shuan didn't understand, but she couldn't tell Cheng Shuan about what happened between her and Ning Hao Yin. This is to protect herself, and also to protect Ning Hao Yin. My brother Fong will be here soon. You can compare and see what a good man is. I really don't know what you like about him. Cheng Shuan replied with a look of disappointment. The huge difference between a good man like Gu Tingfong and a pretty boy like Ning Hao Yin. Okay, your brother Tingfong is the best. Mu Yinshu smiled and replied. After a while, a tall, elegant young man appeared in the distance. Cheng Shuan, who was almost waiting for her husband, recognized the man at a glance. She pulled Mu Yinshu's clothes and whispered, Shu, look, it's brother Tingfong. For some reason, Miss Cheng suddenly became shy when facing Ning Hao Yin's arrogant attitude. What are you standing there for? Go over and say hello. Mu Yinshu gently pushed Cheng Shuan, who was at a loss, and urged him. Okay. Cheng Shuan came back to his senses and responded. Then, she stood up, waved in the direction of Gu Tingfong, and called out in a delicate voice, Brother Tingfong. Ten Kite. Gu Tingfong had excellent eyesight. He spotted Cheng Shuan from a distance and walked over quickly. Cheng Shuan walked towards him with her lotus steps, put her hands behind her back, and asked shyly, Brother Tingfong, it's been so long since we last met. Do you miss me? A rare bird-like appearance. Certainly. Gu Tingfong nodded politely. His eyes jumped to the back of Cheng Shuan and said with a smile, Yin Shu, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. Sure Yuan is always talking about you. Mu Yinshu also stood up and smiled. By the way, he also assisted Cheng Shuan. He said out loud what Cheng Shuan was embarrassed to say. Hey, Shu, stop talking nonsense. Where's the daily life? At most once every 2 or 3 days. Cheng Shuan's old face turned red, and he whispered in a voice that only Gu Tingfong could hear. But he gave Mu Yinshu a grateful look. It turns out that at critical moments, only good friends can be relied upon. Really? Gu Tingfong nodded. After a round of greetings, Gu Tingfong found a person sitting opposite Mu Yinshu. He looked at Ning Hao Yian's back and asked, Who is? Just as Mu Yinshu was about to start introducing him, Cheng Shuan got there first, walked up to Ning Hao Yan, and said, Brother Tingfong, let me introduce him to you. This guy, who is just okay looking, is Shu's husband. His name is Ning. As he was talking, Ning Hao Yan was also curious and turned around to see who this young lady's crush was. Mr. Ning. Ning. Is it you? Ning Hao Yan's face clearly. Gu Tingfong was shocked and stuttered. His face was full of disbelief and devout respect. Chapter 47, I have always been a generous person and never argue with children. It's him. It's definitely him. Gu Tingfong believed that he was definitely not seeing things. You're not seeing things. It's the real Mr. Ning. Gu Tingfong's shocked expression was also seen by the 2 girls standing beside him. Cheng Shuan's heart was on Gu Tingfong, and he asked in surprise, Brother Tingfong, do you know him? Cheng Shuan's expression was also one of shock, but it was with Gu Tingfong. She didn't expect that her brother Tingfong would actually know Ning Hao Yan, a giant rice man. Even still has this expression. For some reason, Cheng Shuan saw unprecedented respect in Gu Tingfong's eyes. For a moment, she didn't know if she was hallucinating. Gu Tingfong knows Ning Hao Yan. How does Gu Tingfong know Ning Hao Yan? Mu Yinshu narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering in his heart. Compared to Cheng Shuan, who was obsessed with love, Mu Yinshu was calmer and could see further. The key to all this lies in how the 2 people knew each other. It's obvious that they have nothing in common, right? Moreover, Gu Tingfong's attitude towards Ning Hao Yan was also very unusual, with a mixture of respect and awe. Mu Yinshu became more and more curious about Ning Hao Yan's identity. Gu Tingfong, is this you, kid? I wonder who it was. Ning Hao Yan raised his eyebrows, folded his hands in front of his chest, and smiled casually. He originally thought that the crush that could charm Miss Cheng Shuan must be a young master from some family. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be this kid, Gu Tingfong. But kind of think of it, this guy has both height and good looks. It's me. We parted so hastily back then, but I didn't expect Mr. Ning would still remember me. When Gu Tingfong saw Ning Hao Yan called out his name, he was overjoyed and his face showed joy. He quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said with a smile, If there weren't 2 girls around, we should have been more respectful. Otherwise, Gu Tingfang would really not be able to suppress the upward curve of his lips. What an honor it is. His name was actually remembered by Mr. Ning. Of course, I'm just a guy who looks okay, and my memory is also okay. Ning Haoyin glanced at Cheng Shiwan, then pointed at himself and said with a smile. The meaning of that meaningful look is self-evident. Remembered Mu Yunshu's instructions, but not completely. After all, Miss Chung mocked him, so there was no reason for him not to mock her back on the spot. Mr. Ning, you are such a fucking bastard. You're holding a grudge, aren't you? When Cheng Shiwan heard this, his face suddenly changed, and he cursed in his heart. Ning Haotian Fierteli. This guy really doesn't want to suffer any loss. But now that Gu Tingfang is here, Cheng Shiwan has to maintain her image as a lady and dares not speak out. Ha ha ha. Mr. Ning really knows how to joke. Sister Shi Yuan is just a child and can't talk. Please don't be surprised. Gu Tingfang laughed out loud and apologized. Cheng Shiwan. Miss Chung was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that her brother Tingfang not only apologized to Ning Haoyin in a humble manner, but also attributed her to the mentality of a child. Cheng Shiwan didn't understand. Was a mere Ning Haoyin worth Gu Tingfang's efforts? It's normal for children to be ignorant. I have always been a generous person and would never argue with children. Ning Haoyin glanced at Cheng Shiwan and smiled. The small words in that sentence were emphasized very heavily, full of suggestive meaning. Gu Tingfang didn't understand, but Cheng Shiwan and Mu Yunshu knew it very well. Ning Haoyin was not only saying that Cheng Shiwan was young and ignorant, but he was also mocking her for being small. A double entendre. You? Cheng Shiwan glared at Ning Haoyin and gritted his teeth. But after looking at Gu Tingfang standing beside him, he took a few deep breaths and suppressed his anger. Be a lady. Be a lady. I can't embarrass myself in front of Brother Tingfang. Seeing this, Mu Yunshu pursed her red lips and smiled secretly. Brother Tingfang, it seems like you two have known each other for a long time? Cheng Shiwan asked. Cheng Shiwan suddenly realized the crux of the problem. Now is not the time to fight with that bastard Ning Haoyin. We need to clarify what happened between him and Gu Tingfang first. Only then can we know ourselves and our enemies and prescribe the right medicine. Yes, Mr. Ning saved my life. If it weren't for Mr. Ning, I would have died in Tun 3 years ago. Gu Tingfang nodded. His eyes became deep, as if he was recalling the life and death experience in the past. 3 years ago, a peacekeeping force was attacked by a human-faced octopus monster while performing a secret mission and was trapped in a desperate situation. With no ammunition or food left and no reinforcements, all the survivors felt that they would die here. But the most desperate moment, Ning Haoyin appeared. They didn't know why Ning Haoyin appeared there, but he killed all the monsters and saved them. Gu Tingfang was one of the dozen or so people who survived, and he also witnessed Ning Haoyin's terrifying strength. Ning Haoyin's identity from his superiors. That time, when you were in danger, it was him who saved you. Cheng Shiwan's pupils dizzied. He raised his finger and pointed at Ning Haoyin, saying in surprise. She never thought that the one who saved Gu Tingfang was Ning Haoyin. Cheng Shiwan found it hard to believe, as if she was dreaming. She really didn't realize that Ning Haoyin, the man who was eating Mu Yunshu's food with a clear conscience, had nothing special about him except that he was good-looking. I'm just passing by. It's just a piece of cake. Ning Haoyin yawned, waved his hand casually, and said nonchalantly, actually, this can be considered as good luck for Gu Tingfang and his guys. It just so happened that the Ministry of National Defense came to him for help, and he happened to be not far away. So he just went there, dealt with those monsters, and rescued the dozen or so peacekeepers. But the help was not in vain. Ning later extorted a piece of land in Beijing from a certain big boss. Since we are all old friends, let's sit down and chat and reminisce. Mu Yun said comfortably. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu walked over to Ning Haoyin and sat down, leaving the 2 empty seats for Gu Tingfang and Cheng Shiwan. After all, she's my best friend, so I should still help her. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the wealthy lady Mu wants to sit with someone. Okay, Yunshu is right. Gu Tingfang nodded and immediately sat opposite Cheng Shiwan. Cheng Shiwan smiled and gave Mu Yunshu a grateful look. I didn't realize you're quite capable. Mu Yunshu approached Ning Haoyin and whispered, I didn't expect that the one who saved Gu Tingfang back then was actually you. Whether it was Mu Yunshu or Cheng Shiwan, they only learned that Gu Tingfang was in danger from his parents. But he doesn't know the specific situation or who saved Gu Tingfang. Because of confidentiality regulations. That's right. If I'm not strong enough, how can I let Shushu go through mountains of swords and seas of fire? Ning Haoyan pinched Mu Yunshu's waist and said with a smile. I have to say that Mu Yunshu has managed her body very well, without a trace of fat, and her figure feels great. You're such a chatterbox. Mu Yunshu rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, look at how cocky you are. Although she was scolding Ning Haoyan, Mu Yunshu was actually very happy in her heart. After all, which girl doesn't like to hear sweet words? It was also because Mu Yunshu knew that Ning Haoyan would say this and do this. Mr. Ning, I just heard from Shi Yuan that you are Yunshu's husband? Gu Tingfang asked as he watched their intimate movements. Before coming, Gu Tingfang heard Cheng Shuan say that she was going to meet Mu Yunshu's newlywed husband today. But he didn't expect that this person would be Ning Haoyan. Yes, it's absolutely genuine, Ning Haoyan said with a smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been treated so harshly by Ms. Cheng as soon as I arrived. As he spoke, Ning Haoyan raised the corner of his mouth with an evil smile and raised an eyebrow at Cheng Shuan, who was sitting opposite him. You are a man who takes advantage of others' misfortune, right? Cheng Shuan glared back fiercely and said in his heart. She finally understood that this bastard was sure that she would not dare to act rudely in front of Gu Ting. So he said that on purpose. Looking at the smile on Ning Haoyan's face, Gu Tingfang had already seen through his intentions and said with a smile, Shi Yuan is just a child with a heavy heart. Please forgive me. I apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive me. Gu Tingfang's attitude was extremely sincere and there was nothing wrong with it. But Cheng Shuan was not happy and pouted and said, Brother Tingfang, you are still helping him to say that about me. Why are your elbows still turning outward? Wrong. Miss Cheng was left feeling aggrieved. The man I love not only doesn't help me, but instead sides with the guy who doesn't get along with me. Be good, don't be willful. Gu Tingfang patted Cheng Shuan on the back and said, hurry up and apologize to Mr. Ning. How could Gu Tingfang not understand Cheng Shuan's thoughts? If it were someone else, Cheng Shuan wouldn't even need to say anything. He would have stood up for her long ago. But unfortunately, the person in front of him was Ning Haoyan. Not only had Gu Tingfang witnessed his terrifying strength with his own eyes, he was also aware of the power he possessed. Therefore, Cheng Shuan will have to bear the brunt of the situation. Got it, Cheng Shuan said unhappily. Merning, yem sorry. Although he was reluctant, he still stood up and did as Gu Tingfang said, because Cheng Shuan knew very well that Gu Tingfang would not harm her. Ha ha. I have to say, in this world, there really is always someone who can defeat someone else. Ning Haoyan said with a smile, crossing his legs. Ning Haoyan's hearty laughter sounded so harsh to Cheng Shuan's ears. Don't go too far, Cheng Shuan said in his heart. It's not a matter of surrendering or not. It's just that Sister Shuan and I have a good relationship, and she is willing to listen to me. Gu Tingfang tried to smooth things over with a smile. Mu Yunshu also echoed. You don't understand this, right? They're childhood sweethearts. As he said this, he raised his hand to Ning Haoyan and pointed at the two people opposite him. This was not only a way to smooth things over for Cheng Shuan, but also a secret assist. Ning Haoyan smiled calmly, and in a voice that only Mu Yunshu could hear, he said, So Shushu is the third person between them? Go away and stop spreading rumors. Mu Yunshu stretched out her hand and pinched the soft flesh on Ning Haoyan's waist, saying coquettishly. Mu Yunshu knew very well that Ning Haoyan did it on purpose. Watching Ning Haoyan and Mu Yunshu flirting with each other, Gu Tingfang pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Ning, do your family know about your marriage to Yunshu? Chapter 48 Shushu. Can you do me a favor? Gu Tingfang knew that asking this question was very presumptuous and inappropriate. But Mu Yunshu was his friend, and for her happiness, he still had to ask about this matter clearly. Mu Yunshu and Cheng Shuan also turned their gazes to Ning Haoyan. Especially Mu Yunshu, she also wanted to know what Ning Haoyan's attitude toward her was. It's natural, Ning Haoyan blurted out without hesitation. There was no need for him to tell them. They already knew it clearly. Moreover, not only did his family know about it, but they had probably already investigated Mu Yunshu thoroughly. After all, although Mr. Ning disagreed, she was the de facto crown princess of the Ning family. Mu Yunshu didn't say anything when he heard this. He just smiled softly and thought to himself, you still have some conscience. While feeling relieved, Mu Yunshu also realized a problem. Ning Hao Ian's background must be very complicated. Otherwise, Gu Tingfang would not have asked this question. Thinking of this, Mu Yinshu thought of Cheng Xuan's investigation into Ning Hao Ian, but he only found out a name. This is by no means a coincidence. Ning Hao Ian is full of mystery. Mu Yinshu became more and more curious about her husband. Then congratulations to you too, and happy wedding. Gu Tingfang nodded and said with a smile. But when he said the word congratulations, the person he looked at was Mu Yinshu. Thank you. Mu Yinshu collected his thoughts and replied politely. Now that the male protagonist has arrived, should we start eating? I've been hungry for a long time. Ning Hao Ian patted his belly and spoke. Teasing Cheng Xuan is just a sudden side quest. Eating to fill his stomach is the main thing for Ning Hao Ian. Cheng Xuan seized the opportunity and said, I think you are the reincarnation of a starving ghost. Ning Hao Ian spread his hands, smiled, and said, Yes, you're really good at judging people. You. Cheng Xuan only felt a feeling of powerlessness, as if his fist was hitting cotton. She had no way to deal with Ning Hao Ian at all. Gu Tingfang shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, Let's go. It is my honor to have dinner with Mr. Ning. Seeing Gu Tingfang speak, Cheng Xuan had no choice but to give up. The four of them got up and went downstairs, driving to the hot pot restaurant that Mu Yunshu had booked in advance. In order to spend more time with Gu Tingfang, Cheng Xuan deliberately did not drive. So, in the end, Ning Hao Ian and Mu Yunshu were in one car, and Gu Tingfang and Cheng Xuan were in another car. On the Audi A8, Cheng Xuan sat in the passenger seat, humming a little song, and was in a very good mood. Gu Tingfang thought for a moment and asked, Sure, Yuan, you seem to have a lot of hostility towards Mr. Ning? Gu Tingfang is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, but he has a special relationship with Cheng Xuan, so he still needs to be reminded, to prevent this impulsive and willful girl from making an irreparable mistake. Cheng Xuan was originally in a good mood, but when she heard Gu Tingfang mention the annoying Ning Hao Ian, she immediately became unhappy and said dissatisfiedly, Mr. Ning, what is the identity of that Ning? Is he worthy of your respect, Brother Tingfang? Cheng Xuan knew that Ning Hao Ian had saved Gu Tingfang, but she didn't understand. Why would Gu Tingfang be so humble to Ning Hao Ian? Mr. Ning with open mouth, Mr. Ning with closed mouth. Those who don't know would think that Gu Tingfang is a dog raised by Ning Hao Ian. It's not that he deserves it, but that he must. As for Mr. Ning's identity, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Facing Cheng Xuan's dissatisfaction, Gu Tingfang remained calm, but became much more serious. He said he knew that the silly girl, Cheng Xuan, didn't understand. However, due to confidentiality regulations and some special reasons, he could not tell her directly and could only remind her in a tactful way. Why? Is he so mysterious? Cheng Xuan was puzzled, but Cheng Xuan's tone softened a lot. Although she has the temper of a spoiled young lady, she is not a fool. Especially Gu Tingfang's words, can't tell, woke up Cheng Xuan. Knowing too much will do you no good. I can only tell you that even you and my father don't have the qualifications to stand in front of Mr. Ning and speak loudly. Gu Tingfang exhaled a breath and spoke slowly. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the car froze. Cheng Xuan did not raise any questions, but fell into silence, because she realized the seriousness of the problem. Gu Tingfang was not a person who spoke without purpose, and he had no intention of joking with her. If this is true, then Ning Hao Ian's background must be unimaginable. For a moment, a chill ran down Cheng Xuan's back. Cheng Xuan was not only worried about himself, but also worried about Mu Yunshu. What big shot had deceived her Shushu into marriage? What was his purpose in deceiving Shushu into marriage? This can't be true. Cheng Xuan took a deep breath and asked, What do you think? Gu Tingfang asked back. I understand. Cheng Xuan replied slowly. She finally realized the answer to the question. No wonder she couldn't find Ning Hao Ian's identity information. Who is he that Brother Tingfang respects him so much? Thinking of this, Cheng Xuan's gaze involuntarily turned towards the north. Hot pot restaurant. After drinking a lot of sour plum soup, Cheng Xuan dragged Mu Yunshu to accompany her to the bathroom. Snort. Ning Hao Ian is a big bastard. Cheng Xuan washed his hands and complained to Mu Yunshu beside him. My little ancestor, what did Ning Hao Ian do to you? Mu Yunshu glanced at Cheng Xuan, who was full of resentment, and asked in confusion. She clearly remembered that when they first started eating hot pot, Ning Haoyan didn't say a word to Cheng Shiuan and just concentrated on eating. Where does this little ancestor's dissatisfaction with Ning Haoyan come from? Brother Tingfang was drinking with him and reminiscing about the past. I couldn't even get a word in. Brother Tingfang finally came back, but he was taken over by Ning Haoyan. I'm so pissed off. Cheng Shiuan wiped her hands and pouted. She was really annoyed to death by this guy Ning Haoyan. Not only did he say hurtful things, but he also monopolized Gu Tingfang. She couldn't even get a word in and could only stand there staring. Are you jealous? Isn't this your brother Tingfang? Clinging to Ning Haoyan and reminiscing about the past. Mu Yinshu smiled brightly and spoke. She didn't expect Cheng Shiuan to be jealous, and she didn't expect her to be jealous of Ning Haoyan. It's really laughable. I don't care. It's all Ning Haoyan's fault. Cheng Shiuan folded his hands in front of his barren chest and said indignantly, how could her brother Tingfang be wrong? It must be that bad guy Ning Haoyan's fault. Okay, it's all Ning Haoyan's fault, okay? Mu Yinshu had no choice but to follow Cheng Shiuan's words. Shu is still the best to me. Hearing this, Cheng Shiuan nodded with satisfaction, then took Mu Yinshu's arm, blinked wildly, and smiled flatteringly. Shu, can you do me a favor? Chapter 49. Go back and talk to Ning Haoyan. Seeing Cheng Shiuan's uncharacteristic begging behavior, Mu Yinshu immediately became alert. Abnormal. This is too abnormal. With Cheng Shiuan's personality, she would never be so shy in the past. Especially the relationship between the two of them. There is no roundabout way. Are you still so distant with me? Just tell me, what's the matter? It seems like I won't help you. Mu Yinshu shook his head helplessly and said lovingly, I can be cautious, but after all, she's my best friend. How can I not be busy when something happens? Seeing that Mu Yinshu agreed directly, Cheng Shiuan's eyes lit up and she smiled happily. She leaned close to his ear and whispered with her red lips, go back and persuade Ning Haoyan. Tell him to say good things about me in front of brother Tingfang. Cheng Shiuan didn't like Ning Haoyan because she didn't know much about him before. But Gu Tingfang had already said that. She is not a fool, so of course she is a wise man who knows the current situation. As for face, no matter how many embarrassing things she has done, Mu Yinshu knows them all, and this one is not a big deal. Being able to bend and stretch is a good quality that new women in the new century should possess. I just scolded Ning Haoyan, and now I'm asking him for help. Isn't that a bit too? Mu Yinshu looked strange and spoke. Mu Yinshu knew that her best friend had an unconventional way of thinking, but she didn't expect that Cheng Shiuan's attitude would change so much. He even skipped the attempt to ease the relationship with Ning Haoyan and started asking him for help directly. However, the starting point of Cheng Shiuan's idea is correct. With Gu Tingfang's respect for Ning Haoyan and his assistance, Cheng Shiuan's pursuit of her husband will surely be twice as successful with half the effort. So this isn't the place for you? He won't help me, but he certainly won't refuse you. You are his big money sponsor. You can't waste your money, right? We have to let him shine, right? Cheng Shiuan put her arm around Mu Yinshu and spoke in a soft and coquettish voice. He even gave a well-reasoned analysis. I can only help you try, but I can't guarantee whether it will succeed or not. Mu Yinshu couldn't bear to refuse Cheng Shiuan, so he spoke. At first glance, this seems to make sense. It is easier said than done. Mu Yinshu didn't think that he had enough face to ask Ning Haoyan for help. At most, it's just an indirect suggestion. Do your best. My lifelong happiness is now in your hands. Cheng Shiuan said excitedly with his eyes shining. She believed that with Shu's help, the final decision would be made. After all, throughout history, the most lethal thing is the pillow talk. Over at the dining table. Are you coming back to retire this time? Ning Haoyan asked, taking a sip of wine. Not yet, but soon. Gu Tingfang replied, my parents are old, and I am their only son, so they urged me to return home and inherit the family business. There was a hint of helplessness in Gu Tingfang's words. He is not interested in doing business or inheriting the family business. But in the end, I couldn't beat them. I think it's mainly to urge you to return home and get married. You are not young anymore. You are really anxious to have a grandchild. Ning Haoyan patted Gu Tingfang on the shoulder and said with a smile, this kid is an only child and single. How can his parents not be worried? Moreover, the environment abroad is dangerous, and they are afraid that one day they will really have to die before them. Gu Tingfang also understood their thoughts, so he chose to return home. Nothing can be hidden from Mr. Ning. We have all of these. Gu Tingfang and Ning Haoyan clinked their glasses and drank the wine in their glasses. Ning Haotian took in Gu Tingfang's worried look, smiled calmly, and said, "What do you think of Cheng Shuan?" "What do you mean?" Gu Tingfang's body trembled. He was shocked and asked. He didn't expect that Ning Haotian would mention Cheng Shuan so directly. Gu Tingfang couldn't help but feel a little worried, because Ning Haotian and Cheng Shuan don't get along, and there's even considerable friction between them. "Don't tell me you can't see that she likes you." Ning Haotian shook the wine glass gently and said with a smile. Anyway, Mu Yunshu and Cheng Shuan went to the bathroom, so there were only two of them here. Ning Haotian didn't bother to beat around the bush, so his words were extremely direct and targeted. "I thought you wanted to." Gu Tingfang breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "You thought I was going to say something bad about her? I'm not a magnanimous person, but I don't like to stab people in the back either." Ning Haotian smiled calmly and said he had already taken revenge on Cheng Shuan in person regarding his conflict, and the grudge was over. As for talking bad about people behind their backs, Ning is not that boring or that tasteless. The reason why Cheng Shuan is mentioned now is mainly because of gossip. After all, you can meet the parties face to face and get first-hand information, so why not? Gu Tingfang nodded and said, "I have a good impression of her, but..." As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the bathroom, but hesitated to speak. "It seems extremely difficult." "Just what? You're a grown man. Why are you hesitating?" Ning Haotian hooked Gu Tingfang's neck and urged with a smile. Ning Haotian knew very well that since Gu Tingfang had feelings for Cheng Shuan but was hesitant, there must be a lot of stories behind it. "This is much better than peanuts as a side dish for drinking. My father hopes to marry me to the Su family in Beijing." Gu Tingfang sighed and said, Cheng Shuan was a very good person and had deep feelings for him. This was no secret among the upper class in Linen, and Gu Tingfang's father was naturally aware of it. But Father Gu knew one thing more clearly. The combination of their two families would not result in the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. When you are in the world of fame and fortune, you have no choice. By marrying into the Su family in Beijing, everyone can get what they want. What was sacrificed was nothing but love without any benefits. Gu Tingfang's wording actually concealed a lot. His father did not hope for it, but had already contacted the Su family in Beijing. That's why Gu Tingfang, who was caught in a dilemma, was so distressed. The Su family in Beijing? Ning Haotian raised his eyebrows and asked, "The Su family in the Ministry of Public Security?" There are many powerful people with the surname Su in the capital, both big and small. Ning Haotian's memory. There was only one person who was a good match for Gu Tingfang. "That's right," Gu Tingfang replied. "Cheng Shuan probably doesn't know yet, right?" Ning Haotian said with a smile. "Even though I just met Cheng Shuan today. But given this young lady's personality, if she knew about this, it would be really fun." Gu Tingfang, yes. "So what do you think? Should I choose Cheng Shuan or Su Kaiwei?" Ning Haotian finished drinking the wine in the glass. He played with the glass in his hand and asked playfully. This kind of either-or choice is the most interesting. Gu Tingfang would be in a dilemma no matter which one he chooses. "Mr. Ning, how? How do you know it's Su Tsaiwei's?" Gu Tingfang asked in surprise. Ning Haotian just guessed that it was the Su family from the Ministry of Public Security. Gu Tingfang thought it was because the scope was not large. Maybe luck is a factor, so it's normal to be able to guess it. But he didn't expect that Ning Haotian could even blurt out the name of his marriage partner. Suddenly in a moment. Originally only knew a little about Ning Haotian's true identity, had a concrete guess. This Mr. Ning is not only extremely powerful, but also comes from a top family in Beijing. The key is that his last name is Ning. No way. Mr. Su has only 3 daughters. The eldest daughter is married, the youngest daughter is still in college, and the only one left is the second daughter who is about your age. Who else could it be other than Su Kaiwei? Ning Haotian shrugged and said calmly, "It's Su Kaiwei." Gu Tingfang said, "But I don't know how to choose." There was a look of confusion on Gu Tingfang's brow. "Have no idea? It's just a simple choice between 2 options. Why are you so indecisive as a grown man? You don't look like a brave soldier who survived the battlefield." Ning Kaotiansite. "I want to choose Shi Yuan, but my father won't agree." Gu Tingfang drank another glass of wine, shook his dizzy head, and smiled bitterly. On one side is his childhood sweetheart who has loved him for more than 10 years. And on the other side is Miss Su, who can help the family move to a higher level. On one side is the woman who has her eyes full of him. And on the other side are the expectations of his parents. Are you getting married? Or is your father getting married? According to what you said, if my old man still doesn't agree with my marriage, I have to listen to him obediently. Ning Haotian patted Gu Tingfang on the shoulder and asked back. That confusion can only exist for a good boy like Gu Tingfang, and it can only trap him. Maybe it is because Ning Haotian is more rebellious. But he firmly believes in one thing. When others tell you to put the overall situation first, you are definitely not in this overall situation. It's like when they ask you to do it at all costs, and you are that cost. So Ning Haotian chose to follow his heart. It's best if he is satisfied. Disagree? You didn't mean they. Gu Tingfang realized it later. He seemed to have heard something shocking. Mr. Ning was born into a top family in Beijing, and he dared to openly disobey. I just said they knew, but I didn't say they agreed. Ning Haotian laughed, and I don't need their consent for anything I do. The intense shock suppressed the effect of the alcohol, and Gu Tingfang asked in surprise, they don't agree, and you still dare to? At this moment, Gu Tingfang finally realized how audacious Ning Haotian was. What am I afraid of? Why not just flip the table? If they don't let me play, then no one else should play. Ning Haotian smiled calmly and said, rules are meant to bind people, but they don't bind Ning Haotian. It is because Mr. Ning knows Ning Haotian's character well. Even if he learned the news on the first day of Ning Haotian's marriage, he would not agree to the marriage. But there was no reaction or action. It's neither acquiescence nor indulgence. But he knew that if he did anything to Mu Yunshu, Ning Haotian would really turn the table. In a rage, it is not impossible to destroy the capital city. Not having a sword in your hand and having a sword but not using it are two completely different things. Dignity lies only on the edge of the sword. You are the one who made it. Gu Tingfang silently gave a thumbs up. I have learned it. You kid, take care of yourself. Ning Haotian smiled meaningfully. It will be too late to regret after you miss it. Chapter 50 Classmate Mu Yunshu. You don't want me to tell the truth after I get drunk, do you? After 3 rounds of drinks, Cheng Shuan sent the unconscious Gu Tingfang home. Mu Yunshu supported the staggering Ning Haotian. Drink, have another drink. Ning Haotian had a dazed look in his eyes. One of his hands was supported by Mu Yunshu, and the other hand was waving around, trying to find someone to clink glasses with. Struggling to stuff Ning Haotian into the passenger seat, Mu Yunshu pouted and whispered, you can't drink much, but you still drink so much. You are my husband. Otherwise, I would throw you on the side of the road and let you sleep well tonight. As he spoke, Mu Yunshu raised his hand and poked Ning Haotian in the chest. In other words, she is very strong. Otherwise, it would be really hard for her to move Ning Haotian's head. Who can't drink much? Who do you say has a poor alcohol tolerance? Ning Haotian grabbed Mu Yunshu's fingers and questioned. I'm bad. You can drink the best. Mu Yunshu patted Ning Haotian lightly with one hand and at the same time slowly pulled out the fingers that were grabbed. If Ning Haotian was awake, she would definitely refute it. But arguing with a drunk is something only a fool would do. Of course, it's no problem to get that kid Gu Tingfang drunk. Ning Haotian raised his hand and said proudly, be honest. Be good. Fasten your seatbelt first. Mu Yunshu put Ning Haotian's hand down, then bent over to fasten his seatbelt for him. After driving the car into the underground garage and parking it, Mu Yunshu looked at Ning Haotian and muttered to himself, is Ning Haotian really drunk? Why don't we take this opportunity to ask? Ning Haotian is a little conscious now, but not much. Without any guard, it is the best time to ask questions. Mu Yunshu is already ready to make a move. Ning Haotian would definitely not tell those things when he was sober. But at this moment, that is not necessarily the case. Gu Tingfang, where is he? You kid won't run away, will you? Ning Haotian leaned his hand on the car window, half opened and half closed his eyes, and shouted. He drank too much. This is a good opportunity. Looking at Ning Haotian's condition, Mu Yunshu made up his mind. Given Ning Haotian's situation, he will definitely not remember what he said tonight when he sobers up tomorrow. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu moved closer to Ning Haotian and asked softly, Ning Haotian, is what you said to Gu Tingfang true? Mu Yunshu was extremely curious. She wanted to know what Ning Haotian felt for her and what his attitude toward her was. Gu Tingfang, what's true? Ning Haotian asked with a dazed look in his eyes, confused. Perhaps because of the effect of alcohol, Ning Haotian didn't understand what Mu Yunshu was asking. It's your family who knows about our marriage, Mu Yunshu said after reaching out to unbuckle Ning Haotian's seatbelt. But just at this moment, Ning Haotian's eyes suddenly opened, His gaze was no longer blurry, but instead was filled with amusement. He asked with a smile, "So do you hope it's true or not?" As he said that, he raised his hand and gently pinched Mu Yunshu's hand that was about to be pulled away. Ning Haotian in confusion. This tone doesn't seem like that of a drunk person. Student Mu Yunshu, you don't want me to tell the truth after drinking, do you? Ning Haotian used his other hand to lightly lift Mu Yunshu's chin, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Ning Haotian, you're pretending to be drunk. Mu Yunshu suddenly realized. She never expected that Ning Haotian didn't drink much at all and was just pretending all the way. For a moment, Mu Yunshu felt embarrassed and angry. Yeah, you've been fooled, haven't you? Smart lady. If I don't pretend to be drunk, how can I take advantage of you? Ning Haotian squeezed Mu Yunshu's hand, feeling the smooth touch, and teased. Seeing that Gu Tingfang was drunk, he suddenly wanted to ask Mu Yunshu to help him go home. As a result, the enforcement was a successful sting operation. It was such a pleasant surprise. Snort. Big pervert. You are such a bad person. Mu Yunshu slapped Ning Haotian's hand away and said unhappily. There is some anger, but not much. What's more, he was annoyed that he had been fooled by Ning Haotian and hadn't realized it yet. It really came true. The man is a little drunk, and his acting makes you cry. Are you angry out of shame? Ning Haotian said jokingly. Don't you think about it? If I really couldn't drink, why would I drink with that kid Gu Tingfang? Although Ning Haotian seems unruly, he always has a code of conduct in mind. That is, he will not do anything unless he is absolutely sure. By the time Gu Tingfang was drunk, Ning Haotian had already eliminated the alcohol without a trace. Although it is old, it is practical. I don't want to listen, you bastard. Mu Yunshu rolled her eyes at Ning Haotian and said coquettishly. Having said that, he turned away seemingly in anger, no longer looking at the bastard who was playing tricks on him. Ning Haotian, on the other hand, was admiring the angry back of the wealthy woman Mu with great interest. 5 minutes later, not sure if he had figured it out or if he had calmed down, Mu Yunshu leaned slightly to the side and asked, "So, is that true?" With Ning Haotian, Mu Yunshu still wanted to know the answer to the question more. Fake. Ning Haotian blurted out without thinking. Is that just a polite remark you made to deal with Gu Tingfang? Mu Yunshu's heart tightened. She pursed her red lips and asked with some sadness. Although she got the answer, she was unwilling to believe it and still wanted to confirm it again. Yes. Ning Haotian blinked and smiled playfully. I knew it. Mu Yunshu was furious and raised his hand to pinch Ning Haotian's waist, to vent your dissatisfaction. But just when his hand was about to touch Ning Haotian, it was grabbed by Ning Haotian. Let me tell you a little secret. Ning Haotian gently pulled closer to Mu Yunshu and whispered in her ear. What? Mu Yunshu asked angrily, unable to break free. I didn't lie to him. I lied to you. Ning Haotian said, exhaling hot air mixed with the smell of alcohol. After saying that, he let go of Mu Yunshu's hand. He stared at the frustrated woman with a playful look on his face. Mu Yunshu. I didn't lie to Gu Tingfang. I lied to her. Then the implication is that what was said to Gu Tingfang was true. He was teasing her again. Ning Haotian, you are really bad. Mu Yunshu was very angry and said coquettishly. As he said that, he raised his hand and pounced towards Ning Haotian, wanting to strangle him to vent his anger. Who told you to be so gullible? You believe everything I say. That look of loss in someone's eyes just now. Ning Haotian easily restrained Mu Yunshu and teased. Tonight, Mr. Ning has unlocked an interesting activity, bullying the rich Lady Mu. The show effect is full. Who would have thought that someone as smart as Mu Yunshu would be fooled every time? You still say, stop talking. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunshu covered Ning Haotian's mouth. A simple and crude physical method of shutting up. How could someone be so angry that he covers his mouth to stop others from speaking? Ning Haotian pried Mu Yunshu's hands apart and said with a playful smile, I have to say, teasing Mu Yunshu is really an addictive and fun thing. I am. Mu Yunshu admitted it frankly, and then asked, how did you save Gu Tingfang 3 years ago? Tell me quickly. The fire of gossip was visibly burning in the eyes of the wealthy woman Mu. Ning Haotian blinked and asked, do you really want to know? Oh, Mu Yunshu nodded. At the time, Shi Yuan and I only knew that he was in danger, and we knew nothing else. Not only Mu Yunshu and Chang Shuan didn't know the truth, even Gu Tingfang's parents didn't know it either. And Ning Haotian also saved her in time. So the more this happened, the more curious Mu Yunshu became. She wanted to understand intuitively how strong Ning Hao Ian was. I won't tell you. Take your time to guess. Go back to bed. Ning Hao Ian pushed open the car door, got out, and said with a smile. Ning Hao Ian, you annoying guy. How can there be someone like you? Mu Yinshu followed closely behind, saying coquettishly. How could she not know that Ning Hao Ian did it on purpose? It piqued her curiosity, but didn't solve her confusion. Isn't it available now? Isn't it right in front of you? Ning Hao Ian leaned against the front of the car, pointed at himself, and smiled playfully. Okay, you don't want to say it, right? You sleep alone tonight. Mu Yinshu kicked his feet suddenly, turned around, and left. Chapter 51. I accidentally typed a few extra zeros. Is that not allowed? Huh. Finally cleared Xiaolu. Ning Hao Ian looked at the final ending unlocked on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. A hairband for $2.50. And compete to save money. She's also a silly, cute female college student. Ning Hao Ian recalled the plot and couldn't help but sigh. This girl, among the 5 heroines, may be the most ordinary one. But it is also the one that is most difficult for men to let go.